Alrighty, we are live on Coletco. Welcome everybody. Give me 1 second. I'm going to go back here and see if they can. Folks, I'm here. Could y'all hear me up front? I can't see what y'all are saying because all the font is too small. Let's see here. Oh boy. Let me go ahead and pull it up over here. Tanner was like, they can hear you up here talking to me. I was like, no, they can't. I promise they can't. Okay. See? No here. Alrighty. Here we go. Back in Kansas City. Glad to see y'all arrive safely. Kenny and Shane, I'm a little off sorts today. Everything kind of, I'm trying to get reset. It was glad to meet y'all. Finally. I think I hear Laura behind me. I was right. I can't remember what I priced those the last time I priced those Texas Chainsaw Massacres. I'm trying to figure out who bought one so I could look up the price so I'm consistent. Yes. All right, let's see. Backstreet Boys, Beatles, Boys to Men, Breaking Benjamin, Bush, Candlebox, Candlebox, Johnny Cash. Let's see here. Cranberries, Creed, Crosby, Stills and Nash, Holy Diver, Gorillaz, Gorillaz. Well, I thought you turned the camera around on me. Billy Idol, Alan Jackson, Jane's Addiction, Creator, Misfits, Nas, Nine Inch Nails, NSYNC, Ozzy, Pearl Jam. Ooh, glad to see that back in stock. Tom Petty, Quiet Riot, Radiohead, Rat, Rat, Sepultura, Sepultura, Soundgarden, Britney Spears, Joss Stone, Justin Timberlake, Dazed and Confused, Volbeat, which one is that? Volbeat. That's a pre-order, isn't it? Volbeat. Wow, 40 copies. Did those come in? Volbeat. Oh, the new Volbeat. Volbeat's out. Wet Leg. Mark Willis. I feel like there's something missing here. I got all those. There's definitely something missing there. Let me see if I can pull those up. Pearl Jam. Everybody paying close attention? Let me see what I've deleted over here. And then there's another page. Oh, I guess that's it. I think that's everything. Oh, that's everything that was here. Well, let me walk over here and take a peek at them. Lazy Board, Motorhead, Bullet Boys, Gorillas. I didn't price any of those. There's still something. Run DMC. Yeah, there's definitely another invoice somewhere. I bet they're back there on Ed's. I bet there's an invoice already printed and priced on Ed's desk. See if you can track that down. If not, I can fill it back out. It's those. And then there's one on the floor. Yeah. One. And then there, 4 crates, Japanese. And there should be another. I really don't remember filling that one out, though. Let's see what I've missed. I hadn't really, I can't even go back and read y'all's comments. I don't have it pulled up yet. That's unfortunate. We'll get this pulled up first. I can officially see what y'all were saying right now. I hadn't been able to see anything until right now. So anything you've said, just go ahead and say it again. I am going to pull up for this for Tanner and make sure. Yeah. I'm going to make sure there's nothing else. Invoice. Bullet Boys, those already came in. I see some Vinyl Me Please over there, but I don't remember pricing those. Yeah, here's one more that's about to come out of the printer. I've never filled this one out. There's another one about to come out of the printer. I'm positive I've never filled out these prices. I have bought so much. The printer in the back, by the way, because we're still waiting for ink to show up. They pushed it back 2 weeks. I've ordered so much new vinyl. For those that's listening to me talk in circles right now, I've ordered so much. There's so many invoice sheets with hundreds of SKUs I've priced. At this point, I don't know really what I've priced. So, that's what we're working on right now. We're making sure we have all this stuff marked. And I'll go ahead and fill this one out right quick. So y'all get to hear me read off more titles. And there is more Gorillas. There's the rest of those Grateful Deads. There's Iron Maidens. There's more Iron Maidens. There's even more Iron Maidens. There's the Led Zeppelin Charlottes. There's the Mad Seasons. Matchbox 20. Ministry. Not that one. We'll do this one. And then that Ministry. and then more vinyl me please, and then POD, and then more vinyl me please, and more vinyl me please, and more vinyl me please. And we'll do that for Troy. Special order. More vinyl me please. And some of these, I know for sure, one of the, not everything I've priced, Tanner, is over there. So I know for sure this one right here definitely is. The one I'm holding right here. I'm for positive. I think that's what you're flipping through, maybe. I still don't remember Marketing Collective Souls. I don't know. Like I said, I'm going to have to sit down tonight and basically purge everything I've ordered and be like, okay, what have I have and have not ordered? Because we have a lot. We have a lot. Okay, video's not frozen. I'm just talking for a few seconds, okay? Just letting everybody know. It's going to be about another 3 minutes. Maybe I should keep something waving right here. Here, I'll put my phone here where y'all can see comments moving. It's going to be about another 3 minutes before I'm officially talking. So don't go anywhere. Right, Tanner? Tanner said, no, you're free to leave. Wow. Okay. I'll be right back. Okay. We're good to go now. The show must go on. Where is everybody watching from tonight? That's sometimes a question I ask like at 11 p.m. when I'm transitioning from cleanup, from selling to cleanup so we can sell more. But I'll ask right now. Always fun to see viewers from across the nation tuned in. Okay, that one has cut off twice. So Tanner says I picked out the wrong one. It's like when Jerry told George he should just read the book instead of watch the movie instead of Breakfast at Tiffany's. I filled those out.
I don't see that one.
I filled those out. The back side of it? Yeah. Check the back sides. Okay. He's off the table. All right, so the first auction is Eagles, the long run, a Japanese pressing. And this is a $35 start. And this has been a really popular one here lately. I think everybody's like, wow, I don't have one. That's nice. Because you probably don't, because these Japanese pressings are extremely nice. So that's a $35 start. That's Eagles, the long run, Japanese press. That's out for bid for a $35 start. And I think I've got a few more sealed records over here that I've been running at the kind of the first part of the show that I'm ready to continue with. And here is another one. This is XTC, and this is drums and wires. And XTC is sealed, and this is a $15 start. That's up for bid. So there's our first couple auctions. Right behind Tanner is the last basket of hardcore singles. And we're going to be finishing those up tonight. I'm looking for Lucero, Oingo Boingo, Hank III, Metallica, and then waitlist for Volume 1, waitlist for Volume 1 and 2. We got Sleep Token, Lightning Hopkins, Counting Crows, Mr. Big, Grease, Stone Sour, Lights Camera Revolution, Metallica, Counting Crows, Metallica, Stone Sour, Willy Wonka, and Mr. Big. Here we go. So the first thing I have in here is Sleep Token. And I'm going to grab a new empty crate right here behind me. So let me do that. Boom and boom. Let me do this right quick. Lots of empty crates. Must be a lot of ABC going on. A lot of ABC going on if there's that many empty crates. That's what we like to see. I'm going to fill them right back up. So Sleep Token was $38.99, and this was sold to Eric Fisher. And then we're going to put him on a waiting list for Even in Arcadia. Those have been sold out since they came out, and we haven't back ordered though. So Eric Fisher on the waiting list for Sleep Token Even in Arcadia. He gets that one. I still got 2 copies of Take Me Back to Eden if anybody wants that. Sleep Token, Take Me Back to Eden. That is still available. Now the Eagles is a $35 start. No bid yet. It's a Japanese press, going once, going twice. And then XTC is sealed. Craig Sweden has it for $15, going once, going twice. And now Lizzie Borden, give him the axe. That's on white blue marble vinyl. Lizzie Borden is $33.99. White blue marble vinyl, new and sealed. This is Lizzie Borden. I still have one of those available. Manish Period wants a Sleep Token. Now there's one Sleep Token left. I also have Ace of Base, which is on clear vinyl. This is available if anybody wants it. It is $33.99. Ace of Base. And Bauhaus, Flat Field. That one's still available as well for $33.99. Petra, self-titled. Petra's on burgundy colored vinyl. That is $38.99. Michael Peevler in on the Eagles for $35. And Craig, final call to you on XTC. I'm about to sell it to you. Craig may get his free record of the week pretty early tonight. It's only, I just got started, even though it's 6 o'clock. First thing we have is Petra. Also over here I have Lizzie Borden, the best of. That's a 2 LP. That's on Go Vinyl, and that's $44.99. And Rob Zombie, the Sinister Urge. And Rob Zombie's $36.99. That's a Gatefold 2 LP. And Primus Frizzle Fry, which is the new anniversary edition, half purple, half clear. We're down to 3 copies of that, $29.99. All right, so Craig, what I'm going to do before anything else happens, I'm going to go ahead and sell this to you. And we try to give Craig at least a record a week for his volunteer help here, sharing track listings. He's usually on for 2 to 3 plus hours every night helping us with track listings. Thank you, Craig, as always, for your help. And it would be my honor to send you this record at no charge for all your help you do for us. Try to slip them in something at least once a week. So, Craig, thank you for that. Appreciate it. That is so to you. And now the Eagles are a final call to Michael Peevler for $35. And also we have Counting Crows, August and everything after. The Counting Crows is $46.99. Counting Crows is $46.99. This is so to Ben Dygert. This has a song Mr. Jones on it. If anybody else wants one, let me know. And actually, we're going to have a waiting list because the other one is sold to Chris Pedzwar. P-E-D-Z-I-W-I-A-T-R. That is sold to Chris Pedzwar. So both County Crows are sold. Mr. Jones, if anybody else wants one, let me know. I've got the Forrest Gump soundtrack. Forrest Gump is $39.99. And Metallica Garage Inc. We sold one live last night. We're going to go ahead and sell this one to Ben Dykert. Thank you, Ben Dykert. That is so to you. And then over here, we have 4 non-blondes, bigger, better, faster, more. 4 non-blondes is $33.99. Hey, what's up? We have Blackberry Smoke Like an Arrow. That's $36.99. And then Hank the Third's Greatest Hits. This is sold to David Polkey. Thank you, David Polkey. That's so to you. And now let's go ahead and sell the Eagles to Michael Peveler for $35. And I've got a whole new crate. I hadn't finished with last night's Japanese. And I got an image today from my mother, who always sends me pictures of the mail. She wasn't supposed to be here today, but she had to come by the store. And she said, there's another box of Japanese that's been delivered. And I went, do what? Another box of Japanese that's been delivered? That's amazing. Thank you, Michael Peveler. That's so to you. And I've got 2 copies here of Grease, the Grease soundtrack. And everybody's always wanting OGs, and they always sell immediately. So I've ordered a couple new copies. Carla Brecky said she'll take one. That's so to Carla Brecky. And there's 1 copy of Grease left for $46.99 if anybody wants that. Well, the Eagles went under the radar. Maybe Jeff Beck won't. Here's Jeff Beck wired. This is a Japanese pressing. The OB is here. It just needs to be put back on the cover. But Jeff Beck is near mint minus and pristine. It has the Jeff Beck poster insert with it, and Jeff Beck wired is a $35 start. Kenny Cates Jr., I will gladly put you on a waiting list for Hank the Third. No problem whatsoever. Kenny Cates Jr. on Hank the Third waiting list. You got it. Glad to know y'all made it back safe last night. It was a pleasure meeting y'all. We have Blink 182, Enema of the State for $36.99, and we have Pavement, Crooked Rain, $29.99. Pavement, Crooked Rain. We got Live, Throwing Copper. That's a 2 LP with bonus tracks, $39.99 for that. And Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. This is on gold vinyl, and this is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek for $36.99. Thank you, Kelly Vlodarchek. That is sold to you. And I have 1 copy of Dinosaur Jr. Bug, and Dinosaur Jr. is $28.99. That's my only copy left, and it's available as of right now. Jeff Beck is a $35 start, a Japanese pressing. Sometimes those OBs are a little bit of a booger to get back on the cover. It's a booger to get them back on there. And you have to really put all of your applied skill you've ever learned in life to get them back on there. But they will go back on there. But it can be a booger to get them back on there. Tanner said gross. I know, that means it's painful. We have Oasis. This was something that was in a discount bin about 3 months ago that did not sell. And so I'm going to reduce it even further at a no-brainer price. Oasis, standing on the shoulder of giants. And Oasis is a $25 start. Oasis. Also, Sherry wants on Hank the Third waiting list. Blink 182 is sold to David V63. Thank you, David V63. And then here's Metallica. So what we're going to do is we're going to sell this to Kenny Cates Jr., and then put him on a waiting list for Volume 1. Okay? So this is Volume 2, and we're going to put him on a waiting list for Volume 1. And then we're going to put Shane Devers on a waiting list for Volumes 1 and Volumes 2. We're going to put Shane on a waiting list for Volumes 1 and Volumes 2. And we're going to put Ben Dykert on a waiting list for Volume 1 and Volume 2. Okay? There's that. Next thing is Queensryche Operation Mindcrime. Queensryche is $46.99. And then the new release from the Red Clay Strays, Live at the Ryman. 2 LP on purple vinyl, $34.99. Oasis has a bid for $25. Oasis has a bid for $25. Oasis has a bid for $25. And Jeff Beck is a buy it now for $35. No bid, Jeff Beck. Chad's about to sneeze. No, it went away. And Jeff Beck is a buy it now for $35. I have all this energy, and I hadn't even took a drink of purple juice yet. Can you believe it? I might bring out the green juice. Do what? The what? We have Jeff Beck, a $35 buy now. Oasis is at $28. The next thing I have is another Japanese pressing. Now, who wants Jeff Beck? I know you're sitting there like, dang it, I should buy that Jeff Beck, and if you don't, then you're going to wake up in the morning and regret it. Don't make me go into this whole dissertation. Just go ahead and buy Jeff Beck. When it comes in the mail, you'll send me a message and you'll say, thank you, Chad. I'm so glad I made the decision to buy that Jeff Beck. Here is our next Japanese pressing. This one doesn't have an obi. It's a Japanese pressing of Led Zeppelin 4. Misty Mountain Hop, Stairway to Heaven. You know, Led Zeppelin 4. That's a $35 start. And then Oasis is 28 and Oasis is at 29. That's the high bid right now. I'm going to swing over here, and this is another read-through of these. We got Red Clay Strays, we got Queensryche, we got Dinosaur Jr., Willy Wonka, Live, Crooked Rain by Pavement, Grease, Blackberry Smoke, Four Non-Blondes, Forrest Gump, Promise, Rob Zombie, Lizzie Borden, Petra, Bauhaus, Ace of Base, Lizzie Borden, and Sleep Token. The Sealed Oasis is at 29 with Robin Glenn. That's going once, going twice. That's going once, going twice on Oasis. And now it is a final call. I've got another quick quote here to read through, and let's go ahead and do that one right quick. And David says, any idea when the Royal Scan and new doobies will arrive? Royal Scan will probably be here tomorrow. They have not shipped the Doobie Brothers yet. Doobie Brothers has not even arrived to distribution yet, so no word on that. But the Royal Scam is definitely on its way. Oasis is at 31. We also have Iron Maiden, Fear of the Dark. That's a 2 LP, $39.99, Iron Maiden. The Beatles' White Album is $49.99. And then Kiss, Psycho Circus. Kiss is $33.99 for Psycho Circus. We also have Red Clay Strays Moment of Truth. That's on translucent sea glass vinyl. That's $33.99. So Robin back in on Oasis at $32. And we have Lucero. And Lucero is sold to Rebecca Howitt for $33.99. Thank you on that. That is a Lucero. And over here is, I took that off the screen. Thank you. We also have G.G. Allen. That always was and always should be. G.G. Allen's $33.99. George Harrison 33 1/3 is $38.99. And then the remaster of Extra Texture, it's also available $38.99. Now, final call on the Led Zeppelin for $35. Kiss Lick It Up was $33.99. 2014 remaster. And then Clutch, Slow Hold of China. This is on orange vinyl, $33.99 for Clutch. Kiss Carnival of Souls is $36.99. And then Morgan Wallen, One Thing at a Time. That is a triple LP. Morgan Wallen is $54.99. Over here, we got Mr. Big and Mr. Big that have the seam splits. They have a little bit of a seam split. We've marked them down to $29.99. I'm trying to sell what I have left of them. Chris Johnson got one. Thank you, Chris Johnson. And over here, we also got one for Tawana Bennett. Thank you, Tawana Bennett. If anybody else wants a seam split, Mr. Big, they are $29.99. So Led Zeppelin's a buy it now for $35. A near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. That is going to be a great pickup for somebody for just $35. And speaking of $35, that is the high bid. That is the high bid. That is the high bid of Oasis at the moment, and we're about to drop the hammer on it. David V gets the Led Zeppelin for $35, and the question was, what was the Hank the Third? The Hank the Third that was left, or that there's a waiting list for, is Hank the Third's greatest hits. Hank the Third's greatest hits, which is right here. Hank Williams III's greatest hits. That is what it is. And there's several people now on a waiting list. Anybody else wants a Mr. Big, all you got to do is say, you know what, Chad, I've changed my mind. I've thought about it. I knew if I don't buy one of those, it's going to be a mistake. Go ahead and give me all the rest of the Mr. Bigs. And I'll be like, okay, you devil, you. Fine. I will sell you the rest of the Mr. Bigs. One more right here because there's a few more claims, and this is a crate that goes, I think, pretty far back. Definitely some stuff maybe you hadn't seen before. And let's start right back here like this. But first, we're going to sell Manish Piri, the Oasis, for $35. Thank you, Manish. And I'm going to step right over here behind Tanner, where I think the last hardcore crate is. Is it right over here? It is. This one. Yes, we're going to get started with these. And I think that little pocket where there used to be about 14 baskets of these file crates of singles, we have sold every single one of them. And these have went fast, probably because we sell them 3 at a time instead of 1 at a time. But here they are. And now the first thing we have is Chad is actually, for the first time tonight, going to take a drink of purple juice. Wow. Tanner said, watch out, folks. It has been brewed, and here it is. And here's what's in here. The Coyote Ugly soundtrack. That is $33.99. The Coyote Ugly soundtrack, one remaining. Oingo Boingo on red vinyl, Dad Man's Party. This is this is sold to Oingo Boingo. Oingo Boingo is sold to Rebecca Howitt. Thank you, Rebecca Howitt. That's sold to you. I accidentally just said Rebecca's name was Oingo Boingo. Thank you on that. And we have also Stone Sour. And the first person who claimed Stone Sour was Craig Ruth. Thank you, Craig Ruth. That's so to you. And then we're going to put Ben Doggart on a waiting list. We're going to put Ben Doggart. If anybody else wants a Stone Sour, $44.99. $44.99 on that. 9 a.m. discount crates. No, it's posted. I missed one. It didn't upload. I think what I did was I posted it, and then I swapped off the app too early, and it didn't finalize it. But, no, it's up, and everything's been tagged except for about 10 records, and we're about to go through that live. But, no, it was posted at like 2 o'clock, and most of it, I said I was going to leave it up a little bit later tonight, but I think most of it's already sold, so I probably don't want anybody wasting time watching it when everything's probably gone by now. But they'll be back. As soon as I missed it, I was like, dang, it didn't upload. It didn't post like it was supposed to. Stereolab, Emperor Tomato Ketchup, $38.99 for Stereolab. And then Duran Duran, self-titled. This is $33.99. $33.99. I know, when I realized that, I was like, man, there's no telling how many people have been on Facebook refreshing the group at 9 a.m. and looking for that video. And I had no idea because I was asleep. And I woke up and I was like, wait a minute, there's something missing. There's some comments, because usually I wake up and there's all these pre-order comments and all the video comments. And I'm like, wait a minute, something's not right. And I was like, dang, that didn't upload. And trust me, I took time to shoot it and pull them and video it and attempt to upload it. So Duran Duran is their debut album, remastered. I'm going to go ahead and put it on 3 singles. We have Bentilli, we have The Best, and we have Better Core. And those 3 are going to go up for a $10 start. Robin sets her alarm. I know, I've gotten to a habit now. I can't miss a night. I told Tanner, I said, there'll never be a night anymore where I can just leave right after a sale, because now I have to prepare and shoot about 2 videos. Thank you, John. I got to make sure it's all ready and uploaded. There's been some nights where I was like, all right, I got to leave right after the sale. But I think right after these sales end, about 1 to 2 a.m., I usually have about another couple hours of just getting all that stuff ready. We have John Lennon's Imagined, a Japanese pressing, with Obi, Imagine, $35 start. Those 3 singles are a $10 start. And then finishing up this video, we got Soundgarden, we got Super Unknown, Black Hole Sun, Spoon Man, $46.99 for Soundgarden Japan, Quiet Life, and that is a half-speed master on red vinyl, $33.99. And Steve Earle, Copperhead Road. Steve Earle is $33.99, Copperhead Road. Now, I don't want to get too crazy, but I've been thinking about doing one more additional one for something. I haven't figured out what I want to do with, though. But one more additional, like, noon video, because that would be one video every 3 hours. That'd be 6 o'clock, 9 o'clock, and 12 o'clock. I just hadn't figured out what I want to do for the nooner, the high noon. We have Kiss Asylum for $33.99. Kiss Asylum 33. We have Lightning Hopkins, and thank you, Sean Fairweather. This was sold to Sean Fairweather. Lightning Hopkins is sold to you. If anybody else wants one, that is on yellow vinyl, and Lightning is a transparent yellow for $29.99. And then George Harrison's Dark Horse. George Harrison's Dark Horse is $38.99, remastered. We have Kiss Animalized for $33. 3 Days Grace is $28.99. This one's called 1X. 3 Days Grace is $28.99. And Kiss Revenge is $36.99. Kiss Revenge, $36.99. We have 2 available, and Kiss Crazy Nights. Lots of Kiss in here, $36.99. Another Red Clay Strays made by These Moments. That's $33. Talking Heads is on red vinyl. That is $33. And then this last Suicidal Tendencies here, or the next record, and I have one left for Suicidal Tendencies. And this is sold to William Thornton. Lights, Camera, Revolution. Thank you, William Thornton. That is sold to you. We got Journey's Greatest Hits for $44.99, and we got Def Leppard's Greatest Hits for $44.99. So first thing we have over here is Shane said 12 hours later I got to clean my nail wound. Sorry about that. Yeah, Shane hit his leg on a nail over there. Pretty bad. I told him, I said, I did the same thing right here. It's sticking out of one of those crates. I was like, we got to work on that. We don't need any more injuries here on the store. Yeah, sticking out of one of those wooden crates. Yeah. It hit me and it's hit Shane. And Shane, I forgot to tell you, I've got basically a gash in my leg where it hit me too. We have singles at $10 and John Lennon's A Final Call for $35. These 3 singles are about to sell for $10 to David Smith, okay? And Chris, I have not, this is the last crate and it looks like it's B's and we've sold everything. So either there wasn't many E's or we sold them and it didn't have anything you were looking for. Scott Nicholson on 3 Days Grace, and this is sold to Scott Nicholson. Thank you, Scott Nicholson. That's so to you. Anybody else on anything in here? Def Leppard, Journey, Suicidal Tendencies, Talking Heads, Red Clay Strays, Kiss, 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 George Harrison, Kiss, Steve Earle, Japan. Japan was $33.99. Somebody asked the price. Red Vinyl Half-Speed Master, $33.99. Gorillaz. By Gorillaz. Self-titled. We have Soundgarden, Duran Duran, Stereo Lab, Slaughter, and Coyote Ugly. All righty. Now, yeah, let me pull up the vintage, the flip crate. Let me see if there's been a comment within the last 1 hour. Greg Preston, Brian Call, and let me see what's left because I'm going to go ahead and disengage the comments because I think what's left here, I'm going to make sure those last couple comments didn't get anything. There's not much to probably leave it active. So let's go ahead and pull all this and I'll show y'all what's left, okay? So all this sold from the video. Everything you see me pulling out sold in the 9 o'clock video. Everything here is sold in the 9 o'clock video. All this that you see me taking out of this crate, it's sold in the 9 o'clock video. And then everything left, and let me make sure these last couple we have. So Tanner liked Aaron's comment, and then we had Jorge wanting Guitar, Zappa, Raspberries, Brand X, and Blind Faith and Ambrosia. Let me see if any of those are available. There's that. And there's that. And those are new comments. And there's that. And there's that. Okay, so now everything that's left is left. These comments did come in, and they're on my screen. So Greg Preston gets Blind Faith for $19.99. Thank you, Greg. That's so to you. And then he also gets Ambrosia for $6.99. And then Brian Call gets Raspberries Best. This is sold to Brian Call for $9.99. And Brian Call also got Brand X with Phil Collins for $9.99. And Brian Call got those. And I think the Zappa in here got sold. So Abram below, your comment 2 hours ago for Zappa, somebody had already bought that. But now we are officially live and we are ready to go. That was everything from the flip video. And now here's what's left. We'll start right now with records that are for sale with no other prior claims. And now we're ready to go. And these 3 singles are sold for $10 to David Smith. Thank you, David Smith. Those are sold to you. And if anybody wants John Lennon, this is a buy now. John Lennon's a buy now for $35. I highly encourage every morning, if you want to see our new vinyl, that's posted at 6 a.m. At 9 a.m., it's a pre-recorded video. It's me flipping through records. You can watch it. You can claim. It's all first come, first serve. We check it the next day. We sort the comments by who commented first. We work our way down. We pull everything that's sold. We tag it. And there's been crazy, like, I sometimes slip in insane deals just so I can make sure everybody knows, wow, Chad's going to put something stupid in here for a stupid price. Just something stupid in every video, like a $14.99 record that I had marked $49.99, just to make sure everybody's still watching and paying attention. Todd Doris gets John Lennon for $35. First thing we have is Big Brother and the Holding Company. This is now $19.99. Carol, it's on the original label. I can't believe no one bought it. It's Janis Joplin. It's Big Brother. It's on the original label, and it's only $19.99. That's insane. And then a beautiful Sam Cooke. It's an early 80s pressing, but the best of Sam Cooke, Having a Party, Cupid, Working on the Chain Gang, $19.99. That's the only two $19.99 records left. That's it. That's the only two $19.99 records left. Janis Joplin and Sam Cooke. Now for $14.99, we got the Byrds, Younger Than Yesterday. The Byrds, Younger Than Yesterday, is really clean. It's on the 70s label. It's $14.99. Carol Puckett got Big Brother for $19.99. Sam Cooke's available. The Byrds is $14.99. And Charlie Daniels' High Lonesome, no condition notes on that. It's $14.99. And Heart Magazine's in shrink wrap. It's $19.99. So that's the only two $14.99 records left. And some of these is like, wow, I can't believe these were left over. Wow, like some of these were, quote, left over. We're about to get started right now into some of the advertised stuff because we had so much last night, and plus all the other Japanese we have tonight. If I don't get started now, it's going to be like last night, and it was 11:30 and midnight. We still had auctions, and they were just getting one bid because it was way too late, and some stuff went through really cheap. So here's our next Japanese pressing, one of our best sellers. It's Wings Over America. Not only is it great live stuff, but it's always got these cool extras. Like it does have the poster. It does have the book. It has all three inner sleeves. Really cool artwork. Wings Over America with Obi is a $35 start. We got David V on Sam Cooke, and that was the last $19.99 record. Thank you, David V. That's so do you. And then Shane Deaver's got Charlie Daniels for $14.99. Thank you, Shane. That's so do you. And now these next batch is all $9.99. Santana, VG Plus, a little bit of cover damage, but Santana was $9.99. We have Historical Figures and Ancient Heads, Canned Heat. That's VG Plus, $9.99. Joe Jackson is half off at $9.99, and this one's called Big World. It's a 2 LP, $9.99. Wings is a $35 start. Make sure you bid in the comments. James Gang Third, Turn Your Pretty Head and Walk Away. ABC Records. It does have some damage here on the cover, $9.99. Our first auction over here is going to be awesome. Oh, this is sweet. A 1983 OG Gold Stamp Promo, National Lampoon's Vacation. It took me a while to find one of these myself. It does have the Lindsey Buckingham Hop sticker. Features the hit single, A Holiday Road, performed by Lindsey Buckingham. There's Chevy Chase. Really cool artwork there. Kind of a, is that kind of a, what is that, a Frank Fazetta kind of tribute going on there? This is, the vinyl on this is beautiful. No condition notes on the vinyl. A $15 start. It does have the original inner sleeve. However, the cover did get wet at some point, so there is some cover damage. It is a gold stamp promo, but the National Lampoon's Vacation album, that's something we don't get too often. That's a $15 start. The Griswolds, folks. The Griswolds. Next in the $9.99 bin is Pacific Gas and Electric, and this is another album. One of my favorite labels to collect. It's a Columbia 2i. And it's $9.99. So many great stuff on Columbia 2Is and Columbia 6i labels. There's not much left in this bin. That's why everything keeps falling over. But Pacific Gas and Electric is $9.99. And then the last $9.99 record at a great price, Steve Earle. He is in VG condition. He's only $9.99. And there's only two $6.99 records. But first, the $9.99 stuff that's left is Steve Earle, Pacific Gas and Electric, James Gang, Joe Jackson, Canned Heat, and Santana. Those are all $9.99. And then for $6.99, we got the Shirelles and we got Peter Frampton. Those are all available for $6.99. Peter Frampton has no condition notes, and the Shirelles has no condition notes. The best of the Shirelles, Soldier Boy. Now, over here, we have Wings, got a bid for $37 with Steve McGee. Vacation got bids for $15, $17, $18, and now $20. And Todd Saw does want Steve Earle. And that's so to Todd for $9.99. So Vacation's at $20 with Rebecca, and Wings is at $37 with Steve McGee, and that's going once, going twice. It is time to put up a few more hardcore singles, and I want to announce everybody, because I see Tanner moving CDs around. That's going to be part of the dollar sale. Make sure y'all know this Friday and Saturday, the post is up, and I'm actually going to take a moment here during the sale, and I got to start running an ad for it. We are live for, I'm going to do that one probably first. It's a big pre-order that I think a lot of people forgot about. We're going to be here Friday and Saturday at Coletco doing $1 madness, okay? $1 madness. It's going to be a heck of a time. And I want everybody to be aware of it, and I want everybody to be here if you can. If you get here early enough when the doors open, I might even be here because I usually are heading out when the doors open at 10. I usually stay here all night filtering through stuff and making crazy decisions and stuff I'm going to put out for $1, little gems and nuggets. I went through one time and I had a stack of like kind of new arrivals, and I went and kind of just sprinkled and peppered them around all the dollar bins, like just so people would find it and be like, holy crap, did they mean to put this out for $1? I did that the last time. Just little sprinkles of stuff here and there. But everything else is like, it's stuff that we wouldn't normally put out for sale, or it's stuff that we've shown half off, and nobody's bought, and now it's $1. And some of those are like Discogs comped at $40. They sell for $40, but we just hadn't been able to sell them. So now they're $1. We just got to get rid of them. So your gain. Robin Glenn gets the Shirelles for $6.99. David V was second. Robin Glenn third. Michael Rudolph four. Robbie Woods wants Santana. Robbie Woods gets Santana for $9.99. Todd Saw gets Peter Frampton for $6.99. And there's that. And well, I put a price on Seth. Seth, if you promise not to, just don't hurt them, but just don't ever bring them back. Just don't hurt them, though. He does have a son. He does have a family now. Seth does have a family, so I got to be careful what I say. All right. Now, did Vacation get another bid? Vacation did not get another bid, but here's the problem. I have not heard back from Eric Fisher. I have not heard back from Andrew Hawkins. So, Rebecca, I'm about to sell it to you, but there was 3 actual other bidders that did not sell. David V says he thinks he was first. No, she put shoveled. She meant the Shirelle. She got autocorrect. Her shoveled was for Shirelles. And then, David, you were second. Then Michael. Robbie got Santana. Todd got Frampton. And over here is Wings. Sold to Steve McGee for $37. Okay, make sure if y'all are bidding, if you're done, you can say out. But once you say out, you can't bid again. Okay? You can't bid again. Just saying. Just saying. Making sure everybody knows that. But also saying out really helps me know and helps me expedite things. Okay. Yep, the autocorrect got her. I need to tell Seth, can you be here Friday and Saturday at 10 o'clock? And I'm going to get a name tag and says, hello, my name is Seth. And he's going to greet you. Anybody else? Pacific Gas and Electric, $9.99. James Gang, $9.99. Grand Funk, $9.99. Canned Heat, $9.99. Hart, $14. And Birds, $14. Those are the only ones that did not sell. And I have a crate going of all the unsold flip crate stuff. And I may go through it tonight and try to do some kind of additional something with it. I don't know what I want to do with them eventually, but an additional something with them. It's a full crate of the leftover flip crate stuff. New puzzles? Oh, puzzles. Oh, okay. Gotcha. I see what Tanner's trying to tell me now. All righty, let's get into new stuff. Let's get into some new stuff. We bought another collection here in the store. I didn't realize we was even doing it. Paul sent me an email address and he said, hey, send these people this much money. And I was like, do what? What's going on? He's like, oh, we just bought another great collection. And I went, oh, okay. Sure. Done. Money sent. All right. Do I have any more mystery boxes? I do. I do. A Duncan booth for Seth? Wow, that's a great idea. Pie in the face? I need to get his wife would honestly be on board of all this. I need to get Rachel one night in on the chat and say, hey, at 8:30, I want you to get on Facebook. We're going to be basically just absolutely roasting Seth and setting him up for all this crazy stuff for the dollar sale that you're going to make him do. So, and she'll probably be on board with it. All right. Let me see here. Coin locals. Make sure that's working. Okay. Still 30. It is 39 for whatever was in that box. The same price. It was $39.99. Yeah, $39.99. Whatever is in that box. Okay. Let's see here. So the next thing we typically do right now is we go through a crate of Buy It Now Best Offer, which I am working on selecting the next best one. I'm working on selecting the next best one, which I think is going to be one of these right here. Or we might go ahead and do it half off. This has got some pretty good looking stuff in it. Let me see what's in this one. All right, yeah, let's see what's in here. Let's go through this crate. One crate at a time. It didn't cost me a dime. All right, this crate is going to be probably something stupid for me to do, but we're going to take offers on these for Buy It Now Best Offer. So let's get it done. We got a pretty competitive auction up. We got Vacation, which got a bid for $21, $22, Vacation $22, Vacation $23, Vacation $25, and then Robbie Woods wants the James Gang record. I have just put that away, but I will pull it for you, Robbie Woods, for $9.99. This is so to Robbie Woods, thank you. And then over here, we have a Vacation, and Vacation is with Monty Reed at $25. Everybody else is out. The National Lampoon's Vacation album is at $25 with Monty Reed. That's going once, going twice. Next auction is going to go up right now. I can feel the blue juice kicking in. And that is Winnie the Pooh and Christopher Robin, Children's Stories and Songs, narrated and sung by Frank Luther. And this is a U.S. unknown year. It's a 60s deca. It is unfortunately VG minus. And we're going to start Winnie the Pooh for just $5. For just $5. Winnie the Pooh and Christopher Robin. $5, and Vacation's now at $26. Everything in here is going to be Buy It Now or Best Offer. This is No Sound, Soul 29. It's a 2018 prog album. It's a remaster, the only time on vinyl, $29.99. Also, Eric Essex, Songs from the Deep. Eric Essex is sealed, $14.99. Can we see the Grand Funk from the prior crate? I don't think there was a Grand Funk from the prior crate. A crate? I don't think there was. There was not a Grand Funk left from the prior crate. No Grand Funk there. Next thing we have is another Eric Essex. This is sealed, Record Store Day. That's $14.99. Dream Queen, the Bobby Hamilton Quintet Unlimited. Dream Queen, a 2002 Record Store Day. Originals of this album sell for over $1,000. If you want to pick up an OG, Paul left a note, they sell for over $1,000. $34.99. Mode for Joe Henderson. Joe Henderson is sealed for $29.99. So Winnie the Pooh is now at $20. First thing is Vacation got a new bid for $26. Monty Reed, You've Been Out. And then there was another comment or question. over here, we have Poo Poo, and then the first thing, well, I thought there was something else. Gary Wellman said Soul 25, and that was this right here. This, and he wants that for $25. SOL. But yes, that's sold to Gary Wellman for $25. William Penn on Dream Queen. That is sold to William Penn. Details on the first one already sold. And now we have Joe Henderson sold to John Dodd for $22. Now Vacations at $28. And Winnie the Pooh, the last bid on that was Michael Rudolph at $20. Now, what have I done with the singles? Aha. That's what I was walking in circles trying to figure out. We got 1, 2, 3. And here's the next 3 singles. We got The Boardwalkers, Spy vs. Spy, Bomber Out, Human Disease, and Book Burner. And those 3 singles are going to go up for a $10 start. Next in here is Freddie Hubbard, Blue Spirits. Freddie Hubbard's a Blue Note Tone Poet, sealed for $39.99. Also, Charlie Hunter Trio, Bing, Bing, Bing. Charlie Hunter is sealed, $29.99, a 2022 reissue. That is a Blue Note for $29.99. And Melvin Jackson, Funky Soul, Verve by Request. This is $24.99. And we have 2 over there. And we have Julian Lage. And this is a 2021. The note from Paul says, good stuff, $24.99. And this is all buy it now, best offer. Okay. Now over here we have No Sound by Scintilla. No Sound is a 2016, a 2LP 45 RPM, $24.99. And Candace Springs Soul Eyes, that is EX $54.99. So over here, the last thing we had was Vacation, had a bid for $28. We sold Joe Henderson for $22. Pooh got a new bid for $21. Rebecca bid $10 on the singles. And then Freddie Hubbard has an offer for $35 with Grog. And Grog, I'm going to sell that to you for $35. Thank you. That's sold to Greg Layton. Now the singles have bids for $15, now $16. And now, Michael, you have Winnie the Pooh for $25. And that's going once. And that's going twice to you. Let's see here. Trying to figure out what is going on over here. Okay, next over here is Duck Fever, and this is James Montgomery, EX edition, $9.99. Rick and Mick, Just Pilgrims. That looks interesting. It's a gospel album by 2 twin brothers. EX edition, $9.99. And the Rolling Stones, Goat Head Soup. It does have the Goat Head Soup insert, EX $29.99. And then Joni Mitchell's debut album, her first album, a 1968 U.S. Terre Haute, VG condition, $14.99. And folks, we are in the middle of, I think, with some stuff that Paul marked, and maybe even some stuff that looks like at some point Laura marked. So pretty interesting here. And trying to figure out what audience I used last time in this. Okay. Now, Winnie the Pooh has a new bid for $30 and now $35, and now the singles are at $25. Lonnie Jolly wants Joni Mitchell. He was first to that. And we have Silver Laughter, and this is Sailing on Fantasies. Sailing Laughter is EX $19.99, and the band Rock of Ages. It does have some cover damage. It's on the Orange Capel label, VG Plus $17.99. Man, the real question is, where are we on Vacation? The last bit on Vacation, Robin went out. Monty has it for $28. That is a final call. That's been a battle. $28 on Lampoons. We started it at 10. It's at 28. It's been up for about 25 minutes. We're about to sell it. And now Winnie the Pooh's at 40 with George Samberez. Michael Rudolph's out. These 3 singles are at 27. And we have Steely Dan's Greatest Hits. This is EX $34.99. And this is on the original label, Steely Dan's Greatest Hits. I think one side is marked Bob Ludwig, which I've never seen one with all 4 sides marked Bob Ludwig. Usually it's like one side. It's pretty odd how he did the mastering for that. But it's EX edition, $34.99 for Steely Dan's Greatest Hits. Also, we have Ike Turner Presents The Family Vibes. Ike Turner is $14.99, and Fleetwood Mac, Heroes Are Hard to Find. That's a 1976 U.S. Winchester. That's $29.99. and Buddy Miller, Cruel Moon. Buddy Miller is a 2013 German. That is $29.99. And Nina Simone, Black Gold. Nina Simone is a 1970 Rockaway press, and this is $49.99. Nina Simone, Black Gold. Wow, very nice. $49.99 for Nina Simone. So over here, Winnie the Pooh is sold to George Sambares for $40. That is sold. Now these three singles are at $30, and now Monty Reed, you do get Vacation for $28. Thank you, Monty Reed. That's so to you. The high bid on the singles right now are $30 with Ivan R, and the Ike has an offer for $12. Let me address that right quick. And just so y'all know, there's only one auction that has not sold tonight, and that's Jeff Beck Wired. It does have the Obi. The Obi needs to be put back on the cover. No biggie there. Everything's near mint minus and complete, and that's a $35 start. $35 start on Jeff Beck. Also, we got the singles at $30. We got Ike at $12. The singles at $31, and then Ike is sold to Gary Wellman for $12. Thank you on that. Nina Simone in the crate. How about the Rolling Stones Black and Blue? $29.99 on that. No condition notes. And Jimmy James and the Vagabonds, Come to Me Softly. And that is $29.99. It's on the Atco label. And there's no condition notes. Two-tone label, $29.99. Rebecca and Ivan are still battling out over the singles. Let's go ahead and introduce some more auctions. The next thing I have over here is the following. We have the Dylan and Dead, and this is in shrink. It's a 1989 U.S. original with the original on her sleeve with inserts. And Laura says she doubts that they actually came with a record initially, just something somebody added later. Looks like some sort of Grateful Dead art and inserts, but pretty cool. It's got some like old merch inserts from Grateful Dead related stuff. So this is Bob Dylan and the Grateful Dead. It's a 1989 OG with inserts, covers and shrink and hype, and that's going to go up for a $15 start. This is a buy it now best offer crate. Yes, buy it now best offer is what we're doing here. No, Steely Dan does not have FM. No FM on this one. I'm going to go ahead and sell it to David V. Unless you do want it, John, I'm going to sell it to David V for $28. But no, there's no FM on that. And if you do want it, though, you can have it for the same price, but I'm going to go ahead and sell it to him. MG Sanchez got the Rolling Stones for $24. Yeah, this is a buy it now or best offer crate. One I just pulled over here from the back, going through random stuff. The Drifters Golden Hits, that's $19.99. Dylan and the Dead, $15, $15, $20. The singles are now at $32 with Ivan. Rebecca, they go back to you. Now Rebecca has them for $33. Sam Cooke Live with the Harlem Square Club, that's $49.99. Sam Cooke Live, Harlem Square Club, $49.99 on that. And we have Great Spirituals, the Malcolm Dodd Singers. That is $9.99. Great Spirituals and Hot Chocolate's Greatest Hits. Hot Chocolate's Greatest Hits. That is $19.99. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. And here's the Versatile Impressions, arranged and conducted by Johnny Pate. Versatile Impressions. And that is $29.99. All right, I'm ready to go grab that new crate of Japanese. I have actually sold off. If no one buys the last thing that hadn't sold is Jeff Beck over here. But before we go any further, this one was shown late, I guess, on Saturday night. This is on the only Japanese record left from last week. It's a John Lennon compilation called Shea Fish. I'm going to go ahead and start it for just $15. That way I know it will sell, and we can go ahead and put up something else. But there's John Lennon for a $15 start. Back to the buy it now best offer bin. The singles are now at $34. Dylan and the Dead is at $25. They're still battling over those three singles. We have Pushing On. This is Reverend Jesse Jackson, and this is $19.99 for Jesse Jackson. Also, we got Andrew Hawkins on the Hot Chocolate's Greatest Hits. Thank you, Andrew Hawkins. Bass kicking. Once on that Metallica waiting list with everybody else. That Metallica waiting list is for the Market Square Arena. And let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. I need to run this for 4 days. That is a live unofficial that we've been selling. Grateful Dead has another $25 bid and another $25 bid. And now John Lennon's at $15. These three singles are sold to Ivan R for $34. Let's grab a few more. Thank you, Rebecca, for letting me know you're out. And thank you, Ivan, for the bids. And here's the next three. And the next three are Boys something, and then Book Burner, and Born Dead Repetition. Those three are going to go up for a $10 start. Also, we have Realization, Johnny Rivers. This is $9.99. MT Matt helps me out there and gets the Jeff Beck, so that's sold. So that means all of yesterday's Japanese are sold. And the only one left over from last week is that one, and it will sell. Just saying. Now, the last thing we have here are... So, we got Hot Shot. We got Grateful Dead at 25. The first person who bid 25 was Randy Klein almost 3 minutes ago. And then somebody else bid 25, George Buchanan, or excuse me, George Burleson. George, there was already a bid for 25. Sid bid 15 on John Lennon. And then we have another bid on 15 for John Lennon. And then Jess Birdsong's on Buddy for 23. Buddy for 23 was for Buddy Miller. Is that for Buddy Miller? If so, that's sold to Jess Birdsongs for $23. John Lennon 16. The singles have bids for 10, 10. John Lennon's at 20. The singles has a bid for 12. Who is first on 25 of the Dead? Randy Klein. Randy Klein. Do you still have Thin Lizzy Boys Are Back in Town? I do. Jailbreak right here. Jailbreak. I have one, and there's about 10 more that's going to be shown tonight. Now, the singles are at 13. We have Brotherhood of Man, United We Stand. Brotherhood of Man is $19.99. And Procol Harum Live. Procol Harum is in shrink wrap. And this is on A&M Records, $19.99. And we have Make Love to Me, Julie London. Julie London is $19.99. Midnight Band, Gil Scott-Heron and Brian Jackson. No condition notes on this. Wow. $34.99. We're just seeing that in a crate. $34.99 on that. Next thing we had was John Lennon 16. The singles 13. Grateful Dead and the Dylan is at 26. David V offered 15 for the Drifters. For the Drifters Golden Hits, Under the Boardwalk. That's so to David V. Now John Lennon 21. Another $13 bid on the singles. Another $21 bid on John Lennon. And then William APM on London for 15. Thank you. Thin Lizzy's $34.99. Vinyl Me Please. That's $10 below what they were normally selling for on Vinyl Me Please website. So there's that. Next thing is the Grateful Dead's at 27. Dylan and Dead's at 28. So a lot of bidding activity going on. First thing is the Dixie Hummingbird, 16 great performances. That's $19.99. John Lennon is a compilation. It's called Shave Fish. It's near McMinus and Pristine. Imagine, Happy Xmas, War is Over, Mother, Number 9 Dream. That's a great compilation. That and then the John Lennon collection. Those are really good ones. So all night tonight, we got new Japanese. We got a whole crate of auctions Laura has prepared. We're going to have lots of 3 singles over and over and over. And then when all these are gone, honestly, I'm going to have to find the next, basically, batch of stuff to start auctioning. I got top 40 type stuff we can bundle. You know, we're going to have to get probably pretty creative. I might start selling singles, and it could be the most random singles in the world. I know these are pretty random sometimes as far as just different artists, but they're relatively in the same genre. I think for me to continue to start auctioning singles, it might be like Johnny Cash, Steely Dan, and I don't know, Chet Atkins. It could be something like just bizarre, but we've got them and we can keep auctioning them. But it's probably going to get into more like, I don't know. For me, it might be more stuff that I know, and I'm thinking that might tickle y'all's fancy a little bit more. We have MG Sanchez on Thin Lizzy, but we'll probably finish this batch tonight. And that's sold to MG Sanchez. All right, back to the Buy It Now Best Offer bin. The Detroit Emeralds Feel the Need. The Detroit Emeralds is $29.99. Rick James throwing down. Rick James is $19.99. And the Days of Future Past, I highly recommend the Moody Blues. And this is an OG US press. Very, very nice. $29.99 on the Moody Blues. That is a beautiful copy there. So John Lennon's at 24. The singles are 18. And Dylan and the Dead. Grateful Dead and Bob Dylan's at $31 with Dustin Honing. Dustin has that for $31, just so you know. Louis Prima, his greatest hits on Dot Records. That is $12.99. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer, just like Debbie Reynolds. This is $14.99, Debbie. And we have the very best of Julie London, $14.99. United Artists, it wasn't a cutout bin. It's got a clip corner. That's $14.99. Amanda's done on John Lennon. Sid may be getting it for $24. Final call. MT Matt, thank you on the Moody Blues. What an amazing journey to listen to. What a nice cover. I love the artwork too. Very incredible. The more I've looked at it over the years, I've seen more stuff and seen more stuff. There's the Knight. It's Knights in white satin, but every time I see the Knight, I think Knight in white satin. It's the different kind of Knight, though. All kinds of space stuff going on here, palm trees. I've looked at that for a long time. Now, we have Moody Blues 25, and that's with MT Matt. That sold Lonnie Jolly on Rick James for 14. Let's go ahead and sell that to Lonnie Jolly. Dylan the Dead's 32, and Mike Barlett, I'm going to sell you Julie London for $9.99. Are we done on the 3 singles? The last bid, Rebecca went out, so Michael Reed, those are sold to you for $18. Thank you. Let's go ahead and grab 3 more here, and the next 3 I have are Books Lie, Living Under Lies. We got Boots Beat Carnival, and we have Tom Verlaine, Kingdom Come, and David Bowie, Kingdom Come. Nice. A record store day split. David Bowie and Tom Verlaine. Tom Verlaine from television. Those 3 are going to go up for a $10 start. Those are now up for bid. Cream, their debut album, Fresh Cream, $34.99. Yellow Atco label, very nice, $34.99. And then Debbie, I think it's called Debbie. It's on a label called Jasmine, JAS 1512, $14.99. Debbie Reynolds. Next, the singles are at 10. They've already jumped up to 30. John Lennon is sold to Sid Blair for $24. Nice pickup there. And Dylan and the Dead is at $32. That's the high bid on that right now. Jason, I'm pretty sure those have not sold, but I will go ahead and put this up right now. This is a really cool record. This is a 1967 U.S. Indianapolis OG mono. Now, it's VG minus, but I think most people collect this for just what it is, especially the jacket. Look at this. Leonard Nimoy presents Mr. Spock's Music from Outer Space. Now, it is OG. It is mono because it's a spoken word record. Most spoken word records are in mono. It's VG minus, though, but we are going to put it up for a $10 start. $10 start on that. George Burleson bid $35 on the Dead. George Burleson bid $35 on the Dead, and then Randy, you bid $32. So Randy, you went backwards. George already had a bid in for $35. Now the singles are at $32, and now there's a bid for $25. And now the next record in here is the hits of Les Paul and Mary Ford. The hits of Les Paul and Mary Ford is $19.99. Hits of Les Paul and Mary Ford. Voices in Modern, the 4 Freshmen. This is $9.99. And Jeff Beck, Blow by Blow. Jeff Beck is $19.99. We have 2001, A Space Odyssey, $19.99. Space Odyssey soundtrack, $19.99. That is got the Ric Flair theme song. That has the Elvis Presley theme song, and it has the 2001 Space Odyssey theme song. Pretty Things, Savage Eye, $19.99 on Pretty Things, and Rare Earth, Get Ready, $29.99. Now, let's jump back over here and see what happened. The last thing that happened was Spock got a bid for 10, and then 11, and then Dylan and the Dead got a bid for 37. Then the singles got a bid for 36. Then Spock got a bid for 13, and then the singles got a bid for 40. And then we have an offer on 2001 for 15 with Robert Barnett. And Robert Barnett, that is sold to you. Thank you on that. Now, anything else? We got Dylan and the Dead, $38, George Burleson. And George, just so you know, you are now the high bidder, and Randy Klein, George Burleson now has it for $38. The last bid on Spock that came in, the last bid on Spock was Preston Rose at $13, and these 3 singles, the last bid was Kelly Vlodarchek at $40. We have Renaissance Prologue for $9.99. William, I missed out on your Debbie Reynolds. I forgot about you. Yes, and that's sold to William APM for $10. And William, let me go back up to where your comment was and make sure I didn't miss anything else. That's when I put down these singles and they had took off like a rocket because I mentioned the word David Bowie. I said the word David Bowie and everything took off like a rocket. So let me make sure I didn't miss anything. My feed just lit up with comments. Just whoosh, a whole page. It just moved and everything completely down. And now we sold William Debbie Reynolds for 10, Spock's at $15, and we got REO Speedwagon. REO Speedwagon is $19.99. B.B. King's 20 Greatest Hits. B.B. King is $19.99 for his 20 Greatest Hits. And Hall & Oates, Abandoned Luncheonette. Hall & Oates is $19.99. When the Morning Comes. Very, very nice. Hall & Oates, that's a clean copy, $19.99. Now Dylan and the Deads at $45. Billy Ray has not sold yet. The Rare Earth Get Ready is $29.99. Now this is a really unusual German press. It's on this German Motown label. It's very, very nice, $29.99. And then over here, Rebecca's out on the single, so those three are a final call, and those are a final call to Kelly Vladerchik for $40. They're still battling over Dylan and the Dead. And the high bid on Spock is with MT Matt over on YouTube. MT Matt has it for $15. The Nearness of You, Frank Sinatra. Frank is in Shrink, and he's $14.99. Blue Velvet, Tony Bennett. Blue Velvet is $9.99. And the Ames Brothers, Destination Moon. The Ames Brothers, really cool cover there. $19.99 on the Ames Brothers. And now Chad is going to take a drink of purple juice. Awesome. Purple juice, purple juice. Make sure this is what I want to do. Alright. Go ahead and get that going. All right. Awesome. So next thing we have is Spock at 14, Spock at 16, and then Mr. Gamecock Brotherhood 14. And that was for Brotherhood 14. What was that for? Brotherhood? Brotherhood, $14. Next is To Everything, Turn, The Birds. It's a beautiful 70s pressing, $24.99. Also, Michael Rudolph on Frank Sinatra for $10. That's sold to Michael Rudolph. And Harry Nilsson, son of Schmilson, with the poster, $24.99. And the Brothers Johnson, Out of Control. Brothers Johnson is $14.99. Okay, so Spock was at 15. Now it's at 16. Now it's at 17. Now, what about Dylan and Dead? Randy has it for $45. George Burleson's out. Final call to Randy Klein for $45. And then these three singles are sold to Kelly Vladerchik for $40. Now, let's put up three more. And the next three I have going up right now is a $10 start. We have Born Dead Icons, Block Party The Prayer, and Blood Type. And those three are going to go up for a $10 start. Those three are going to go up for a $10 start. Those are now up for bid. Okay, and I'm just going to read through these one more time very quickly. Make sure everybody is aware of what's going on. We have a lot more people watching when I started this crate. A great buy it now best offer. A great buy it now best offer. We have Spock. I have not heard back from John Durden, but we can sell Bob Dylan and The Dead, and this is sold to Randy Klein for $45. Okay, that's up for bid. So these three singles are right over here. Now they're at 10, and now they're at 10. Here's what's left in here. If you need a price, let me know. Eric Essex, Songs from the Deep. I've got two of those. Also got Charlie Hunter, Bing, Bing, Bing. If you need a price or more information, just let me know. Melvin Jackson, Funky Soul. Two of those remain. Julian Lage. And then No Scound, Scintilla. Candace Springs, Soul Eyes. James Montgomery, Duck Fever. Rick and Mick, Just Pilgrims. And the Rolling Stones was OG with the original Goathead Soup insert. EX $29.99. The new high bid on Spock is $18 with John Darden. Our next auction is going to go up for bid right now. And that next auction for bid right now, without further ado, is going to be Madonna. And Madonna is a 1984 USOG. It is in EX edition. And Madonna is going to go up for a $10 start. And this is Like a Virgin, a 12-inch single. D-Kong wants the Rolling Stones. Spock is at 18, 17, 19, and now 21 with MT Matt. Now these three singles are at 11 with David Smith. And Robert already bid 12. So Robert's at 12. Rebecca, you're out. And David Smith, you're out. We have Silver Laughter. Also had the band Rock of Ages. There is some cover damage up here. Vinyls and VG Plus. That's $17.99. Fleetwood Mac Heroes Are Hard to Find. That was OG $29.99. Nina Simone Black Gold, a 1970 Rockaway press. Nina Simone is $49.99. $49.99. We have Come to Me Softly, Jimmy James and the Vagabonds, Sam Cooke Live, Great Spirituals, The Versatile Impressions, Reverend Jesse Jackson, Johnny Rivers, Realization, Brotherhood of Man, Procol Harum, Midnight Band, Gil Scott-Heron, Brian Jackson. Kind of surprised this is still available, $34.99. Cant Springs, the price on this is Buy It Now Best Offer. It is EX $54.99. EX $54.99. Now Madonna's at 10, Spock 21, Spock 22. Madonna has another $10 bid. Madonna has another $12 bid. Spock got another $22 bid. Now the singles are at 13. And now Madonna has another $12 bid. We have a request for Lambert, and we got a request for Gary Bartz. I'll get those on deck. And now Madonna's at 15. Also, we got the Dixie Hummingbirds, Detroit Emeralds. We got Louis Prima, his greatest hits, Fresh Cream, the hits of Les and Mary, Voices in Modern, the Four Freshmen, Jeff Beck, nice copy in shrink wrap, Jeff Beck Blow by Blow, and it's in quad too. Wow, we didn't even denote that on the label. It's in quad. $19.99 for Jeff Beck, Pretty Thing Savage Eyes, Renaissance Prolonged. We have REO Speedwagon. Next is Neil Reigler gets the Gil Scott-Heron for $28. Rare Earth has no condition notes. Surprised REO is still there. BB King's 20 Greatest Hits, great Hall & Notes album. Rare Earth just has a little bit of writing here and on the label, but empty matte, it's very nice. Phil Freeman on KS for $35. That was this here, Candace Springs. I will think about it. What's it marked? $54.99. Also, David Hoy was interested. David said $32. Let me put it right over here and see what's going on. David asked about it first, technically. Over here, Spock is at 25 with Sid Blair. Still bidding on Spock. Now Madonna's at 16. Debbie Winstead, I'm going to go ahead and sell you the Jeff Beck for 15. That's so to Debbie Winstead. Now Empty Matte, I'm going to go ahead and sell you Rare Earth for 26. Now Madonna's at 17. What about these three singles? These three singles, the last bid on these, Robert went out. These are with David Smith at $13. David Smith has those for $13. And now we have Mr. Spock at 25. Also, we have Blue Velvet, Tony Bennett for $9.99. I will sell Candace for $40. That will be $15 off. It was marked $55. And I guess David Hoy, you got first dibs at 40. And then we'll see if David Hoy, and then who was next here? Phil Freeman. I'm at 40. I'm at 40 on Candace. It was marked $54.99. And then next is Spock out. Now Madonna's at 18. The Ames Brothers is still available. So is the Birds, Nielsen, and the Brothers Johnson. Really nice 70s pressing here of the Birds, jacket and vinyl. Very, very nice. Madonna's at 18. Now John Darden's out on the Spock. Sid, you may be getting it for $25. It's a going once, and it's a going twice to you. It's a going a once, and it's a going a twice. Okay? Let's see what's going on over here. This, and now this. Okay. Now, let's get into a crate of new vinyl. First is the Birds. It's $24.99. Okay? Price and tracks on Brothers Johnson. $14.99. Brothers Johnson is Out of Control, Save Me, Tokyo Days, It's All Over Now. You Keep Me Coming Back, Love Us Forever, Do You? Let's Try This Again, I Came Here to Party. In shrink, $14.99. How much was the Birds? $24.99. All right, I have our first crate of new vinyl right over here, which is the first thing I'm going to do is a big pre-order. And then there's at least the next three things are probably waiting list. But I actually forgot about this pre-order. I forgot about this pre-order, so here it is. This is Candace Springs, and this is sold to David Hoy for $40. Thank you, David. That's sold to you for $40. Appreciate that. Next is Patrick Lear. I'm going to sell him the Sam Cooke for $35. So many great titles still left in that bin. That's sold to Patrick for $35. Jeremy Merck on BB15. Jeremy Burke, BB15. BB King, sold to Jeremy Merck for $15. Mason gets the Birds for $20. Robin Glenn gets the Brothers Johnsons for $10. These three singles are sold to David Smith for $13. Spock is sold to Sid Blair for $25. Live long and prosper, Spock. Live long and prosper, Sid. Madonna. The last bit on Madonna. This is a 12-inch single, Like a Virgin. It's a 12-inch single. And the last bit on Madonna that came in was Mason at $20. And it's a final call. We got 2 auction requests pretty heavily. The first one is Lambert. Music from the original soundtrack of the Jen Henson film. This is OG. And we don't get it very often. And I think there's some people on the edge of their seat ready for this moment. This is a 1986 US original in shrink wrap. There's a couple feelers on side A that causes crackles and pops, but no skips. $25 start. $25 start. It's now up for bid. And then evidently there's a Gary Bartz in here. We got some really cool auctions tonight. Laura's done a really good job keeping it like balanced with variety and just all kinds of different cool stuff over here. Here's Gary Bartz. It's a 1973 USOG, an original press on Prestige, still in the shrink and the vinyls EX. Gary Bartz, Into You Troop, I've known Rivers and Other Bodies. That is in shrink, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. Now, trying to find this pre-order. Sorry. Motorhead. Here it is. Okay, Motorhead. So this is a new pre-order. This is Motorhead, self-titled, a 50th anniversary edition. To celebrate Ace's 50th birthday, we serve up Motorhead's classic debut album along with 7 alternative mixes. Throw in Kid City or City Kids and the Beer Drinkers EP, and you have Metallic Rock and Roll Overkill. The debut album for Motorhead, reissued, comes out this Friday. It was originally supposed to come out April 4th. It was pushed back to June 6th. And here is Motorhead. And here's the pre-order. First is Matt Lawson. These are $39.99. $39.99. Matt Lawson, James Bragg, and Scott Smith. James Bragg and Scott Smith. Thank you, James Bragg. Thank you, Scott Smith. Scott Markheim and Brian D. Leon. Scott Markheim and Brian D. Leon. And now we got Kenny Cates Jr. and Dwayne Sevilla. We got Kenny Cates Jr. and Dwayne Sevilla. Darren Wallace and Matt Algram. Darren Wallace and Matt Algram. And let me pause there to see where we're at on these auctions. The most recent thing was Madonna was at $20, and I did a final call, so I'm looking for new bids. And then we had next Madonna at 21. Lambert is at 45. Lambert is at 46. Madonna's at 21 again. Lambert at 50. Gary Bartz 42. Bartz is a gatefold jacket. Yes, it is a gatefold jacket. It is in shrink though. It is in shrink. It's got a little bit of a ding up here on top of the jacket, but the cover's in shrink, so you really can't get to the gatefold unless you take the shrink off. No poster with Lambert. And now, let me say, so just so everybody knows, there are multiple new bids on Madonna. So, Edwin, you're out. The high bid is George Jones at $21. Also on Motorhead, we got Jen Cast and Fred Cardinale. Jen Cast and Fred Cardinale. This was pushed back almost 2 months, I think, due to demand. That's usually what happens with these. They say they're going to make something. They're like, holy crap, a bunch of people want these. Paul Conway and Jamie McCord. Paul Conway and Jamie McCord. And then Ken Crooker and Jeremiah Stasich. Ken Crooker and Jeremiah Stasich. There's one for Ken Crooker. There's one for Jeremiah Stasich. And then we got one for Kelly Gabney. We got one for Kelly Gabney. There we have it. So I have those many. I have that many extra Motorheads. And we got Matt Lawson, James Bragg, Scott Smith, Scott Markheim, Brian DeLeon, Kenny Case Jr., Dwayne Sevilla, Darren Wallace, Matt Algram, Jen Cast, Fred Cardinale, Paul Conway, Jamie McCord, Ken Crooker, Jeremiah Stasich, and Kelly Gabney. That was 16 of them. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. Make sure I pulled them all out. So if anybody else wants a Motorhead, self-titled, $39.99. The first person who commented live here is we sold one to Robert Lee Bunch. Thank you, Robert Lee Bunch. That is sold to you. That is sold to you. And then Caleb Howell, this is sold to you. Caleb Howell, thank you. That's sold to you on Motorhead. And then over here, we have Scully Mack on Motorhead. Scully Mack on Motorhead. That is sold to Scully Mack. Okay, and then we've got 2, 4, 6 copies still left. Jerry Stone wants one. Motorhead self-titled, new 50th anniversary edition. That right there is how many we have left. Next, I've got Kicks, and this is Cool Kids. And this is on white vinyl. And this is actually a nut or gold vinyl. I think this one's gold vinyl. Yeah, this is gold. Kicks, Cool Kids. And that is $39.99. $39.99 for Kicks, Cool Kids. That is new for Friday. Now, they put these out quite often. Different colors, and Friday Music kind of always presses to demand. So like if you look up Kicks Cool Kids, there's like 9 SKUs where they've pressed probably white and blue and gold, and then they press more white and then they press more gold. But almost every time they do it as a pre-order with different SKUs. And so there is more Kicks, and this time gold vinyl, but they're always limited edition. Debbie Winstead also wants a Motorhead. That is sold to Debbie Winstead, and Gary Bartz is at 87. So we hadn't updated Lambert in a long time. The last bid on Lambert that came in, that's now the high bid, is Kelly Vlodarchek at $50. It is a final call. Gary Bartz is at 87 with John Dodd, and Madonna, Edwin Blom bid $22. I have not heard back from George Jones. George, you're outbid on Madonna. It's at $22. Our next 3 singles are going to go up right now. We got Blind Spot Mod. We got Blood for Blood Enemy and Bread and Water Future Memories. Those 3 singles are going to go up for a $10 start. Jorge Enriquez also wants a Motorhead. That is sold to Jorge Enriquez. And then I've got 3 copies here, a new restock of the Sacred Mushroom, which is a rare psych record they just put back into print. Sacred Mushroom is $33.99. $33.99 on the Sacred Mushroom. This next release has been quite popular. I don't know if it was even really, I guess at one point I had it for a pre-order and I just don't remember it. And then I saw them in stock and I was like, it's been a long time since I've shown those. And since I've had it, we have sold a bunch of them. And there's 4 people on a waiting list, and that's for this right here. Transformers the movie, the original motion picture soundtrack, Transformers the movie, and this is got people like Lion and Weird Al Yankovic, and this is numbered, and it's on unicorn colored vinyl, and they are $39.99. And the waiting list was Susie Breedlove, Mark Fallon, the Vlodarcheks, and Chad Van Horn. So Susie Breedlove, Mark Fallon, Vlodarchek, and Chad Van Horn. There are 4 sold. 1, 2, 3, 4. And now I've got 3 left if anybody else wants one. And that has officially really filled up my next crate, like really full. Oh my gosh, what's happened over here with my phone? my phone's connected. If you touch two iPhones together, they do something crazy. Like, especially if it's on the same account, iCloud, they like link together. It happens to me all the time because I carry 2 and sometimes 3 phones, and it really messes me up sometimes. They like merge, and then it's like they're mirrored. It's really weird. That just happened to me. Okay, so Transformers is $39.99, and that taking care of everybody there. Let me go get a new empty crate. I'm almost going to take a couple of these. No, they're packed in there pretty good. Okay. So to kind of give you an idea of how much we sold today, I think Jack that helps us out with alphabetical order, I think Jack has spent 16 hours putting stuff in alphabetical order already this week. 16 hours on the clock putting sold records in alphabetical order. And Tanner said he spent 5, almost 6 hours putting CDs in alphabetical order. And that's alphabetical order by y'all's buying name. So collectively, CDs and albums have taken over 20 hours to put everything we sold last week in alphabetical order, so they can sort it for pulling for invoicing. Just think about that. Almost a day straight after you count other miscellaneous stuff we've sold. It will take collectively 24 straight hours to put all the stuff we sold in alphabetical order by buyer's name, so we can pull it for shipping when they start shipping that stuff later this week. So it's amazing how much we've already sold for this week to keep on that same pace. And with that, I just want to say thank you to all the great people at Coleco. But that is amazing how much time we have to put in. That tells me we have sold a lot. Tanner's like, we sold a lot last week, just pure quantity wise. So thank y'all for that. I mean, y'all see how many CDs we've been selling. It took a lot. And yes, I did see Mushroom. I hadn't got down to the bottom yet. Gary Bartz was at 87. Madonna was at 23. The singles are at 11. The singles are at 20. Madonna 24. Gary Bartz 90. Edwin Blom got Mushroom. That's sold to Edwin Blom. And then the next thing over here is Madonna at 25. Jerry Stone wants Transformers. Manish Puri on Transformers. And now we got Edwin Blom 26. Kicks was $39.99. And Madonna is at 30. And now we got Lambert. And now Lambert is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek for $50. Gary Bartz is moving to a final call. It was between John Dodd and David Hoy. John Dodd's out. David Hoy has this for $90. Some of our jazz people already on tonight. These singles are now a final call. These 3 singles are a final call. And that's with David Smith for $20. And Madonna's at 30 with George Jones. Here's what's left in this bin. The new reissue of Motorhead's self-titled album, $39.99. Kicks is on Gold Vinyl, Cool Kids. That's $39.99. We have the Sacred Mushroom, $33.99. Reissue of a Rare Psych album, 2 left. And Transformers is $39.99. Let's get that one sold so we can get another waiting list going. Stan Bush is also on there. That's on Unicorn, like multicolored colored vinyl. It's pretty cool looking how they've done it. I'm going to go ahead and set these right over here next to me. If anybody decides you do want a Motorhead, a Kicks, Sacred Mushroom, or a Transformers, let me know. We got 3 more crates of new vinyl to do. And we already have over here behind me this huge backlog of other crates. And I'm going to go ahead and do like I've been doing to expedite and to help go through a lot of this stuff faster. I have already this incredible backlog of stuff that John's marked. And I'm going to try my best to go ahead and start going through some of that. Buy it now or best offer. And I've already got the hot pictures for Thursday night. I know we still got to do tomorrow. But I've already got the hot pictures ready to show y'all for some stuff we're going to be selling Thursday night. And so I wanted to go ahead and share some of that with y'all so you can go ahead and get prepared. I had Laura give it to me a day early because I'm going to post it early in the morning on the main page. And then I'm going to go ahead and let everybody know what we're selling featured auctions on Thursday night. Just so y'all know, okay? Now, I think it's time to end some auctions for sure and put up all new stuff. We got basically... It is 7:30 right now. I'll be here till 1:30 a.m. I'll be here till 1:30 a.m. Central Time tonight. It will be nothing but new arrivals, new vinyl, new arrivals vintage, discount bins, and auctions for until 1:30 a.m. So essentially for the next 6 hours. Hope y'all can stay with me. That's what's going to be going on. Hopefully you're here with me the entire time. If you're off and on, that's okay too. About the last hour of the sale, I'll try to blitz in some CDs like we did last night. These 3 are sold, and I've got a bunch of singles. We're going to try to knock all those rest of these out. Let's go ahead and get new stuff. David Smith, that's sold to you for 20. And then the Gary Bartz is sold to David Hoy for 90. Thank you on that, David Hoy. And then the Madonna, Edwin Blom went out. That's sold to George Jones for 30. All right, now the Transformers is sold to Mike Helton. He asked first and he got it. And now let's put Michael Rudolph on a waiting list. All right, there's that and there's that. And here we go. We got a request for Richard Petty and Billy Ray Cyrus. You know what? I might can just go ahead and do that because the board's cleared and there hadn't been many other requests. If you're looking for something, let me know. I'll get it worked in. It's that time of the night to do just about any kind of request. Billy Ray Cyrus is pretty dang rare. I've had it before. But first here is Meet Richard Petty. This is a really cool record here. I've already got one of these or I would be keeping it. It's a 1970 US. The only time it's ever been pressed, and it has the book that came with it. It's in shrink and it's a nice copy, VG++ EX. Let's start, wow, this is really cool. Let's start Richard Petty at $25. Meet Richard Petty. What a cool deal here. So it has a book with it, with photos. I don't want to ruin it too much. I'll let y'all flip through it and kind of experience what's going on here when you buy it. But that's really cool. It's a $25 start. The cover's in shrink and overall not a bad copy. So that's up for bid. George Jones, you got the Madonna single for $30. There's Richard Petty. That is a Plymouth Roadrunner. That's on my grail list to get one of those in jet black. They're only about $180,000, I think. Maybe one day y'all will gift me one. If anybody wants to ever buy me anything, you can buy me a black Plymouth Roadrunner. Just mint condition, not a spot on it. OG. We have Billy Ray Cyrus, Some Gave All. Billy Ray Cyrus is a 1992 USOG Columbia Club. This is the only time this record's ever been pressed in vinyl. This record here has never been reissued, and it was never sold in stores. Never sold in stores. Billy Ray Cyrus, Some Gave All. This is a 1990 US original, no condition notes, and this is a $75 start. $75 start for Billy Ray Cyrus. $75 on Billy Ray Cyrus. $750. $250. Well, I was thinking about what I would pay for it so I could flip it and make some money. Y'all were talking retail. Yeah, they are a lot more than that. I think they're, I don't know, I guess it depends on what kind of condition it is, but yeah, they're crazy expensive. Okay, cars are insane. I watched that Barrett Jackson, and oh my gosh, just one after another. If y'all want, there's a lot of action here sometimes on Coletco, but have y'all ever seen these car auctions? Oh my gosh, 100,000, 150,000, $500,000, $250,000, 180,000, 90,000, 80,000, 150, and they're selling them like every 60 seconds. I'm like, man, maybe I should start live streaming car auctions. Next thing we have is Elvis Costello. Elvis Costello, Get Happy, in shrink wrap, 20 hits, $24.99. Elvis Costello, $24.99. Elvis Costello. We got George Harrison self-titled, $24.99 for George Harrison. And Don McLean, Bye Bye Miss American Pie. Drove a Chevy to the levee. $24.99 on Don McLean. W.C. Fields, his original voice tracks. And this has the W.C. Fields poster. That is $24.99. And Stevie Wonder, Music of My Mind. Stevie Wonder is $26.99. Stevie Wonder. Billy Ray Cyrus is a $75 start. I expect Billy Ray Cyrus to bring over $100. And yes, Laura made a great new point. This does have Achy Breaky Heart on it. Achy Breaky Heart. This is it. $75 start. I think the last one, I remember we had one, man, I feel like the last one I started for over $100. The last time we had one of these, I want to feel like we started it for over $100. So, Billy, we will never get that album in. That's like, I've maybe had 5 out of the 2.3 million records I've bought and sold. That is about the only handful I can count on my left hand how many times I've had it. We have back up at the top, we got Richard Petty at 25, Richard Petty at 38, Richard Petty at 40, Richard Petty at 42. We got Richard Petty at 45 and Rebecca Howard on WC Fields. Let's keep going right through here. Next thing is Billy Joel's 52nd Street, $14.99. These are all bought now best offer. And unbelievable, there's still Billy Joel, Stevie Wonder, Don McLean, George Harrison, and Elvis Costello. Styx Cornerstone is $19.99. Styx Cornerstone, we got Steppenwolf Monster. Steppenwolf is $19.99. Tanya Tucker, she is in $14.99 for TT. Diodato Prelude, speaking of the Ric Flair and Elvis theme song, it's also on this album, $19.99. Richard Petty's at $43. And now Michael Rudolph, you're going to get Billy Joel for $10. And now we have Big Top Circus Music. Circus Music is $14.99. Prism, small change. Prism is $14.99. Billy Ray Cyrus, going once, going twice for $75. And that's with Cody Wright. $75 on Billy Ray Cyrus. Rico Kasich, Beatitude. Rico Kasich is $9.99. And Chicago. And this one's just called Chicago. It's a 2LP, $19.99 on Chicago. $19.99. Rico Kasich, Beatitude, did I just show that? I think I did. That's $9.99. And the Pointer Sisters, that's a plenty. $9.99. Richard Petty's at $43 with John Durden. Going once, going twice. Here's our next three singles. Black Rebel Motorcycle Club. How about we got Blags. And then we have Black Sheep, Tri-County Sheep. First time available in the U.S. Those three are going to go up for a $10 star. Black Rebel Motorcycle Club, Blags, Balgkss, and Black Sheep. Those three for a $10 star. Are we done on Richard Petty? Diodato was $19.99. We're going through a buy it now best offer bin. We have, there it is, another one. Holy moly, Waking and Dreaming, Orleans. There it is. Elton John, Breaking Hearts is $19.99. And Pure Prairie League, Can't Hold Back. Pure Prairie League, $14.99. This is the Pure Prairie League era that had Vince Gill on lead vocals. And the singles are now at $10 with Robert. Hammers up on Billy Ray Cyrus. It was just one bid for $75, about to sell it. Def Leppard Greatest Hits is still available, yes. Elvis Costello is $24.99. We have Tennessee Ernie Ford invites you to come to the fair. That's $9.99. And the Pretenders, Learning to Crawl, Back on the Chain Gang, $24.99. Elvis Roustabout is a 64 Rockaway press. Elvis is $29.99. And Hank Williams, Greatest Hits, that's in shrink for $24.99. And the Andrews Sisters, The Best Of, that's a Gatefold 2LP, $14.99. Final call on those singles for $10. And we have David Crosby, If I Could Only Remember My Name. PR Richmond Press, it looks like it is very nice. It is $39.99. Cody, I've given it every possibility I could. I was thinking this would be bid up well over $100, but it is sold to you for $75. Thank you. And now Richard Petty. I think it's been up for a long time, and John Durden's had it for $43, and it's sold to John Durden for $43. Thank you, John Durden. That's so to you. Robert has those three singles, including a Black Rebel Motorcycle Club. And everything in here is buy it now or best offer. All you got to do is buy them or make an offer. All you got to do is buy them or make an offer. That's what we're doing here. The next auction is going to go up for bid right now. And it's the Rolling Stones, Around and Around. The Rolling Stones is a 1976 German reissue compilation in VG Plus condition. That's a $15 start. That's a $15 start. Chad Carroll had Richard Petty at $45 about 4 minutes ago. And then he says, John can have it. I think someone had Richard Petty at $45. What's happened here? Carol Puckett had Richard Petty at $45. John Durden bid $43. I thought that was the high bid because they got out of order. David V wants a Def Leppard Greatest Hits. Let me go ahead and pull that right now. Let me figure out what I've done with those, David. I guess they're right here next to me. If anybody else wants a story so far, let me know. Is this buy it now best offer? Yes. The 45 says a bid for $12. Rebecca passes on Diodato. What label is Pure Prairie League on? Pure Prairie League Can't Hold Back, $14.99. Should be on RCA, yes. Very clean copy on that. And then these singles have another bid for $10. They're already at $12. And then he said he had Richard Petty for $45. And then, did I hear Def Leppard's greatest hits? Now the singles are 13. Carol says John Can Have It for 43. Craig Ruth, The Pretenders, is So Do You for $15. And then Von Stom has Rolling Stones at 15. Flag on Petty. And then Def Leppard Sold. What is the price on Def Leppard? So let me ask Carol Puckett this. Carol, do you want me to put back up Richard Petty and y'all continue bidding? Or do you want me to sell it to John for 43? It's up to Carol. He had the high bid. It got out of order, and I never did see it. So it's up to Carol. We'll sell it to John for 43, or we'll put it back up, and they can keep on bidding, which will make it fair game for anybody. So we'll see what's going on there. Now, the next question was Def Leppard greatest hits. Okay, that's this right here. These are $44.99. I've got one left and it just sold. The story so far, Def Leppard, the best of. If anybody goes on a waiting list, you will be billed on Monday. These are in stock and I can get them. You will get one. They will be billed when you get an invoice Monday. Just let me know. They'll be here on Thursday or Friday. This one is sold to David V. Todd, I'm going to put you on a waiting list. And Joe, if you want one, just let me know. He says sell it to John. John got the Richard Petty for 43. Next is Def Leppard is a waiting list. Now Elvis for 25. So the first thing I got to do is sell Pure Prairie League to Rob and Glenn for 10. We got to show Black Sheep. Black Sheep, it said there's a sticker somebody put first time on USA Mercury. The record that can still summon the fun of a hip-hop club in 1991. Black Sheep, Tri-County Sheep, Caveman Funky Organ Short Mix. Now, the last bid that came in on those three singles was Robert Warner at 13. Von Stom's the only bidder on the Rolling Stones for 15. We sold Rob and Glenn Pure Prairie for 10. And then George Samberes on Elvis for $25. George Samberes on Elvis for $25. Todd says he never wants on any waiting list. Now, I view that as a really bad decision, but I'll let you make your own decisions. Elton John, A Single Man. Elton John is $19.99. Elton John, $19.99. And George Jones, this is duets. That's $19.99 for George Jones. Tanya Tucker's Greatest Hits. That is $14.99. Delta Dawn. And Vern Godson, You've Got Somebody. That is $14.99. Everything in here is buy it now best offer. Willie Nelson, Without a Song. Willie is $14.99. And Girls Next Door, that is $9.99. Also, James Taylor JT, that's $14.99. And REO Speedwagon, Wheels Are Turning. Can't Fight This Feeling anymore. Rolling Stones is sold to Von Stom for $15. Now, these three singles have a new bid. And these new singles are at 15 with Amanda Darby. Next thing I have over here going up for auction right now is David Bowie Space Oddity. You heard me correctly. David Bowie Space Oddity. This is a late 70s pressing on this black RCA label. It does have the original inner sleeve. Ground Control to Major Tom. Your circuit's dead. Can you hear me, Major Tom? Very nice jacket. Previously released as Man of Words, Man of Music. That's going to go up for a $30 start. $30 start on that. Next thing is George Jones at $10. George Jones is sold to Chad Davis, if you want it, Chad, for $15. $15 on that. These three singles are sold officially to Amanda Darby for $15. Joe DeGaldo goes on the Def Leppard waiting list. And Vern Gotts until the end, $14.99. Vern Gotts until the end. Now, Todd, I'm a salesman, so what I'm trying to explain to you is if you tell me right now you want a Def Leppard, it's as good as buying it right now. There'll be no waiting except for the next about 48 hours. They keep Def Leppard in stock for sure. Like I know I can get them. I'll even look it up. What I'm saying is I usually tell people if you go on a waiting list, I typically 9 times out of 10 can tell you when it's actually going to be here at the store. So I always try to tell people, if I can be the best salesman I can be, I'll let you know for sure when it's going to be here. And what I'm telling you is if you let me sell you a Def Leppard, the Def Leppards will be here on Thursday. They will be here on Thursday. It's like a guarantee. It's like you're buying it right now. David Bowie 30, David Bowie 35, David Bowie 35, David Bowie 40. Jason late on the singles, and now David Bowie 36. The Doors, Waiting for the Sun. This is in VG condition. It's $24.99. And then the next thing I had was Robin Glenn REO Speedwagon is $19.99. Chad Davis, if you want the George Jones for $15, let me know. And now we have, I just showed the Doors, and we have Redbone Potlatch, VG Plus $19.99. Boom. That's what I like to see. Todd says he'll take a Def Leppard. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at them like right now. I was going to make sure. I was like, I'm going to make sure, like, for sure, I know I'm going to get them, and they'll be here. And they will be. Yeah, it will be. It'll be a guarantee. You got it. And those are $44.99. If anybody else wants one, let me know. We also have Procol Harum's Greatest Hits, a wider shade of pale, EX $17.99. Shh, by 10 Years After, that's VG Plus for $14.99. Carole King's Tapestry, this is EX for $22.99. And Mike Oldfield, The Consciousness of Indecisions. Mike Oldfield is EX $12.99. Robin Glenn offered $15 on REO Speedwagon. That's sold to Robin Glenn for $15. Now David Bowie is $41. Redbone does not have Come and Get Your Love on it. No, unfortunately it does not. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It's Moby Grape. And Moby Grape is the original uncensored cover. Moby Grape is the 1967 Pittman OG uncensored cover where he's giving everybody the finger. The finger. There's the finger. It does have a little bit of cover damage right there. No poster with it. So the vinyl is OG 67 stereo, VG minus. And this is a $10 start. Kelly says flag on REO Speedwagon. Let me see what happened then. Up here, I had Robin Glenn ask the price on REO Speedwagon. And then Robin Glenn asked the price on REO Speedwagon. And then Craig offered $15. And Robin offered $15. And Kelly says flag on REO Speedwagon. No, Robin asked the price first. David Bowie $50. And then What George Jones. We got BB King. This is EX Edition $17.99. King of the Blues, BB King, EX $17.99. And we have Catch Bull at 4, that's EX $12.99. Cat Stevens and Alan Parsons Project Pyramid, VG Plus $12.99. So REO Speedwagon is sold to Robin Glenn for $15. The David Bowie is a final call with David V for $50. And the Moby Grape, I don't know if I said it or not, is a $15 start. Moby Grape is the 67 Pittman OG VG minus, a $15 start on that. Now David Bowie's at 15. Jeremy Merck said he'll do 15 on the BB King. That's so to Jeremy Merck. Thank you. Also, we have the Beach Boys Surfs Up. Beach Boys Surfs Up's VG Plus $14.99. And Bob Seger Against the Wind, VG $12.99. And then Santana Self-Titled. This is EX $22.99 on that. Now, the first thing we have is Bowie 55. We sold BB King. Jesse Roan on MG for 15. And MG for 15 was for MG for 15. MG for 15. MG for 15. Moby Grape, that's a bid. MG for 15, that's Moby Grape. Doors 12. Motorhead Kicks, Def Leppard, Alan Parsons 9. Wow, Solarplex coming in with all kinds of stuff. My best price on the VG Doors will be $20. And then we have Motorhead. Solarplex wants a Motorhead. Solarplex wants a Kiss. And he wants on the Def Leppard wait list with everybody else. So Solarplex gets a Motorhead. Solarplex gets a Kicks. Let's put them on the waiting list for Def Leppard and Alan Parsons 9. So I will go ahead and sell you Alan Parsons for 9. The Doors is $20. It's Mark VG $24.99. Todd Saw gets the Bob Seger. And then somebody else wanted Alan Parsons already. I've already said $9. What have I done with it? Did I already put it in the bin? Yeah, I've already sold it to Solarplex for 9. And then Bob Seger's already sold. Bob Seger's already sold. And then Jeff Mawitz on Santana for 16. Now, MG Sanchez wants the Doors for 20. I'll make sure that Solarplex doesn't want it first. And now Chad's going to take a drink of purple juice and put more singles up for bid. Boy, this is a dangerous drink. Folks, be aware before trying purple juice. I'm just going to go ahead and warn you. Keep this away from your kids. Heck, I wouldn't even allow it around my dog. Okay, there's been some absolute bidding war on David Bowie. I'm not surprised. I have a whole crate of Japanese I'm about to bring closer. I knew I stayed up too late. When I got home, they had already picked up the garbage this morning at my house. And when I was laying down for bed, I was like, dang, I got to get up in like 4 hours. And I still had all this stuff to do. I was like, oh no, what have I done? I'm really relying on the purple juice tonight. So, the first thing is, did somebody else ask about the doors? No, MG Sanchez was first. So, MG, that is sold to you for $20. And then, the high bid on David Bowie right now, Space Oddity. So let's go over this again. The David Bowie Space Oddity is a late 70s RCA pressing. The vinyl is really nice. Ground Control to Major Tom. George Samberez has it for $55. I'm about to sell it to him. Moby Grape is the OG uncensored cover. VG minus. OG, the middle finger was later airbrushed out. It's got one bid for $15 to Jesse Rome. Okay? Now, Craig, that has already been addressed. Robin Glenn asked the price on REO Speedwagon, and then y'all both made offers at the same time. She asked the price, and then when y'all submitted offers, it appeared yours come in first, because it did, but she had already asked the price, and therefore it goes to her. That's what happened there. Back to the Buy It Now Best Offer bin. Bruce Springsteen, The River, VG Plus $24.99, and Jimmy Buffett, White Sport Coat and Pink Crustacean. Jimmy Buffett is VG Condition $9.99. This was a John crate. It might have even been gone through before. That's why I went ahead and did them best offer. These were non-check condition, and the front half was check condition titles. But Craig, I will be on the lookout for another REO Speedwagon. We should have dozens of those. I bet if I had Laura spend the next 3 weeks going through the back, looking through records, I bet she could fill up a whole crate of that exact REO Speedwagon album. I know we have more. I'll be on the lookout for them. We got Black ABBA, we got Black X, and we got Blood Runs Red. Those 3 singles for a $10 start. Those 3 singles at a $10 start. We have Jay Giles Freeze Frame, VG Condition $9.99. Moving with Nancy. Nancy Sinatra's in VG Condition, $12.99. Jamie Kendall, I'm going to sell you Carole King for $20. Now David Bowie's at $70. And now Jesse Rome, you get Moby Grape for $15. Let's keep these auctions rolling. Let's keep the auctions rolling. Those 3 singles, there'll be 3 up all night until they're all sold. They're going to be all sold tonight. Next auction is going to go up right now. And this is Sinead's O'Connor, The Lion and the Cobra. And Sinead is an 87 U.S. Carrollton original, OG top copy with the original sleeve and shrink wrap. I like those words Laura used, top copy. That's going to go up for a $35 start. David Bowie's at $70. Robin Glenn on Jay Giles for $7. Let's go back and find that. And that sold to Robin Glenn for $7. And then Craig Ruth was second. So that is sold. And now we have Bowie at $76. There's Nancy Sinatra again. Whoops. There's Bob Seger, The Distance. He's in VG Condition, $12.99. Court and Spark, Joni Mitchell. That's EX Condition, $17.99. Janis Joplin Pearl is VG Plus, $24.99. Janis Joplin Pearl, Move Over, Cry Baby, Me and My Bobby McGee, Mercedes-Benz, VG Plus, $24.99. And the Bob Seger System, VG Condition, $19.99. Ramblin' Gamblin' Man, and that is the OG label, which I don't see as often, VG, $19.99. Andrew Hawkins on Seger, that is sold. And now We have David Bowie, George Samberes 76. Now it's at 86 with David V. Now it's at 86. And now these 3 singles are a final call for $10. Sinead O'Connor's a $35 start. No bids yet. Pink Floyd, if that's PF meaning Pink Floyd, it has not. Chad, I'm looking for a complete set of the Kiss Soul albums, new, not OGs, if you have any around. Do you want them on picture disc or do you want them on black vinyl? And then Robin Glenn offered JJ for 10, Joni Mitchell, or Janis Joplin. Janis Joplin, that will Robin would be $20 if you want it. VG Plus $24.99. I'll sell it to you for $20. Chad Davis on BS, and that's for Bob Seger, I'm assuming. Thank you on that. And then Pearl, somebody offered 15. I'm at 20. And then Petra on JB for 7. And is that for Jimmy Buffett? Is that for Jimmy Buffett, Petra? And then David Bowie's at $96. Janis Joplin was VG Plus condition, $24.99. And then REO Speedwagon, Good Trouble. EX edition, $17.99 for REO Speedwagon. And then this is Grand Funk Phoenix, VG $9.99. Joni Mitchell, Ladies of the Canyon, VG $12.99. The Grateful Dead, Shakedown Street. And George Burleson has asked me a couple times, do I have any more Grateful Deads? And I don't think there's any more going up for auction. And George, I hadn't been ignoring you, but honestly, I don't know much of what's over here in the auction bin, but I've been looking. I've been peeking. There is an OG Shakedown Street for $24, and the Pretenders back on the chain gang, EX $17.99. So the first thing was we sold Bob Seger, and then Janis Joplin Pearl. There's been 2 offers. I'm at $20 on it, though. We have a new buyer, Petra Pfeiffer, on the Jimmy Buffett for 7. Petra, thank you. Now, what I need you to do, please, is send our Facebook page a message with your email address and mailing address. Welcome all first-time buyers. I just need you to send us a message with your email address and your mailing address. $8 in limited shipping. Tuesday night is a great night to buy from us. You've got all tonight, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, $8 in limited shipping. Welcome to the Collectco family. That is so to you. And anybody else out there that wants to jump in the fire, welcome. Sinead did get a bid for $35. Now David Bowie's at $99. Scully Mack said he'll take the Janis Joplin for $20. And then Chad says he wanted... it was the red cover on Bob Seger, okay? So he did not want Ramblin' Gamblin' Man. Ramblin' Gamblin' Man is going back in here. And then first we got Brett Thieves getting the Grateful Dead for 18. Is the Pretenders a single? Yes, Back on the Chain Gang is a 12-inch single with My City Was Gone, EX $17.99. Second time buying. Welcome back to the Collectco family. How about welcome back to the Collectco family? My bad. Sorry, I didn't recognize your name. Your name is so unique. I apologize for not recognizing it. Usually that would have been stored in my memory. Todd Saw got REO for 15. Nobody bid on these 3 singles for $10. I don't say Petra Pfeiffer too often. So those 3 are a buy now for $10. And now David Bowie. George Samberes has it for $104. Going twice, going 3 times. Beautiful copy. Now Andrew Hawkins says he'll do the Seeger for 15 that was put back. Let's go ahead and sell that to Andrew Hawkins for 15. Craig Ruth, I'm going to sell you the Pretenders for 14. Joe DeGaldo passed. David Smith got these 3 singles for $10. And now Sinead O'Connor has a new bid. Now Tom Sullivan said he would have paid full price for Seeger. I might as well just shot myself in the foot and ripped a $5 bill in half. That's equivalent of what I just did. I just dropped a concrete block on my foot and ripped a $5 bill in half. Dang it, I sold it too fast. Welcome everybody to Collectco, whether you're a second-time buyer or whether you're here 8 hours a night for the last 6 years. Welcome. Welcome. Now, we're going to go ahead and say 3 more singles are being laid down. And we have Bloodlet Embrace, the long-lost 93 demo from Florida's Metalcore Legends. We got Blood Top, and we got Bomb Builder, Drop the Big One EP. Those 3 are going to go up for a $10 start. Michael, I will do my best to get you a whole set. Believe it or not, Gene Simmons is always the toughest one to get, and Paul Stanley. It's typically Paul Stanley. Let me see if it's in stock right now. I'm lucky I have my laptop open tonight, so I'm looking at... Yeah, Paul Stanley's the toughest one to get for some reason. But I guarantee right now I can get you 3, and then we'll have to be on the hunt for Paul Stanley. But I bet I can get you Peter, Ace, and Gene. For some reason, the Paul Stanley Black Vinyl solo album is the toughest one to get. I don't know, but because Ace is obviously the biggest selling one, but I just don't know. But we'll work on that, okay? Sinead 40, those singles have been for 10. And how much is Ladies of the Canyon? Ladies of the Canyon was VG condition, $12.99. Now, I'm not going to spend any more time going through that crate, not even a read-through, because there's so much in there, and we have so much other stuff to get to. And we have David Bowie Space Oddity, and this is sold to George Samberez. Thank you, Mr. Samberez, and thank you also, David V, for also bidding and let me know you're out. This is sold to George for $104. $104. I had picture disc. I had all the picture discs, not the black vinyl. That's different. The black vinyl, for some reason, is tougher to get. Let's go ahead and put up another auction, and this is the Police Synchronicity Part 2. And the Police Synchronicity Part 2 is in VG condition. It's an 83 OG, an 83 UK, United Kingdom original, $5. We will do New York Dolls. We'll do New York Dolls next after Sinead, or after, heck, we might sell the Police before we sell Sinead. Now those singles are at 16. And George Samberez would like to pay for the David Bowie, and he wants to send it to Rebecca Howitt. He wants to send it to Rebecca Howitt. So that's a gift from George Samberez. And now the Police is at 6, and now the singles are at 16. If anybody wants to make an offer, Mr. Brad, if you want to make an offer on that, no problem. Or if you want to pass, that's okay with me too. I'm going to go ahead and grab. The next thing I'm going to grab is, what am I going to grab? I don't know. I'm going to put this crate up here. You may see some of those again later in the discount bin because they were up for offer. So I'm like, hey, they're up for offer. You can make an offer. Or if not, I'm going to discount them myself, and you might see them in the flip video in the morning at like really cheap prices. I slipped in a $29.99 record in the flip video for $6.99 the other day. I don't know if y'all even caught that, but man, I think y'all are going to like this crate a lot. There's an album in here by an artist that I went on a rant about, a positive rant the other night, and I found another record in stock by them, and I was like, wow, I never even seen this one before. So I think y'all are going to like them. If not, then it's going to be just a major disappointment. But first, I got to find some sticky notes from last night. Let me see if they're in here. Somewhere or another are the waiting list from last night. I wonder, or have they watched the sale? Because I got the first record in here is that Zeppelin, and I know some people went on a waiting list. Where did they watch the sale at? They watch the sale now in like 3 different rooms, and I'm always looking for the sticky notes. They usually give them to me, though. I don't think they've watched it yet. No, honestly, I don't think they've watched. I don't know if they've watched last night's sale. I don't think they've watched it yet. So let's see what's going on over here. Let me just skip over Led Zeppelin then, because I know those are probably already sold. Okay, first thing I have is POD Satellite. Now, the Led Zeppelin, I might have already keyed those in. I don't know. Let me see here. Let me get my laptop back open. Sorry. We're about to go through a lot of really cool restocks and waiting lists. Let me see. On my master spreadsheet, I got a wait list for a Zeppelin Fillmore, and that's it. Yeah, so I think there is one for Volume 2. But here is POD Satellite. Let's update what's on the board. First is Cameron Lingefeld. This is sold to you. POD Satellite is a 2LP, $33.99. This is first time on vinyl. This is a POD Satellite, Youth of Nation Boom, a live satellite, and that is $33.99. $33.99, POD Satellite. Now, over here, the last thing I had was these singles were at 16. Sinead bid 41, or Kristen bid 41 on Sinead. The Police single got a bid for 6. Darren Johnson bid 20 on the singles. The Police got a bid for 8. The Police got a bid for 10. And then the next thing we had was POD is sold to Ryan Eaton. And that is sold to POD. Now, or that's sold to Ryan Eaton. I've been calling everybody the name of what they're buying. I've been saying all night, so-and-so buys whatever they're actually buying. Now, the last bid over here for Sinead, was Kristen Barnett at 41. And Brett Thies did go out Final call on this top copy. Sorry, just want to make sure everybody knows where we're at on those. These 3 singles are a final call. These 3 singles are a final call. And that was Darren Johnson for 20. I think I put a War album that was $39.99 in the $9.99 flip section last night, which it obviously sold immediately. I think that's the one I was referring to. It was a War record that was $39.99. I put it in there for $9. Okay, and then the Police is Lonnie Jolly for $10. And that's a final call. That's Synchronicity Part 2. So 1 POD left. I got 3 copies of Mad Season. Now, last week, y'all seen me sell out of the new limited edition Mad Season. Those are gone. They're not making any more. They're sold out. The SKU's deleted. They're now selling for $100, $150. Here's the other Mad Season that's in print. It's the same album, just a little bit different artwork. It's on black vinyl. It's a 2 LP. And this is the version that I think I still have. Mad Season Above, $39.99. Now, I told everybody I can get you this version if you want a much more affordable one if you didn't get lucky enough on the pre-order. And Darren Chrisman said, I'll take one. So Darren Chrisman was on a waiting list. I've got 2 more Mad Seasons if anybody else wants one. 2 more Mad Seasons if anybody else wants one. These 3 singles are sold for $20 to Darren Johnson. This Police single is sold for $10 to Lonnie Jolly. And Sinead is sold for $41 to Kristen Barnett. And now we're ready for all new auctions. We have had a monster of a request for this New York Dolls album. So let me go ahead and find it, and we'll get it up for auction. Let me go ahead and find it. I got Rolling Stones, Lynyrd Skynyrd, Pink Floyd. I don't know what this is. What is this? 9 Inch Nails, John Prine, The Headhunters, Bad Brains, Electric Flag, Outfield, Johnny Cash, Led Zeppelin MC5, REM, Faces, New York Dolls, Bob Marley, Led Zeppelin, David Bowie, Living Color. We're going to do New York Dolls and Living Color right now. So New York Dolls is called In Too Much Too Soon, and this is a 1974 Netherlands OG, and this is going to go up for a $35 start. A 1974 Netherlands OG pressing on the Blue Mercury label, and there's no condition notes on vinyl or jacket. It's a superb copy, a $35 start. Living Color Vivid. This is a 1988 US OG pressing sealed. It is going to go up for a $55 start. Living Color Vivid's a $55 start. Robert Barnett on Mad Season. George Jones next on Mad Season. Thank you, Robert Barnett. Thank you, George Jones. I got a restock of Gorilla self-titled. Gorilla self-titled is $39.99. Let me pull up the waiting list for Gorilla self-titled, and that was Mr. Lonnie Jolly. Thank you, Lonnie Jolly. He was on a waiting list for Gorillas by Gorillas. If anybody else wants a Gorillas by Gorillas, those are $39.99. Living Color New York Dolls already have opening bids. And then here's our next 3 singles. This one's pretty odd looking. It looks like it's a book, like a magazine deal. This is a Holation, issue number 8, fall of 1993. It's a zine. It's a record and zine. And then we got Drag Body, Burial Ground, and we got Drug Control, Stabbed. Those 3 are going to go up for a $10 start. $10 start on that. Next is a Bullet Boys album. I'm saying the sacred words. I said the other night, if I ever say the word Bullet Boys, it's going to be like, did you just say Bullet Boys? This is Acid Monkey. It's on red vinyl. Bullet Boys. I had these back ordered, and all of a sudden, I thought they were gone because it's limited to 350. I went ahead and ordered like 10 copies, and I looked in my cart, and they were on the way. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, Bullet Boys Acid Monkey, opaque red vinyl, $34.99. And I have never had that before. And I've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 of them. I've got 9 Bullet Boys Acid Monkey, red vinyl, $34.99. I've got 2 copies of the Whiplash soundtrack, the deluxe edition. Whiplash, $44.99. This is a double LP Whiplash, original motion picture soundtrack, 2 LP on black vinyl with gatefold. That is $44.99 for Whiplash. And I've got 2 copies of Collective Soul, Hints, Allegations, and Things Left Unsaid. Let me see what's left on Collective Soul. Collective Soul. I have Chrissy Wiebe on the waiting list. Chrissy Wiebe on a waiting list for Collective Soul, hence allegations and things left unsaid. So that's sold to Chrissy Wiebe. We got Bullet Boys sold to Shannon Lee. And now we got another one sold to Clay Moore. And John Bobing says, my first order arrived today. And I just want to say thanks for the care and attention that was taken to ship these records. Awesome in every way. Thank you, John Bobing. Whiplash, there's 2 of those. There's Bullet Boys. And now Living Color is at 60. Are we done on New York Dolls? One bid, $35 for an OG Netherlands copy? I guess we are. One bid, $35. And that is, the clock's on. And we're about to sell it. And Living Color is at 60. And I have not heard another bid from Calvin Ward. Brett Thee still has it for 60. And these 3 singles are still at $10. This is Johnny Blue Skies. And this is Passage D Desir. And there was somebody the other night that wanted one of these. And I said, I don't think I can get any more on gold vinyl, but I'm pretty sure I can get it on black vinyl. And here it is, Johnny Blue Skies. And this was for Tim Colino Jr. Thank you, Tim Colino Jr. That is sold to you. I appreciate that. And if anybody else wants one, let me know. So we sold a Bullet Boys to Shannon Lee. We sold a Bullet Boys to Clay Moore. And then we have a Bullet Boys for MT Matt. And now New York Dolls is at 40. And now Living Colors at 62. And now Living Colors at 66. And now the singles are at 10. But there was already a bid for 10. Now your New York Dolls at 41. What is the New York Dolls? Info on the New York Dolls. And I've got 2 copies of Collective Soul 7-Year Itch, which is a compilation, hits comp of Collective Soul, COLLCITVE. And Collective Soul, we had one for Hits. There's no waiting list for this one. So if anybody does want a 7-year itch, you can itch with Collective Soul for $33.99. New York Dolls is $44.99 with Shannon Lee. Living Colors now at 70. And Robert Warner had already bid 10 on those. It was a final call to him. The New York Dolls is a 1974 OG Netherlands Mercury beautiful copy. This is OG from 1974. And then that's an OG sealed original pressing of Living Color Vivid. Todd Saul wants a Collective Soul, hence allegations and things left unsaid. I got 2 more copies of The Best of Lizzie Borden, which had already came in. I knew there was somebody on a waiting list, and I went ahead and grabbed at least 2 because I knew somebody wanted one, and we had just sold out the week before of the limited numbered green splatter. So Lizzie Borden is $44.99. The condition of Living Color, it is sealed. It's never been open. Living Color is sealed, never been open. And New York Dolls is near mint minus. And now Robert Warner, these 3 singles are sold to you for $10. Darren must be behind, or maybe I lost them there, but those are sold to Robert for $10. And now let's go ahead and put up 3 more. The next 3 I have over here are Drag Body. I got Drowning Craze Heat and Dog Soldier. And that's called Mother Effer. And those 3 songs are going to go up for a $10 start. It's hence a greatest hits. Collective Soul. This is the greatest hits. 7-year itch. Greatest hits of Collective Soul. Hence allegations and things left unsaid is their debut album. Now that does have Shine and Breathe on it. It does have Shine and Breathe, but this is collectively a greatest hits, which does have Shine on it. And it does have December. That's hence allegations and things left unsaid. But that's 7-year itch. Hence allegations is their debut album. Living Color still getting bids. Robert has those 3 singles at $10. And then we have another Bullet Boys. Now this one was the one we have sold a ton of because I mentioned those kind of words like Bullet Boys and Junkyard. And I'm always careful throwing around words like that. You got to be careful throwing around words like Bullet Boys and Junkyard. And when I said Bullet Boys the other night, somebody said, wait a minute, you have something by Bullet Boys? And I said, I do. I've got Bullet Boys Behind the Orange Curtain. And Nick Bargeron and Oso Adventure heard those words. They walked across the room and they said, what did you have by Bullet Boys? And I said, Behind the Orange Curtain. And they said, I do want that. Give me one. And we had just sold 2 other copies to other people who heard the words Bullet Boys. And we had something from Junkyard. So here's Bullet Boys. These are sold to Nick Bargeron and Oso Adventure. So now there's 2 Bullet Boys options. There is Bullet Boys Acid Monkey and Behind the Orange Curtain. Living Colors at $88. New York Dolls is at $48. And now the Collective Soul over here. So I got to make sure. Now, Brandon, if you don't want this, Alonzo does. So Brandon, I'm going to make sure he doesn't want that. If not, then Alonzo does. So Alonzo, that's pending to you if Brandon doesn't want it. And then these 3 singles, nobody else bid. Those are sold to Robert Warner for $10. Now Living Colors at $90. Now Angela Lewis wants Bullet Boys Acid Monkey. That's sold to Angela Lewis. And then I've got a restock of the Goonies soundtrack. This is that night I had all that killer soundtrack stuff. Here's Cyndi Lauper, The Bangles, Philip Bailey, Goon Squad, and the Goonies soundtrack was a waiting list, and that was for the Vlodderchecks. Thank you, Vlodderchecks, on the Goonies. So at least one sold, $29.99. I've got 2 more if anybody else wants one. New York Dolls is now at $50, and now Living Colors at $90. So Alonzo, you get 7-year each. And we got another Collective Soul. This is their 2nd album, also first time on vinyl. This has the hit song December on it. $33.99, Collective Soul. $33.99 on that. Jorge Enriquez on Bullet Boys Acid Monkey. That is sold to him. And Chad, can I put back Acid Monkey for the other Bullet Boys? We have MT Matt wanting to put back a Bullet Boys. I'm going to pull one out of the crate. I don't know which one's his, but I'm going to put one back. And then he says he wants this one instead, Behind the Orange Curtain. Now, the best thing, MT Matt, would be go ahead and buy both, but I'll leave that up to you. And now Living Color. Let's update this again. This is a sealed OG copy from 1988. It is sealed. It's never been opened. And Tom Sullivan has it for $99. And now New York Dolls. The last bid on this was Shannon Lee at $55. Shannon Lee at $55. There we have it. Also, we have Did You Switch Collective for Me? Todd Saw said, I would rather have greatest than hits. I'd rather have greatest than hits. You got a greatest hits. You and Alonzo both got a greatest hits. The only thing left in here is the studio albums. Hints, Allegations, and Self-Titled. If anybody wants those, most people buy those in pairs because those are just such great albums beginning to end. They were such big albums on those. Got to say for Metal Night, that's fine with me. That's fine with me. I'll try to keep them in stock as long as I can. Next thing is Death Mutations, Punk, The Drowning Craze, Trance, and Dry Rot, Hairless. Those 3 singles are going to go up for a $10 start. New York Dolls is still getting bids, and Living Color is a final call. Tom Sullivan, $99. So what I'm going to do now is read through these titles one more time, plus the stuff from the last crate. POD Satellite, first time on vinyl. There was no OG pressing of this. $33.99. Gorillas, 2LP, $39.99. Gatefold. Bullet Boys Acid Monkey, that's $34. We have Whiplash Soundtrack, $44.99. Kind of surprised that's still there. We have Johnny Blue Skies for $33. No drummers here. No drum enthusiast. Best of Lizzie Borden for $44.99. I've still got 2 of those. That's on orange vinyl. Bullet Boys Behind the Orange Curtain. We're back down to 2 copies of that. The Goonies soundtrack is $29.99. Goonies Never Say Die. And then the 2 Collective Souls are Collective Soul Self-Titled and Collective Soul Hints, Allegations, and Things Left Unsaid. I bought Hints, then you described to me the others greatest hits. I asked to switch, confusing, I know. Oh, I thought you said hits. Okay. I put you down for hits as originally. I never did pull you a Hints. I just originally pulled you a hits, which is 7-year each. Yeah. So that's what you got. You did get a 7-year each greatest hits. And Robert Johnson on POD. And Susie Breelove wants both Bullet Boys, even though she said Bulletin Boys. I know what she's talking about. And now we have Living Color at 111 and Living Color at 115. The question is, there's no bid on those singles for 10. The New York Dolls is at 59, now 60. And the high bid at $60 is with Shannon Lee. Rebecca, you're out. Shannon has it for 60. And Living Colors at 115. And then the first crate, in case you missed it, of new stuff, was Motorhead. They're self-titled. That's new. Pretty big pre-order. We've got 2 left, $39.99. We got Kicks on Go Vinyl for $39.99. And we got Sacred Mushroom for $33.99. Living Color is a sealed OG copy, never been opened. The high bid's $124. New York Dolls is a 1974 OG Netherlands pressing. OG Netherlands pressing. Shannon Lee has it for $60. Near mint minus, no condition notes. There's 3 singles up for bid. Death Mutations, The Drowning Craze, and Dry Rot. And those 3 are a $10 start, no bid. Rebecca said she's out on New York Dolls. Final call to Shannon Lee. This is our second crate of 4. We got 4 crates of new vinyl tonight. Here is the combined leftovers from those 2. Sacred Mushroom Kicks, Motorhead, Collective Soul, Goonies, Bullet Boys, Thin Lizzy, Johnny Blue Skies, Whiplash, Bullet Boys, and Gorillas. That's all that's left in there. New bid on New York Dolls at 67. We're not done. Rebecca's out. Now El Terrible has it for 67. We're going to keep that rolling. Let me ask Tanner if there is the wait list from last night. Let's see. Okay. So the next thing we're going to do, wow, we've already filled up 3 crates. Next thing we're going to do is I'm going to find, where is, man, there's a lot of records in this building. I have no idea how I've obtained so many. I don't know how we've acquired so many. But if y'all want to see an absolute, just incredible batch of unbelievable albums, you can watch our show every night, because every night I am just like, where did all this stuff come from? I've got another crate coming up right now of Buy It Now or Best Offer. Excuse me, hold on a second. June 2nd. These are new arrivals. Sorry. These are new arrivals. And it's about a half of a crate. And I picked this one so I could expedite it, so we can go ahead and show some more new releases. And these are sticker price. These are new arrivals. New York Dolls all of a sudden has new bidders. These 3 singles are sold to Fred Cardinale for $10. And what about Living Color? Living Color, the last thing I said was Tom Sullivan at $125. I'm about to sell it for $125. Now the New York Dolls is at $103. Let's go ahead and put down 3 new singles. I'm going to try to finish this entire crate tonight. I'm going to jump over here and see what we've got right here in the middle. I've got Septic Surge, Extortion, and Septic Surge, Agents of Adherence, and Extortion, and Exit Order. And those 3 are going to go up for a $10 start. I've got ZZ Top de Guelo in shrink, original winter sleeve, no condition notes, $34.99. Yes, 90125, $19.99, mastered by Bob Lowig, owner of A Lonely Heart, no condition notes on anything in here. Olivia Newton-John, Have You Ever Been Mellow? Olivia is $9.99. The Beatles featuring Tony Sheridan in shrink wrap, Mr. Pickwick label, $19.99. The singles have a bid for $10. The New York Dolls are at $110, and that's a final call. I'm going to go ahead and sell Living Color. That way we can put up a new auction. And Living Color is sold to Tom Sullivan for $125. Next thing I have is going to go up for auction right now, and that is REM Life's Rich Pageant. And yes, this is a 1986 US OG club copy of REM Life's Rich Pageant. And this is an EX edition, a $35 start. New York Dolls is a final call. Now these singles are at $15. Chad Davis on Olivia Newton-John. These are new arrival sticker price. The Mothers of Invention, absolutely free. A stereo, 1967 Waddell pressing, a beautiful copy, $74.99. Also over here, Linda Ronstadt, Mad Love, $9.99. No Thin Lizzy yet. You probably heard Lizzie Borden. Francis A. Edward K. This is Sinatra and Edward Ellington. That is Frank Sinatra and Duke Ellington. $14.99 for Sinatra and Ellington. Elvis Presley's a 1977 press. Elvis Presley, his self-titled debut, a 77 press. It originally came out in 1957. Just think about that. In the 70s, that was a 20th anniversary edition. $39.99. Pacific Gas and Electric, Are You Ready? $17.99 on that. And Frank Zappa, Jazz from Hell. Frank Zappa is $39.99. The singles are now at $16. Let's go ahead and sell that New York Dolls. That is sold to Tyler Ubry for $110. REM is an 86 OG club in shrink with the original inner sleeve, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. Romelu wants the Sinatra Ellington record. That's sold to Romelu C. Now the singles are $18. And we have a request. I got Stone, Skinner, Pink Floyd, John Prine, The Headhunters. The Headhunters is a 1975 US. Yes, this is related to Herbie Hancock. It's a white label promo. It's a white label promo with promo sticker, and it's going to go up for a $25 start. REM's at $35 of Mike Brangle. The singles are now at $18. Stevie Wonder in Square Circle. Stevie Wonder is $24.99. And the Amazing Rhythm Aces, $12.99. Retrospective, Linda Ronstadt, great compilation, $24.99, purple capital label. These are new arrivals, sticker price, nice clean copies. How about 20 greatest hits of Don Williams? A 1987 club copy. This was not sold in stores, club only. It does have a little bit of a ding up here on the cover, $39.99 on that. Very interesting release there. John Denver Spirit, John Denver's $9.99. And Bee Gees, 2 years on. This Bee Gees is in shrink wrap with a hop sticker. An earlier one on Atco, that's the pre-disco Bee Gees, $19.99. REM does have a bid with Mike Brangle for $35. That's now a final call. These three singles are sold to Brett Thieves for $18. REM is a 1986 U.S. Carrollton OG Club copy. A 1986 U.S. OG Carrollton Club copy. Vinyl is EX. IRS label. It does have the original inner sleeve, and overall just a nice copy. It's got one bid for $35. We got Tom Sullivan on Don Williams. That's one I've never seen before. Thank you, Tom Sullivan. That's so to you. We got Steve Warner. That's $14.99 for Steve Warner. And Elvis Presley Speedway, a 1977 press, and again, $19.99. And something else about 77, that was the year Elvis died. So in 1977, you will see a bagoodle of Elvis reissues, because when he died, they said, my God, the king is dead. And they pressed vinyl nonstop for weeks and hours and days and even years, just around the clock, because people were saying, my God, the king is dead. And they pressed a lot of Elvis stuff in 77. But this is, any version of this always to me is a little bit more of a challenge to find. And this is a really nice copy. What a cool soundtrack too, Speedway. $19.99 on that. Headhunters is at $28. REM does have a new bid for $40. Johnny Cash, The Walls of a Prison. Johnny Cash is $9.99. And Frank Sinatra, My Kind of Broadway. Mr. Frank is $14.99. Mr. Frank is $14.99. So REM's at $40 with Gregory Roberts, and Herbie Hancock's at $28. Let's go ahead and introduce three more singles now. The next three singles I have are the Exclaim, Keep Things Evolving Positively, Exclaim, October USA Tour Press, and I don't know what that one says, something. EXA, then a letter, and then another letter, then ED. Those three for a $10 start. Davey Winston on Elvis Presley. That is sold to Davey Winston. Thank you. We're going through a new arrivals bin. These are priced as marked, and we are about to go through another crate of new vinyl after this. Rick Springfield, Success Hadn't Spoiled Me Yet. Mr. Springfield is $14.99. Exalted. Thank you, Michael Reed. Exalted. Dusty Springfield's Golden Hits. Unfortunately, it is from that Connery collection, $17.99 on that. Headhunters does have a bid for $30, and now there's a new bid on REM for $43. Nice. Fleetwood Mac Rumors, textured cover. It has the insert with it. Yep, has the insert with it. It is a later label, so it is not a first press, but a nice copy. Secondhand News, Dreams, Don't Stop, Go Your Own Way, The Chain, You Make Loving Fun, I Don't Want to Know the Reason Why You Love Me. That is $34.99. Headhunters $30. Heath Norman on Frank Sinatra. Holy moly, Gregory has bid $650 on REM. Never mind, he meant it 50. He meant it 50. Chad, can you please put up Lambert soon? Lambert has already sold. Lambert has already sold. How much was Rick Springfield? $14.99. So REM's at $50. We got Elvin Bishop, Hog Heaven. Elvin Bishop is $9.99. And Outlaws, Lady in Waiting. Outlaws is $19.99. Olivia Newton-John, Making a Good Thing Better. Olivia is $9.99. And the best of John Prine, it's called Prime, $44.99. Next is Robin Glenn said sold on the Rick Springfield. Thank you on that. And next is, this crate's almost full, but first I'm going to show you Savoy Brown, Hellbound Train. Savoy Brown is $19.99. Very, very nice. Mr. Gamecock, everything in here is sticker price. But, you know, what's crazy about you making an offer on that is I have one still left over from a flip crate. I still have one left over from a flip crate if you still want it. I think it was in a flip crate for $14.99. So here's one that I showed earlier. I don't remember at this point, but if you want one for $12, I'll sell you this one for $12. And it's the same thing in the same condition. And then now Headhunters is at $40. And now we have Debbie Winston on Olivia. But before I do that, my crate has filled up over here. I'm going to update all three of these auctions, but first we have filled up our third full crate of vinyl tonight, which is really good, being that I started like truly an hour late tonight. I think I was live at like 5:30 something, but by the time I started selling, it was like 6 o'clock. I had to price new vinyl. I had to share. I had to make a post. I had to run a Facebook ad. I had all this stuff to do. I was so far behind. We're caught up and we're rolling now, and I think I can sell enough we can play catch up. We can play catch up, and I'm not talking about the tough stuff you put on your fish sticks. Not that kind of ketchup. I do use a crazy amount of ketchup with my fish sticks. I love fish sticks. This is sold to Debbie Winston. REM out, Headhunters out, and now these three singles, the last bid that came in was absolutely nothing. These are a buy now for $10 if anybody wants them, unless I missed a bid. Now, let's update these for a final call. The Headhunter, Survival of the Fittest. It's an Arista white label promo, VG Plus condition, and it's Herbie Hancock related, and this is a final call. And now there's a new bid for $42 with Ryan Mustaine. $42 on that. Now we have REM, Life's Rich Pageant. REM, Life's Rich Pageant. The last bid on this that came in was Mike Brangle at $55. And this is an OG club copy in shrink with the inner sleeve. $55 on that. Those last three singles are a $10 buy now. New arrivals in here, sticker price, like Alabama's Greatest Hits. Wow. $14.99 for Alabama's Greatest Hits. Ricky Skaggs, Highways and Heartaches. He's $9.99. And BG's, Take Hold of That Star. BG's is $9.99. These were new arrivals, sticker price. Brett Thies says he'll take the three singles for $10. Thank you. Travis says, I'm out. Thank you, Travis, for bidding. Also, thank you letting me know you were out. And we have our next singles, Extortion. Extortion, what a wild cover that is. Oh, my gosh. And then we have Fathom Theory, and Fast Forward. Those three singles are going to go up for a $10 start. Rod Bryan on Alabama. That is sold to Rod Bryan. Alabama. That's sold to Rod Bryan. He got Alabama. And then Marsha Collins got BG's. The Bee Gees. That's sold to Marsha Collins and Chad Davis second. All right, and those three singles are a $10 start. Now, I'm just going to read titles. If you miss something and you go, holy moly, did you just say what? Did you just say? You could ask for the price. Like ZZ Top DeGuelo, Yes, 90125, mastered by RL, no condition notes, owner of a lonely heart. Leave it. I can't believe no one bought it for $19.99. The Beatles with Tony Sheridan, The Mothers of Invention, Linda Ronstadt, Mad Love, Elvis Presley, Pacific Gas and Electric, Frank Zappa, Jazz from Hell, Stevie Wonder, Amazing Rhythm Aces, Linda Ronstadt, John Denver, BG, Steve Wariner, Johnny Cash, The Walls of a Prison. The Walls of a Prison. The tracks on this is The Gray Speckled Bird, Clementine, The Ballad of Boot Hill, I'd Rather Die Young, I Guess Things Happen That Way, The Walls of a Prison. I can't say prison right tonight. Prison! There we go. I got it out of my system. Going to Memphis, The Shifting, Whispering Sands, When It's Springtime in Alaska, Troubled Waters, $9.99. We got Dusty Springfield's Golden Hits, Fleetwood Mac Rumor, Second Press, Elvin Bishop, Outlaws, Prime Time, Savoy Brown, Ricky Skaggs. All right. And then over here, we have these 3 singles here for a $10 start. George says, yeah, you never finished answering earlier text. What does that mean? And then Headhunters. This is sold. Headhunters is sold to Ryan Mustaine for $42. That is sold. And then over here, J.D. Price, Whoa. And then John Durden on JC. And then we have REM. REM. The last bid on REM was the final call, and that was sold to Mike Brangle for $55. Mike Brangle, $55 on that. Did I miss a question from George Jones? I'm not for sure. And then over here, he said, sorry, wrong text. He was yelling at somebody. He said, yeah, you never did answer my text earlier. I was about to say, George, what are you talking about? I was worried that I had made you mad. That was in a very derogatory tone. George is very mad at somebody. John Durden on Johnny Cash. John Durden got Johnny Cash. I am having a $1 record sale this weekend. Brad, I need you to drive up from Mississippi Friday and Saturday. The doors will open at 10 a.m. here at Colecco. $1 records, $1 CDs, $1 books, $1 posters, $1 tchotchkes. Mostly, though, $1 records. Pat Fratt, everything in here is sticker price. Pat Fratt, everything in here is sticker price. Price on Dusty Springfield. It is $17.99. It does have a tear in the cover. It is from the Connery collection. Melanie, second on Johnny Cash. What is in the Japanese box? And then what was the Outlaws? And then the Outlaws over here was Lady in Waiting for $19.99. Everything in here is near arrival, sticker price. Tom Sullivan, yes, I forgot about you on John Denver. Tom, I hadn't forgot about you. JD was $9.99 for Spirit. $9.99, yes. And now we have these 3 singles. Rebecca bid 10. They're a final call to Rebecca. They're a final call to Rebecca. All right, I need to, everybody's been commenting. There's 2 things everybody will comment. And I have my generic reply for everybody. The post will say, man, I wish this was closer, and man, I wish y'all would offer this online. Now, here's my generic answer for I wish we were closer. There is a thing called an airplane and a bus. That's my most sarcastic answer I can give. There is a thing called an airplane and a bus. And if you buy something here, we can work out something with shipping, okay? If you have to like catch a plane back or a bus back. There is planes and there's our buses. There's also rental vehicles, and they do make automobiles. The second thing is, I wish you would offer this to the online community. The whole reason we have dollar sales is because we can't sell dollar records here. We can't sell dollar records here on the sale. Kelly's like, I know what airplanes are. I fly them. Wow. So you can just fly right in, Kelly, land right here on 231. I wasn't actually addressing your question. I was addressing the many people that comment, man, I wish this was closer. And I'm like, have you heard about planes, trains, and planes, trains, and automobiles? Tom Sullivan on John Denver. That is so to Tom Sullivan. Okay. Yeah, CMA Fest. CMA Fest is this weekend. Another reason to come into Nashville. Rebecca, these are sold to you for $10. Thank you. All right. And then pass on the Conifried one. Yep. Did you already do the case to the left? If you want Presidents of the United States of America, Chad, it is $29.99. It is $29.99. Just say sold and we'll get you registered. Let's go ahead and go through another crate of new releases, okay? There it is. All right. Planes, trains, and automobiles. But yeah, the whole reason we have thousands of $1 records, the reason why we have so many $1 records to do these sales, we can't sell $1 records here. We've run the math. What you got to understand is the logistics and cost of selling here online are very high. Just our operating cost. So if we start selling stuff for $1, we would be better not to sell it at all, if that makes sense. So there's too much cost in selling dollar items, and I have to explain that to people. And I have some people say, I still don't understand, Chad. That don't make any sense. But it's just, if we start selling stuff for $1, it's basically us going backwards, because there's just no word. It just don't make any sense to. So that's why we sell them here in person, because you can buy them and walk out the door with them, and there's no other cost associated. When we sell something here, by the time it gets to your door, there's going to be about 6 other employees handle it to make sure it gets to your door. And that's watching, tagging, sorting, invoicing, pulling, packing, and then when it finally gets to your door. So that's what happens. And that's why we have to sell the dollar records here in the store. But also the dollar records, some of them are dollar records. Some of them are truly dollar records. They're bad titles and they're beat to death. But also some are dollar records that we just don't put out for sale for $5 and $7, $10. We don't think they would sell, and we got too much better stuff to get to. We're trying to sell stuff, great titles. Y'all don't want to sit here for hours looking at $7 and $8 records every night. You want to see the best stuff we can put out. So all that other stuff, we have to try to just get our money back on it and recoup it for $1 sale. So that's why so many people show up, especially resellers. They know we're putting out stuff they can probably take to flea markets. I've even told my cousin about it, who does flea markets, and he's bought a bunch of stuff from us. He can sell stuff. He's like, man, I've been selling these for $7 and $10. I'm like, I know. We just can't do it. We have too much other stuff to get to every night. We'd only have 8 hours every night, and it's still not enough time. Okay, so that's why you need to drive up. It's great stuff. It's great stuff. Now, we have a 2021 US limited edition of 1000 yellow vinyl, and this is Rock for Light Bad Brains. Here we go. Bad Brains, Rock for Light. It does have the fancy with it. It's a 2021 on yellow vinyl, limited to 1,000, and that's a $35 start. $35 start on Bad Brains. That's up for bid. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. The last thing we had was John Denver. We sold that. And then the next thing we have is we sold John Denver. And then the next thing is, can he run Pink Floyd? It's going up right now. And then the next thing is somebody else asking for Japanese. I know we have not sold Rush yet. El Terrible wants POTUS for $29.99. Cheapest fly from Sarasota is $900. Michael, you'll make it up in savings. You'll make it up in savings. You'll make it up in savings. All right, here we go. Had to work this weekend. I talked Rob into flying down there. There we go. You need to talk Rob into flying, and everybody else. Everybody tell your boss you're going to Coletco. They need to pay for the plane ticket, bus, however you can get here. Here we go. The parking, you can park on the side of the building. You can park in the front. We'll have all the employees park on the side. And then on Saturday, you can park at the body shop. There'll be people parked across the street parallel to the storage unit facility. And some people probably have to park down the road and walk up. Because I'd say by 10 o'clock, there's going to be an absolute madhouse here. So hopefully I'll be gone by then. I'll tell Ed, good luck, Mr. Ed. Don't hatchet too many people. Ministry is $33.99. Ministry is $33.99. Back to selling. It's going to be a fun time. Hope everybody can come up. You can leave with like a carload of records for less than like $500. Literally, you can probably fill up your entire vehicle. Ministry is $33.99. Ministry is $33.99. There was a waiting list, but I already got it taken care of. And now here is Pink Floyd. Oh, wow. Pink Floyd's debut album. Oh, wow. It's on my favorite label. I like this label the most, and it's not even OG. It's a Pink Floyd debut album of The Piper at the Gates of Dawn, their first album. This is a 69 pressing. It's a Jacksonville from 69. It's on the Candy Stripe Tower label. It's in VG condition, and that's a $35 start. So Pink Floyd's a $35 start. Bad Brains is a $35 start. Ministry is $33.99. And Ministry is the Rhino version cut by Chris Bellman. I've still got 2 of those, Psalm 69. And I've got a Vinyl Me Please of John Michael Montgomery. Here's a 90s country artist. You will just never see his stuff on vinyl. This was actually the first time it was ever on vinyl. John Michael Montgomery. His stuff is not available on vinyl. And Vinyl Me Please did this. It's an all analog. Or actually, let me go back. It doesn't say all analog, just lacquers cut by Barry Grant, Alchemy Air. It's on red vinyl, $34.99. That might have not even been recorded analog. I don't know. It could have been a digital album to begin with. I'm not for sure. But John Michael Montgomery is $34.99. Like I said, you really can't get his albums. And then here is a very tough OG album to get. I think y'all seen the last time we had one, it sold for well over 100, maybe close to 200. This is Dolly's debut album. Now, Dolly is all analog as well, cut from the Analog Masters, and it's on Flame Galaxy colored vinyl. There is the very pretty Dolly Parton, $34.99. That is an all analog. Another Vinyl Me Please. I've got 5 of those. That's always a popular seller because that's the only way that was in print as well. There is no other reissue of that in print currently. And then Tenacious D and the Pick of Destiny. And Tenacious D, the waiting list on Tenacious, we have a wait list for self-titled, but not for Pick of Destiny. So Pick of Destiny is available, $29.99. This is Tenacious D and the Pick of Destiny, $29.99. Now, Bad Brains, the last bid was Darren Johnson at $35. And the only caution on advice, and Chad would agree, I've been there to also check the condition of vinyl. Yeah, I mean, we put out stuff that is beat up. That's why it's been discarded for the dollar sale. And then there's some stuff that is sleeved with our old price tags on the back for $19.99 that we've tried to sell for half off, and we put that kind of stuff in the dollar sale. And those have already been cleaned and checked and researched, and we're putting them out for $1 just because we haven't had any luck selling them. And we just got to move them on and clear out some crates. Ministry is sold to Rebecca Howlett, and I think that's the kind of stuff that really encourages people to come back and maybe dig through the other stuff. And there's stuff like, I don't know, like we never put out stuff like polka music. But then when I say that, people be like, I would buy some polka music. And then when I say that, we put it out for sale and people buy it. But we also get that stuff in gobs, like crates and crates and crates full of it. And the majority of people don't want to sit while I go through polka albums for $6.99. So we put them out for $1. And Tom Sullivan also gets a Dolly. So thank you, Tom Sullivan. You get Dolly. Rebecca, I got you down for Ministry. Bad Brains has a new bid for $36. Any Depeche Mode Ultra. Chris, I think I might have one left over here. Depeche Mode Ultra. If you're lucky, I may have one left. If you want me to take down your name, I can dig for it later. Darren Johnson on Tenacious D. Is Dio on the Tenacious D? I don't think so, but I don't know. I've never heard that before. And then David V. We'll make sure Tom Sullivan doesn't want the other one. I didn't know Dio played on a Tenacious D album. But Tom, if you decide you don't want this, I'm going to go ahead and give it the David V. We got Pink Floyd at $37, and we got Bad Brains at $37. Okay? And then we have Bad Brains at $40, and Brandy Klein on Dolly. And that's so to Brandy Klein. Chris Smith, put him down. Put Chris Smith down for a waiting list on Depeche Mode Ultra. We can sell a lot of genres here that typically I never did think I could ever sell. So we, like, there's stuff, like, for the longest, even classical. But then I definitely found out there was a market for that, especially obviously the rare stuff. But there's been, like, adult contemporary and big band, stuff like that I didn't think people even wanted anymore. And sometimes we can sell the absolute heck out of it. So I'm surprised sometimes what we're able to sell. We have Even Score, A New Means. We have Inuch, and we have Eternal Torment. And those 3 singles are, wow, that one was marked $45. That must be a good one. Eternal Torment. That looks like a good one. That's going to go up, all 3 of those, for a $10 start. So the first thing we had was, let me make sure I've pulled everything out in the correct order. Rebecca Howard got Ministry, Psalm 69. Tom Sullivan got a Dolly. And then Darren Johnson wants Tenacious D. And we have found out Tom Sullivan, Darren Johnson got a Tenacious D, and Tom Sullivan, yes, Dio is on this. So if you want it, it's yours, and then I'll have to put David V on a waiting list since you asked before him. And then we'll figure out who gets those. And then next is Bad Brains at 40. Brandy Klein on Dolly. Brandy Klein, you get Dolly. That's sold to Brandy Klein. And then next is, he says, give it to David. Okay. And then next is the singles are at 10. So let me pause there and update the auctions because I've done a lot of yik-yakking and yip-yapping and yakking. This is a 1969 U.S. Jacksonville press of Pink Floyd, Piper at the Gates of Dawn. And it is in VG condition. It is in VG condition. And the last bid on Pink Floyd, somebody had originally bid 38 to open it. And that is true, Scott Fellows. So Scott has this for $38. $38 on that. $38 on that. And the Bad Brains, the last bid on Bad Brains that came in, which is the limited edition yellow vinyl from 2021 with the zine. The last bid on this was Scott Fellows as well at 42. So Scott, as of this moment, has the high bid on both. And now the singles are at 11 on that. And then we have next, does that say Doug Page? Doug Page. He dropped in the Dio. I thought I read that correctly. D-O-U-G space P-A-I-G-E. Doug Page. That is true. That was a comment from the Doug Page. We have the singles at 11, and Jerry Stone also wants a Dolly, and that is sold to Jerry Stone. Thank you on that. Now, we know where we're at on our auctions. We have 2 John Michael Montgomerys, 1 Ministry, and 1 Dolly. And next is Ministry again, Chicago, Detroit, 1982. That is $29.99. I was going to read what Jetstream said. Large part of the older stuff is Confidence and you, Chad. Dean Martin, same. So claim from, yeah, and that's typically, if we do put out Rat Pack stuff, John only puts out really nice stuff. Like if we are going to put out a Dean Martin or a Frank Sinatra, it's typically beautiful looking. It's typical really nice because if it's VG or VG Plus, it's going to fall below that $10 threshold and it's probably automatically going to go in the dollar sale. So typically if we've put out Dean, Frank, or any other big band or swing music or adult contemporary, it's usually beautiful. If you see them on our new arrivals, they're typically like unbelievably nice. Otherwise we pass and they're going to go to the next pile. And now Ministry is sold to Mike Massey, and Bad Brains is at 47. Are we done on Pink Floyd? Pink Floyd just at $38, and that's a final call. And what about the singles? Darren has them for 15, including the Eternal Torment. Now Pink Floyd's at 40. And then we sold this Ministry to Mike Massey. There's 1 left. And I got 3 copies of Iron Maiden, No Prayer for the Dying. And Iron Maiden is $33.99. No Praying for the Dying. Iron Maiden. And this was a waiting list for absolutely nobody. So this is $33.99. Absolutely nobody. I would like to apologize to absolutely nobody. That is Conor McGregor, $33.99. Pink Floyd, $42, precisely. This Ministry here is a live concert, Chicago, Detroit, 1982. It is official, and it's on red vinyl for $29. And then back here, we got Ministry, commonly known as Psalm 69. That's a Rhino cut by Chris Bellman. It's $33.99. And Mike has already actually bought a Ministry. I have had this before, yes. So this is going to go back in the bin. Mike has already bought one of those from us. No problem. I won't even charge him a putback fee. And here is Matchbox 20, Yourself or Someone Like You. Yourself or Someone Like You is Matchbox 20. It is on clear vinyl, and Matchbox 20 is $33.99. These singles are now at 20. And Pink Floyd has a new bid, $42. Now Bad Brains has a new bid for $50. And this next Vinyl Me Please was a big seller. I already offered it the other night as a pre-sale live. And it's the Grateful Dead, Anthem of the Sun, $34.99. Never had this one before. When I saw this, I was like, wow, a Grateful Dead, all analog, cut by Chris Bellman. It's on colored vinyl $34.99. And let me go ahead and tell you who was on that live pre-sale. Christopher Nagy, Patrick Lear, Chad Sauls ×2, Kevin Reitz, Toby McGowan, Fred Carnell, and Michael Butler. So that's 8 already sold. And that's Christopher Nagy, Patrick Lear, Chad Sauls, Kevin Reitz, Toby McGowan, Fred Carnell, and Michael Butler. All right? So 2, 4, 6, 8. If anybody else wants, there's 2, and I've already got 4 or 6 more on the way. All analog. Vinyl me, please. At least $10 below what they normally sold through on their website. $34.99. Grateful Dead. I've got 3 copies of Tenacious D self-titled, and there was a waiting list for this one. Tenacious D self-titled waiting list was the following person. Tenacious D self-titled was, wow, I've got a lot of waiting list. Juanita Gagney. Juanita Gagney was on a waiting list for this one. Now, I've got 2 extra copies of this still left. Now, let's go back up the top and see what I missed out on. The first thing I have is the Bad Brains got a bid for $50. I remember saying that. I remember the singles got a bid for $20 and then $21. And then somebody asked what they are. Give me 1 second. What is the Hype sticker? The Hype sticker is the Atlantic 75th anniversary, which is on clear vinyl. This is in print 2 different ways. A standard press on red vinyl, which when I ordered this, it was sold out. And then the Atlantic 75th, which is a pretty dang good version. Clear vinyl, $33.99. Of course, that does have the hit song 3 a.m. on it. And then we have the singles at 25, 26, 27. Glenn Kesey on Grateful Dead. Jorge on Grateful Dead. So these are sold out except for the ones that's on the way. And this is an original studio album from the Dead. It is the original mix. The original mix of their 1968 psychedelic patchwork masterpiece. All analog by Chris Bellman. Noonday sun-colored vinyl. And it has got an art print with it too. How cool is that? With art print. Those are sold. Now, if anybody goes on the waiting list, we will, there will be more on the way. And then we have the singles at 28, now 30. And then here's one more, Vinyl Me Please, Dolly, Coat of Many Colors. And that one is all analog by Ryan Smith, 50th anniversary on Rainbow Splatter, Dolly. Now, the 3 singles, I think the one on top has everybody's interest. We have Even Score, A New Means, Eunuch, and Eternal Torment. Eternal Torment. And the color on Even Score is on silver or gray colored vinyl. And you can get it at Analog Productions. That is true. Or if you want the $60 version, or if you want it on the $60 version. Now, Bad Brains, the last bid that came in on Bad Brains, I think we were done. I'm going to go, I remember saying Darren had it for $50 a long time ago, and no one else bid. So I'm going to go ahead and sell that for $50. And now I'm going to do a final call on Pink Floyd. And the final call on Pink Floyd, it seems like that was a long time ago too. Scott Fellows at $42. Scott has this at $42. That's a final call. And these 3 singles, they were Brett Fees, and he has them for $30. And those are a final call. What a great crate there. Let me go ahead and introduce another auction. We still got the Rolling Stones, Leonard Skinner, 9 Inch Nails, John Prine, Electric Flag, Outfield, Johnny Cash. Somebody asked for this a long time ago. This is a unique version. I've actually never seen this. This is a 1974 U.S. Pitman, and it compiles Folsom Prison and San Quentin into one release. You get both of the iconic live albums. It's VG++ EX. Laura has graded it, and that's a $25 start. So both Johnny Cash live albums in one. Darren's back on the singles at $31. Here's what's left in this crate. We got 1 copy left of Ministry, Psalm 69 for $33. 1 John Michael Montgomery, which was originally released in 1995, never pressed to vinyl until now, $34.99. 2 left of the Dolly debut album, Hello, I'm Dolly, all analog colored vinyl, $34.99. Ministry, Chicago, Detroit, 1982 red vinyl, that is $29.99. And then the price on Iron Maiden, No Prayer, is $33. $33 on No Prayer, and the X Factor is $64.99. $64.99 on the X Factor. Also, Tenacious D self-titled, $38.99. $38.99. This does have a song called Dio on it. And then Matchbox 20 is $33.99. That's on clear vinyl. And Dolly Parton's Coat of Many Colors, $34.99 for Miss Dolly. Miss Dolly's $34. So you get her Coat of Many Colors and Hello Dolly, which I can't tell you the last time we had an OG. Maybe a few months ago for that one, which it's pricey. And then Coat, I haven't seen one of those in a while. I don't know why. They just don't come through as often. And then Rick said he does want Iron Maiden. That is sold to Rick Peabody. And he also wants Iron Maiden. That is also sold to Rick Peabody. Now Johnny Cash is at 40. Now the singles are at 41. The Matchbox 20 is Yourself or Someone Like You, clear vinyl. And then Pink Floyd is done. And this is sold to Scott Fellows. Thank you, Scott. Debut Pink Floyd. Seems like a great price for any version on that. It's $42. Thank you. Thank you. Sold. Sold. Done. Done. Next auction is 9 Inch Nails. And this is called Bad Witch. 9 Inch Nails Bad Witch is a 2018 U.S. original. No condition notes, a $25 start. Coat of Many Colors is sold to Susie Breedlove. And Jeff Hallsworth wants Matchbox 20. Now, anything we sold out of, especially the Grateful Dead, since I already know like more have already shipped, if anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. Like, they're definitely on the way. It's not one of those if questions. Some of these Vinyl Me Please, I might be if they come back in because, you know, these things here, this company, if you hadn't heard, this label, they have filed bankruptcy. They're out of business. So all these distributors are grabbing up their back stock. And I don't know if they're still, they might even be still pressing stuff due to contract obligations. I don't think they are. I don't think they are, but also I see a comment over on TikTok. If you're watching over on TikTok, Mark, he just asked, what's the Pink Floyd album? If you're watching on TikTok to bid and buy, you got to come over to Facebook or YouTube or X. But just FYI. So this is so to Jorge Enriquez because some of these, when they're gone, that might be it. And I think some of these really good sellers, I've made a couple of decisions. I'm going to go ahead and just say, hey, I'll take all of them because they're analog. I don't know when the next time they'll be pressed by a different company. But the next time they're pressed, I doubt they're as high quality as this. These are really nice. Just like the Thin Lizzy. Just like everything else we've been selling. So that's so to Jorge Enriquez. Chris wants both. Chris, you get one each here. And that's so to Chris Baycheck. And Romelu C, I'll put you on a waiting list for the debut. And that will give me a reminder definitely to order more. And Destructo Cat also on the Grateful Dead. Destructo Cat on Grateful Dead. So thank you, Destructo Cat. Are you a first-time buyer? Now, what happened over here on the singles? Did Brett Thies come back in? He went out after Darren bid 41, so that is a final call. Johnny Cash is at $52, now $55, and now $62, and now 9 Inch Nails is at $40. And so Johnny Cash is at $62 with Tom Sullivan, and 9 Inch Nails is at $40. Sold to a company. Nobody reached out to me. I wish they would have reached out to me. Hey, do you want to buy this? I didn't get a phone call. I wish I would have. Ah, purple juice, purple juice. Well, y'all about obliterated that crate. Y'all just about obliterated that one. I'm going to condense this over here. We got one more crate of new vinyl to go through. And I'm going to do like I just did a second ago. I'm going to quickly go through a crate of new arrivals. And I think y'all are definitely, I'm going to go over here and peek what's coming up. We're going to stick to our normal routine of pre-owned and new, pre-owned and new. And coming up is more Vinyl Me Please, more Vinyl Me Please, more Vinyl Me Please, Stevie Ray Vaughan bootlegs, more Ministries, more Iron Maidens. So that kind of gives you an idea, just a teaser of some of the other stuff that's coming up, including more Vinyl Me Please. And now we have 9 Inch Nails at 40, 42, 45, and 47. All right. Awesome. Let's move on to some more pre-owned stuff. It's just 9 o'clock. I'm going to be here for 38 straight hours. 38 straight hours. I'll be here. 38 straight hours. Let's see what else is going on over here with this crate. Have I gone through these? At this point, it's just me asking myself, have I gone through these? I don't think I have. This crate here is even a little thinner, so how about I go through these? Because I don't think I've gone through these. Let's see. Boom, 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 boom. Question is, do I want to make it best offer? Let's see what's going on here. All right, I'm going to attempt to stand up now. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. All right. We are good to go. Here is a new crate of check condition stuff that's never been gone through. That's sticker price. All right. Here we go. This is new check condition stuff that's never been shown. Sticker price. Hope everybody's ready. Johnny Cash, it's time to clear the board. Tom Sullivan, $62. He gets both Epic live albums in one package. That's pretty cool. These 3 singles are sold to Darren Johnson for $41. Thank you, Darren. And the high bid on 9 Inch Nails is $50 right now. Let me make sure I didn't miss any more claims. I didn't. I'm going to go ahead and take this first stack of sold singles in here around the corner to what we now call the Operation Center. So let me do that right quick. And we are ready for more action. Here we go. 9 Inch Nails is a final call to Rebecca. Let's go ahead and introduce some more auctions. The next one I have is REM Document. REM Document's a 1987 U.S. Carrollton original club copy. Original inner sleeve with no condition notes. Another really nice OG club copy. REM Document. Vinyl, near mint minus, has the original inner sleeve. $35 start on that. New arrivals, check condition, should be a heck of a crate. Uriah Heep Salisbury, EX edition. Uriah Heep is $17.99. Salisbury, Herb Albert and the TJB Greatest Hits Volume 2. That's EX $12.99. And Willie Nelson, Always on My Mind, also EX $12.99. And Botman Turner Overdrive 2, VG Plus $9.99. How about a Japanese? Let me see where those are at, honestly. Oh, no, we got 2 more crates of new vinyl. I repeat, did Tanner price these? He didn't price these. Did I not have a price sheet? Oh, I didn't have a price sheet for them. I can price them, though. I know what these are. Okay, there's 2 more crates of new vinyl. And yes, Japanese. David Johnson's like, how about a Japanese, you know? How about a Japanese? All right, we can do that. Let me bring them a little closer. And like I said, we got to finish this crate of hardcore singles too. So let's go ahead and go wide with the auctions here. And we have, wow, nice selection. We had one of these just the other night. Let's try another one. This is Robert Plant, Pictures at 11. Robert Plant is near mint minus and pristine. Near mint minus and pristine. It has the insert with it, cover and obi. Robert Plant, a $35 start. Do you have the Star Wars original soundtrack? We just sold one last night at auction. They come through occasionally, though. Herb Albert, so to Romulu. All right, new arrivals here, check condition. The Escape Club, Wild Wild West Dance Mix. That's a 12-inch single. VG Plus $9.99. Willie Nelson sold to Todd Saw. The Mothers of Invention is VG Plus $29.99. Just Another Band from LA. VG Plus $29.99. 9 Inch Nails is officially sold to Rebecca Howitt for $50. Nobody's bid on REM, $35 start. Nobody's bid on Robert Plant, $35 start. Our next singles are going to go up for auction right now. It is this one, and this one, and this one. And this one is Electric Chair. Yeah, Electric Chair. The Electric Ferrets. And E. coli something. Those three are going to go up for a $10 start. Those three are going to go up for a $10 start. Next is Nancy Sinatra Sugar. Nancy Sinatra, VG Plus $24.99, VG Plus $24.99. Huey Lewis Sports, VG Plus $14.99. New arrivals, check condition. Lacey J. Dalton. We have EX Edition, $12.99. And we have Pure Prairie League Live taking the stage. EX $22.99. What does check condition mean? That means it's graded less than near mint minus. What I'm basically telling you is this is a record that is less than EX++ near mint minus. That means I'm going to tell you what the condition is. We do sort some crates where everything is the same grade, which is essentially nothing to worry about. All EX++ to near mint minus. And we put all those in a crate together so I can save a lot of time not having to read EX near mint minus over and over and over. But with these, I have to because they're graded individually, one after another. For example, Pure Prairie League is EX, which means it's just a hair below going in the non-check condition bin. That's the highest grade you'll see in here. The lowest grade will be VG or VG minus. We rarely put out G+. That means it's going to have some feelable marks and they won't be in the bin. We have Jorge Enriquez on Huey Lewis. That's so to Jorge Enriquez. Michael Reed was second. Julie London at home. Julie London is in VG plus condition. VG plus condition, Julie London. Also, we have Jackson Brown, Lives in the Balance. That's EX $12.99. And Carole King, Wraparound Joy. Carole King is EX $9.99. There is some cover staining going on there. These three singles are sold to Robert Warner for $10. Robert Plant is a no bid. Robert Plant is a $35 buy it now. REM is a no bid. It's a $35 buy it now. Wow. William APM on London. This is sold to William APM. And then Jimi Hendrix, Are You Experienced? Looks like a nice vintage copy. Single tone reprise label. EX edition, $32.99 for Jimi Hendrix. We have Eric Clapton, 461 Ocean Boulevard. VG Plus, $24.99. I Shot the Sheriff. Julie London sold, Julie London sold, Julie London sold. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And this is Faces. And Faces is Ooh La La. Wow, a 1973 Terre Haute. And it has the poster with it. Faces with Ooh La La. Dear Old Granddad. This is in VG condition, just a $25 start. It is OG, and it does have the lyric poster with it. $25 start on that. Guy Shard got the Jackson Brown. Guy gets Jackson. Brett Thies gets the REM for a $35 buy it now. That means Robert Plant was a no bid, and he's a buy it now for $35 right over here. Pictures at 11. Mr. Robert Plant. $35 buy it now on that. Faces already has a bid for $28, and Eric Clapton is sold to Tom Sullivan. So I do stand corrected. There's 2 crates of new vinyl, and I will probably do those back-to-back next. There's one that's priced, and I think there's one Tanner indicated there wasn't a price sheet for, which is true. I must have missed one, and we'll probably just price those live on the fly. Here's something that looks pretty interesting. Easy Rider by who? King of Monsters? That's the label. I don't know what their name says, though. And then Epileptic Terror Attack, The Racket, and Fear of God. Those 3 singles for a $10 start. Hendrix, I don't have an exact year. This is not 67. This is an early 70s pressing. This is definitely an early 70s pressing. It's the first label would be tricolor with a steamboat. Then there's a 2-tone. This is a single-tone label. So it's definitely a later variation, but just based on the jacket design and the vinyl, it's definitely a early mid-70s press. EX $32.99. Our next auction is the Rolling Stones, their Satanic Majesty's Request. It's a 1967 U.S. Terre Haute. It's in VG condition. The original inner sleeve is here, but it's in pretty bad shape. I think Laura says the inner sleeve is falling apart. It is. It's kind of torn. But it's still there. I don't think you're going to use it to store a record anymore. VG condition. Let's go ahead and start it for $25. Faces just has one bid for $28. It's a final call. These three singles are a $10 start. Next is Welcome to the Ponderosa, Lauren Green. That's VG plus $19.99. And Tanya Tucker's Greatest Hits. That's VG plus $9.99. And Freeze Heartbreaker, VG plus $14.99. Freeze Heartbreaker, VG plus $14.99. And Focus, Stan Getz. This is EX edition on Verve, $17.99. No other bids on Faces. That's such a desirable record. I can't believe it, but it's about to sell for $28. Rod Stewart, Faces, all done, about to sell. Let's go ahead and put up another Japanese auction right quick. I should have stopped right then since nobody bid on Robert Plant, but I will entertain David Johnson's desires, and I will go ahead and put up the Eagles' Greatest Hits, one of the best-selling albums of all time. Well, I'm running down the road trying to loosen my load. I've got 7 women on my mind. That's a lot. Sounds like a headache. Eagles, 71 to 75. That's going to go up for a $35 start. The last thing is the following. Rolling Stones, 25. The singles did get a bid for 10. How much was Jimmy? $32.99. Susie wants TT for Tanya Tucker. Delta Dawn. Romelu C on Stan Getz. And then Doug, I've already sold REM. Did that come in late? I've already sold REM. It was a bot. Earlier was a no bid bot now. Now the singles have a bid for 10. Now Faces at 29. Now Faces is at 30. And now we have Robert Fripp, God Save the Queen. Robert Fripp is in VG condition, $16.99. And then Alice Cooper, Love It to Death. Alice Cooper's in VG plus condition, $19.99. Wow, it's on the green label too. Now Faces 29, now Faces 30, now Faces 21. And now Garrett, you're outbid on the singles. Robert bids came in first, so technically all tied. Robert Plant is near mint minus and pristine. It's a Japanese pressing of Pictures at 11, $35 buy now on that. And then the Eagles is a Japanese pressing, and it is a buy it now for $35 if anybody wants to bid. Or excuse me, it's an auction. It's an auction, my bad. It's still up for bid. Fripp is sold to Slicker Van Slyke, Shannon Price on Alice Cooper, Sid Blair next on Fripp. I also have Alvin Lee, RX5. Alvin Lee is in VG Plus condition, $14.99. Saturday Night Fever soundtrack, nice. That's VG condition, $9.99. And Simple Minds, Once Upon a Time. Simple Minds is VG Plus, $24.99. And Queen, News of the World, that's in VG condition. It's got a little bit of a crease here on the cover, $14.99. Faces has a new bid for 37. Brian says he's done. Now the singles are at 11, so now Robert and Garrett's out. The Rolling Stones just has one bid for $25, and I'm about to sell that. And that $25 bid was with Slicker Van Slyke, and he still has it, and we are definitely about to sell it. And now the Eagles is the final call. Let's sell Fred Cardinale, Robert Plant for $30. That is sold to Fred Cardinale for $30. Chad Davis on Saturday Night Fever. That is sold to Chad Davis. The Blues Brothers, Made in America. EX $17.99 on the Blues Brothers. And REO Speedwagon. And that is in VG Plus condition, $14.99. Now the singles are at 20. Kelly says, my feed just quit. Robert Sink said AC/DC 10. You must be watching the wrong show. And now the Rolling Stones has a new bid for 26. Also, we have Van Morrison. His band in the street choir is in VG condition, $14.99. Whoa, Domino. Michael Butler on Simple Minds. I can't believe there wasn't more claims for that. Simple Minds is sold to Michael Butler. The Jacksons Victory, VG Plus $19.99. Garrett's at 22 on the singles. That means Darren Johnson's out, and that means he outbid Brett Thies, and Brett Thies says he's done. Garrett, that's looking very good for you. And now the Eagles did not get a bid, right? The Eagles is a buy now for $35 if anybody wants that. Their Greatest Hits, 1971 to 1975. That is a buy now for $35 if anybody wants in on that. The Eagles Greatest Hits, $35 start. The Eagles Greatest Hits, $35 start. Fred Cardinale and the Blues Brothers. Thank you, Fred Cardinale. BB for Blues Brothers. Todd Saw put Queen for Queen. And now we have a new bid on the Rolling Stones, which was $26 with Scott Fellows. Now the original bidder on the Rolling Stones for $25 was Slicker Van Slyke. Slicker, I just want to let you know, you were outbid. And now Dan Moran gets the Eagles for $35. Fred, you were second. And now over here was Faces. Ooh la la. Ooh la 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 la. Dear old granddad. The high bid was Scott Fellows at $37. Brian went out. We're about to sell it. And now the Stones is at $26, and it's a final call. Next thing is Frampton Comes Alive. That has some serious damage on the back of the cover. $17.99. It is a double LP. The vinyl's not bad, though, at EX. Dwayne and Greg Allman. Now, this is an interesting version. This is the Japanese version of that Black and White album that I talk so highly of all the time. It's like pre-Allman Brothers recordings. I have one of these. It's a Japanese version. Dwayne and Greg Allman, $24.99. Now Faces has a new bid, and now the Stones has a new bid. So let's go ahead and sell these 3 singles to Garrett for $22. And now let's put up some more singles. And the next 3 singles I have here that I'm willing to put up for a $10 start are these. And we have EFF, Fluxus, Electric Eye, and Bell Bottoms. Bell Bottoms. Okay, now Faces is at 40. And then Slicker First and Allman Brothers. David V gets Peter Frampton. Make sure this goes in for $17.99, please. And then Michael second on Allman Brothers. Then Carol next on Allman Brothers. Then Tio next on Allman Brothers. Then Tom Sullivan next on Allman Brothers. Then Melanie next on Frampton. And then Jorge Enriquez next on Queen. Now Faces has a new bid for 40. And now Tom next on the Almonds. And now these 3 singles have a bid for 10. So Faces is at $40. But you tied Todd Saw. Todd already in at 40. And the Rolling Stones is at 27 with Slicker Van Slyke. Scott Fellows, you've been outbid. Let's go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing right quick. And that one is this one right here that I always speak so highly of. The last time we had one, it was an absolute bidding war. And it's a beautiful and amazing pressing of the best of George Harrison. Now, what I like about this, one side is nothing but Beatles hits, and one side is nothing but solo career. And it's truly the best of the best when it comes to George. It has all the inserts with it. Nice Jacket with Obi. Something in the Way She Moves. If I Needed Someone from Rubber Soul. Here Comes the Sun. Taxman. Thank for Yourself from Rubber Soul. For Your Blue. And While My Guitar Gently Weeps. And then his amazing solo career. My Sweet Lord. Give Me Love. You. Bangladesh. Dark Horse. And What Is Life. Japanese pressing. And this one might be just a little bit closer to EX. No, it looks pretty nice. It's got just a couple. Oh man, yeah, I mean, it's beautiful though. It's EX plus. I don't want to say it's pristine because I didn't notice that this one did have like just a couple. There's the inner sleeve, but a $35 start on George. Great compilation. I wish that was in print where I could just like keep those in stock, like brand new, boom, but they don't have anything like that in print right now. George Harrison's a $35 start. Also, we have Santana Inner Secrets. That's VG $9.99. Jay Giles Band Live. That's VG $9.99. And Eric Clapton, another ticket. Clapton's VG Plus $24.99. Pure Prairie League Just Fly, VG Plus $9.99. And Jimi Hendrix, Band of Gypsies. This is a live album that was recorded New Year's Eve, 69, New Year's Day, 1970. It was the last thing that was released while Hendrix was actually alive. And Hendrix is VG $14.99, and Elton John's Rock of the Westies with the hit song Island Girl on it. And this is VG Plus $14.99. So, a lot going on. I've kind of piled on some auctions back here to make sure we get all this stuff in as early as possible. There was only one bid on the singles. I'm going to go ahead and sell those to Robert for $10. Now, over here is Faces. And Todd went out and Scott went out. And that was, Scott bid 45. Now, Scott, you went out, but did somebody bid 45 before you? Tio bid 40, and then I got Scott bidding 45. But Scott, you went out. But I think you have this, Scott Fellows, you have this for $45. Now, if I've missed a bid, y'all might need to update me. The Rolling Stones was an OG 67 stereo. Monos are very desirable, very rare as well. And the last bid on the Stone, no, Scott went out on the Stones, my bad. Excuse me, Scott did go out on the Stones. And so this is sold to Slicker Van Slyke for $27. Okay, he went out on the Stones, not Faces. Okay, there's that. That's sold. Yes, and Scott didn't go. You were absolutely right. And so this is a final call to you then for $45. And now George Harrison, as usual, when I read that track listing, everybody's like, good gosh. And just think about what else they could put on there. I wish they would let me hand pick a George Harrison, like a double LP compilation. Maybe I can get a hold of Donnie and what's his wife's name? I know I can see it, but I can't think of it, if that makes sense. Maybe I'll be like, hey, will y'all let me pick a 2 LP best of George Harrison set list that we can put into print? Because let me tell you, his fans would want them, like me. Try to get the best mastering, maybe even all analog. Some Beatles, some solo. Okay, and then, because I could pick out some great tracks. Anybody else? This was a great check condition, Ben. Let's go ahead and put up a few more singles. The next few singles here are the following. And let's see what we got here. We got Better Than Your Hand, Better Than Your Hand, Bayonets, Texas, Elizabeth Hertz. Those three for a $10 start. Here's what's left in this crate. If you need a price, let me know. Just a quick read-through. Uriah Heep Salisbury, Bob McTurner Overdrive 2, The Escape Club, The Mothers, Nancy Sinatra, Lacey J. Dalton, Pure Prairie League, Carole King, Jimi Hendrix, still available, EX32.99. Did I pull Hendrix for, I didn't pull Band of Gypsies for Slicker. Yeah, Slicker got Band of Gypsies. Rebecca has the singles for 10. Lauren Green, Free, Heartbreaker. Alvin Lee, RX-5, really cool cover. REO Speedwagon, Van Morrison, The Jacksons, Santana, Clapton, Jay Giles, Pure Prairie League again, and Elton John. Now, Scott Fellows, this time, Scott, you do get Faces, and that's sold to him for $45. All right? That is sold. That is done. Let's move these right over here. And I do see some more claims, but I'm going to go ahead and swap out crates. I also need to let them know what time we have filled up 4 crates. 3 hours and 40 minutes, okay? We're 3 hours and 40 minutes in. I got to make a note. I don't know if they're still doing that or not, but 3 hours and 40 minutes in. Let me go ahead and make a note for them. 340.35 is going to be the official stamp. 340.35. Halfway point, approximately. That is the time since we've been live it took me to fill up 4 crates of sold records. It's usually about a crate an hour, but when we have a lot of new vinyl, it really expedites it. We're about 20 minutes ahead of pace, okay? Thank y'all. You're keeping me 20 minutes ahead of pace. Ed Hickey wants Free, and Ed, I'm going to pull that for you. And then we have over here, George Harrison, a final call for $85, and Rebecca gets these 3 singles for $10. We're ready for all new auctions, and we're going to do some more new vinyl right now. Hope everybody's ready. If not, I need you to get ready. AC/DC is $33.99. $33.99 is the price on AC/DC. And then Escape, oh, I didn't see that. Escape Club. The Wild Wild West single, El Terrible. I hadn't forgot about you. I just didn't see it. And the Escape Club single is VG Plus, $9.99. Let's clear the board. George Harrison is sold to Tom Sullivan for $85. I knew that one would be good. If I needed someone to love, you're only my sweet Lord. Next auction. Rush. I've kind of delayed it. I've got 2 from the high-end tab that Laura put out that I was going to wait a little bit later. Here is a legendary album, in my opinion. The Velvet Underground Loaded. This one, to me, is musically is far superior than Nico, the one with the banana, and anything else. As far as this quality of music, this one is quite incredible. Especially side 1, Who Loves the Sun, Sweet Jane, Rock and Roll. And this is OG, I believe. It is. It's a 1970 U.S. OG pressing of Loaded, the Velvet Underground. This is a 1970 U.S. PRC Richmond original. VG condition. It's going to go up for a $55 start. There's the Velvet Underground Loaded. The jacket's also VG, a little bit of wear, but to me, this is like an essential. The copy I got was from Fred Goodwin's collection. When I finally got into Fred's collection, where I was able to look through stuff, I went to his rock, which was like an entire room. He had an entire bedroom full of, quote, rock albums. And I remember I went to like the Yes and, you know, some of my favorite artists. And when I was over in that department, I found his Velvet Underground stuff. And he had a copy of Loaded in shrink wrap that looked like it was brand new. And I was like, wow, I'll never have to get another copy again. And I haven't seen one that nice too often. Great stuff here. Lou Reed and the Velvet Underground, Sweet Jane, Rock and Roll. That is now up for bid. And then Paul was telling me about this. He said, hey, we found a original Rush counterparts. He's like, do you have this? And I was like, I think I do. I know I have, of course, the newest and then the Analog Productions. He's like, well, we're probably going to put it up for sale unless you want it. I said, let's go ahead and sell it. Somebody else might need it in their collection. Now, this record has never sold on Discogs below $113. The median is $216. And some of them have sold near mint for as much as $340. This copy is not bad whatsoever. It's VG++ EX. And I'm going to go tell you right now, I'm in no hurry to sell it. I wouldn't mind having like 20 copies of this, just because they're very difficult to come by. Rush counterparts. This is a 93 Euro original. There is a little bit of cover damage over here. It's kind of a flimsy cover. It's one of those European style jackets. They're not real sturdy, so stress creases are pretty common right in here. The vinyl's not bad though. I mean, you could say conservatively VG+ EX. It's pretty close to an EX from when I looked at it. This is going to go up, Rush, for a $195 start. That is counterparts, $195 start. That's up for bid, and Velvet Underground has a bid for $60. And like I said, they've never sold in VG+ condition below 113. This one's pretty nice, $195 on that. And you don't have to bid. Here's our next singles. I've pulled out 3 from the same band. The Flex, the Flex, and the Flex. And those 3 from the Flex are going to be a $10 start. Everybody awake? Is the chat working? Is everybody here? There hadn't been anything happen since El Terrible said he wanted the Escape Club. Brett bid 60 on Velvet. Everybody awake? Everybody with me? Everybody here? Is the chat working? Test 1, 2. Hello? Is there anybody out there? Do I have to say it like Roger Waters? Hello? Is there anybody out there? Just making sure. I'm going to have to stomp my feet and clap my hands. Rush should already have bids for $195, $215, Rush $250, Rush $275. Just make sure everybody's awake. There is an OG. This record was not pressed in the United States. This is an OG Rush counterparts. OG Rush counterparts. OG Velvet Underground Loaded. OG Velvet Underground Loaded. An essential. An important album in rock history. Rush counterparts. Rare. 1993. Think about that. 1993. Everybody was going to stores and buying CDs. You were being laughed at if you were still buying vinyl. Ha ha. You're still buying vinyl. Nobody was thinking it would be a rare collectible years later. Here's what's left in here. We got Ministry. Here's not what's left. Here's a crate of new vinyl. Ministry. The mind is a terrible thing to taste. Ministry is a music on vinyl pressing for $39.99. Ministry. Ministry is a music on vinyl pressing. And this was a waiting list. Ministry is $39.99. These are new and these are sealed music on vinyl pressings for $39.99. As soon as I can find the waiting list. I'm scrolling through a lot of stuff. I probably misspelled Ministry. And if you do that on like an Excel spreadsheet, it doesn't help you too much. So Ministry is $39.99. These are available. Maybe there's not a wait list. Maybe I just ordered 4. It very well could be. I don't see any. I'm also going to search mine. $39.99. What is the Rush? Chad, tell me more about Rush. Right, finally, everybody must have went on a bathroom break. I was getting worried. I was like, wow, everybody must be on a bathroom break. That must be what's happening. Everybody's like, all right, Chad's changing crates. I'm going to go feed the dog right quick. Let me go tell my wife goodbye. And I'm going to go in here and sit in the vehicle in the garage and watch Chad for the rest of the night where I'm not interrupted by anybody. And Ministry's $39.99. So let's go over here and see what's going on. The first thing was Velvet Underground is an OG VG copy. There's only one bid for $60. Brett Thies is like, is really nobody going to bid against me? Final call for $60. The singles have bids for $10 and $10. And now the singles have a bid for $11. And now the singles have a bid for $14. And now the singles have a bid for $15. And Rush is a 1993 OG Counterparts European copy. This was not pressed in the United States in 93. VG++ EX, it's a $195 start. Rush Counterparts, $195. Going once, going twice. Now the singles are at $17. I got 3 copies of Iron Maiden, Maiden Voyage, $38.99 for Iron Maiden. Now, I know there was a wait list for this. This is a live Iron Maiden unofficial. The waiting list for this was Jennifer Corbin, Jim Berg, and Troy Shark. Jennifer Corbin, Jim Berg, and Troy Shark. So that's Jennifer Corbin, Jim Berg, and Troy Shark. And I think I only had 3 more come in. I did. If anybody else wants on a waiting list, these are numbered, hand numbered on the back. I got 32, 34, 35, and those are $38.99. Similar Counterparts on Discogs is at $250. Some of them in near mint have sold as much as $340. I may have to put a local. I'll do this sometimes on crazy auctions that's not getting bids. I'm probably going to have to say no buy it now on this. If you want it, you got to lock in a bid. And I'm officially going to say that right now for this Rush album. If you want it, you got to bid. No buy it now. And I can tell you right now, I'm not taking any less than $195. I said I would keep it, and I will gladly do that. Because I'm questioning what I actually have in my own personal collection at this point. I think y'all know how serious of a Rush fan I am. $195. If you want to lock in a bid, I'll take it. If not, there it is. And now the singles are $18. Brett, once again, I can't believe no one bid against you on Velvet Underground. This is sold to you for $60. Mike Strauss is in on Rush at $195. Plus, if you really want it, I would bid anyways, because if it was a buy it now, there might be 2 or 3 people like, man, I'm going to snipe that for $195. And then 2 or 3 people would have tried it and you would have been third. Then you're going to wake up in the morning, you're going to be brushing your teeth and you're going to be like, why didn't I bid on that Rush Counterparts when I had a chance? Why didn't I have a chance? Chad had it right up there. I could have got it right then. Our next auction going up right now is REM. REM is a 1984 U.S. Indianapolis OG. This is translucent brown vinyl when you hold it up to the light. Very nice. This is REM, a 1984 Indianapolis original. Retail copy on the translucent virgin vinyl, a $35 start. These singles are at $18, final call. Rush does have a bid with Mike Strauss. We're about to sell it. I've got 2 copies of Tenacious D Post-Apocalypto. Now, I didn't have these last week. I didn't have this one last week. Tenacious D is $38.99. $38.99 on Tenacious D Post-Apocalypto. $38.99 on that. And we have Ministry, The Land of Rape and Honey. Ministry is $39.99. I have 2 of those available. Now, I had a sticky note last week, that said, order every ministry album. Everybody wants lots more ministries. That's what Tanner had wrote on a sticky note. That was my exact words last week. We had wrote down on a sticky note, order more everything ministry. Everybody wants to buy more ministry albums. So I ordered everything I can. Some of them's in tonight. Some of them will be in tomorrow. There's already 4. Mind is a Terrible Thing. Here's 2. Land of Rape and Honey. REM has a bid for 35. REM has a bid for 36. And we have Maiden Voyage waiting list. Put Greg Gallier on the Maiden Voyage waiting list. I've got these 3 by the Flex are sold to Robert Warner for $18. REM is an OG copy. It is a OG translucent brown vinyl. It is first press. It is OG. Mike Straws, I can't delay this any longer. Congratulations on a great deal. I feel like you got that like $100 below retail. Thank you, Mike Straws. That's sold to you for $195. Now, if they had not recently repressed all these Rush albums and these box sets and 2 LPs and stuff, I feel like this would have brought well over $300. Mike, I think you got a bargain based on the fact that some of these have been recently repressed. So congratulations. There's one thing you can't change. That's OG, and it always will be. It's OG, and it always will be. Now, REM's at $40. Here is the highly, I don't know what words to put it at this point. We have set a record selling Thin Lizzy jailbreaks. At this point, I might have sold more than Vinyl Me Please has. $34.99. This is Thin Lizzy's jailbreak, all analog, and it's on colored vinyl. I think y'all know the drill. And I've actually sold some from Hatchet Ed crates. I have not pulled the waiting list. We did have a waiting list, and that's Clifford Umstead and Mac McMahon. Clifford Umstead and Mac McMahon. So these are sold to Clifford Umstead and Mac McMahon, $34.99. Those are sold, and those are sold. If anybody else wants one, let me know. That is The Boys Are Back in Town. We've actually sold one. We actually sold one earlier tonight. We sold one on here earlier tonight. And I was like, wow, well, I think we're going to keep selling these and keep selling these. And I'm going to keep ordering them. Every time I'm worried they're going to go out of stock. And here they are again. Fred Cardinal, thank you. And now if anybody else wants one, classic album. I think y'all know the story on that. Also, REM's at $41. It's OG. It has the original inner sleeve. It's on the translucent vinyl. Let's go ahead and put up some other auctions. Josie's on a Vacation Far Away. This is a 1985 U.S. Pittman original. It's a misprint. Track B2 is listed as All the Love on the jacket and the inner sleeve, but it's listed as All the Love in the World on B-side label. This is an OG outfield, play deep. It's in shrink. It's beautiful. A classic 80s album. So many great songs on there. $25 start. Our next Japanese auction is going to go up right now. And our next Japanese auction is going to be the following. We did a George Harrison Greatest Hits earlier. Here is a studio album from George Harrison. And this is George Harrison 33 1/3. And this is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. George Harrison 33 1/3. We have the original inner sleeve. We have the insert. It has a gatefold cover. Very nice. $35 start on that. Jorge Enriquez. So many classic songs on here. Of course, Jailbreak. Tonight, there's gonna be a jailbreak. $34.99. Emeralds on there. The Cowboy song. How about Soul to Soul live at the Roundhouse? This was a special request for Mr. Troy Robinson. Thank you, Troy Robinson. And if anybody else wants one, let me know. He wanted me to order one of these for him, and I said, sure thing. And this is live at the Roundhouse, Soul to Soul. This is sold to Troy Robinson. If anybody else wants one, they are gold vinyl, $49.99. He said, Chad, order this, and Ed ordered it. Stevie Ray Vaughan live at King's Head's Inn, Norfolk, Virginia. Stevie Ray Vaughan is $29.99. The outfield already has a bid for $30. George Harrison's at $35, and REM going once, going twice to Gregory Roberts for $50. Stevie Ray Vaughan, June 22nd, 1980. June 22nd, 1980. That would have been 45 years ago, just a couple weeks ago. Wow. 45 years ago. Next thing is our next few singles over here. Let's pull out a few more singles and see which ones I just grabbed. I have the following. Funeral Shock, and Funeral Shock. 3 more there from the same band. Funeral Shocks are at Funeral Shocks are a $10 start. Greg Hubers. Greg Hubers. What is VG plus EX? Greg asked about EX. EX is a real grading definition. For some reason, Discogs doesn't use it on their website. EX is between VG plus and near mint minus. A lot of people have got away from using EX. It is part of the what we call gold mine grading standard, which I think people have been using for decades. Unfortunately, a lot of websites and a lot of people have evaporated it because it's not on Discogs. I wish Discogs have added. I actually emailed Discogs about a couple things before. They did address my issue, and they said they didn't speak on that part, but the other thing they helped me with, which was sales tax. So I finally got a hold of somebody at Discogs. They're very hard to get a hold of, but then I asked them to add EX to their grading profile, and they didn't address that. They probably said, we're going to pass. But I wish they would, because in my opinion, there's a big jump between VG plus and near mint minus. There could be a lot of stuff in between there. But for some reason, a lot of people go VG plus and near mint minus. I think there should be something between, and there is. It's called EX. A lot of people don't use it anymore. I don't know why, but it is a real grade, and it's between VG plus and near mint minus. Iron Maiden live in New York is $29.99. If you jump something from VG plus to near mint minus, that's a big jump. There should be something in between there. Iron Maiden is alive in New York City, and I have all these are available. There's no waiting list. This is $29.99. $29.99. This is Iron Maiden live in New York City, yellow vinyl, and I've got 3 copies of Vinyl Me Please, Townes Van Zandt, For the Sake of the Song. Townes Van Zandt, For the Sake of the Song, is $34.99. This is a Vinyl Me Please 50th anniversary blue vinyl, mastered by Jason Ward of Chicago Mastering. It has a really cool art print there of Mr. Townes Van Zandt, the legendary Townes Van Zandt, and that is Vinyl Me Please, new. I've never had that one before, to my knowledge. $34.99. And then over here we have George Harrison, 33 1/3. George Harrison is sold to Cyclone Doug for $35. Thank you on that. Now, the outfield and our REM, the outfield, I don't think I've actually said a final call. I don't think I've said a final call. And I'm going to make sure everybody's done on this. It's an OG and shrink with the misprint label and inner sleeve. Or the title is correct on the inner sleeve and jacket. It's misprinted on the label. And the last bit on that was Jeremy Rourke at 30. These 3 singles from Funeral Shock are a $10 buy it now. And what is the condition of Iron Maiden? Or excuse me, the condition of REM? There was no condition notes on this. No condition notes on REM. And this is called Reckoning. And it's a final call to Gregory Roberts for $55. $55. Shannon Lee wants Iron Maiden. Fred, this was recorded at the Palladium in New York City on June 29th, 1982. Classic. The next Vinyl Me Please is Run DMC, Tougher Than Leather. Run DMC is $34.99, a 35th anniversary of their seminal hip-hop classic. Lacquer's cut by Barry Grant. It's on black and white striped vinyl, $34.99. Robert bid $10 on the singles. That is sold to Robert for $10. I think there might have been a glitch because also I didn't see a bid between, I think there was a glitch because I never did see a bid more than, I'm not for sure what happened there. Either way, they're sold to you, Robert, now. Thank you, Robert. And then Run DMC is sold to Rod Bryan. Run DMC is sold to Jorge Enriquez. And we have 2 copies. Another Vinyl Me Please, all analog, Ryan Smith on Jewel of Frost, colored vinyl, T-Rex. T-Rex self-titled. Another Vinyl Me Please I've never had, $34.99 for T-Rex. All right, Jeremy Rourke, you do get outfield for $30. Hammers up on our REM. We're about to sell REM. There was a couple questions, so it had to get a few more minutes of contemplation for people, but it's about to be sold. Let's go ahead and put up a few more singles. Fumes. Fugazi. Uh-oh. I see Fugazi. It looks like Furniture, number 5, and Hello Morning. And this is very negative. Maybe very negative. T-Rex sold to Patrick Lear, and T-Rex sold to Fred Cardinal. Now, if anybody wants on any waiting list or anything that we sold out of, let me know. REM is sold to Gregory Roberts, and that's sold to Gregory Roberts for $55. There's those, a $10 start. And now let's put up some new auctions. Here's what I got left in the auction bin. The Rolling Stones, Leonard Skinner, which I'm going to do right now. John Prine, Electric Flag, Led Zeppelin, MC5, Bob Marley, Led Zeppelin, David Bowie, The Beatles Anthology, wow, Blue Cheer, John Coltrane, and then I have a whole crate of Japanese stuff. Here is an OG 1977 Gloversville pressing of Leonard Skinner's Street Survivors with of course, the original Flames cover. It has the original inner sleeve, no other additional inserts. It is in VG condition. It's a $35 start on Leonard Skinner. Street Survivors, $35 start. The singles are now at $15. Tenacious D Post-Apocalypto is $38.99. Let's browse through these one more time. I have Ministry. The Mind is a Terrible Thing to Taste, $39.99. There's one and there's two. I've got four of those, $39.99. Tenacious D, Post-Apocalypto. Post-Apocalypto is $38.99. I also have Ministry, The Land of Rape and Honey. The Land of Rape and Honey is $39.99. Jailbreak, Thin Lizzy, Orange Vinyl, Vinyl Me Please, $34.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan, Live at King's Head Inn, Virginia, $29.99. Iron Maiden Live in New York, 1982 Yellow Vinyl, $29.99. And Townes Van Zandt, For the Sake of the Song, $34.99. Vinyl Me Please, and one Run DMC left for $34.99. Now, the most recent comment, wow, look at the bids on the singles. Holy moly. So we sold T-Rex. Let me show you what we're sold out of and what we have waiting list for. The singles have bids for 10, 10, 11, 11, 12, 15, 13, 16, 10, 18. 15, Leonard Skinner does have a bid for 35. 19, 20, 25, 16, 27, 20, 28, and then Jetstream wants a Stevie Ray Vaughan, and now the singles are at 31. Okay, so now that leaves me to do this. Let me go ahead and put up David Bowie, which is Aladdin Sane. David Bowie is a 1973 German original. Wow, German OG, a German press. It's in VG condition. It has cover damage where somebody was trying to peel off an old price tag. Maybe with a little bit more work, you might can get that off. There's the very cool gatefold. It does have the original inner sleeve, and David Bowie is a $25 start. Leonard Skinner has one bid for $35, final call. The singles are Fumes. This is like this is Fugazi Furniture. Fugazi Furniture. And I think this is called Very Negative. And I think Rebecca has them for 36. This says Very Negative. That doesn't look like a V. It's on red vinyl. FM? It's not FM. I'm not for sure who that is. Me and John had this discussion Monday morning. He's like, I'm glad you work on these and just put them up for bid now. He said, because when we first got some of this stuff in, they were trying to look some of this stuff up, and you really can't figure out who these are unless you just know. So it's just like, man, who is this? That's what when I'm putting these up for auction, I'm like, who is this? That's literally what I'm asking. Okay, now there is another crate of new vinyl, but it's not priced, and I'm going to try to do it on the fly. So what I'm going to do is set the crate over here and basically show you record after record, and we're going to price them on the fly, because if I don't get to them now, we don't want to show them tomorrow. The faster we can sell them and get waiting lists going, the more we can sell, okay? So let me find the invoice. And that's going to be the hard part. Aha. From 5:30. Is this 5? Disney. Yeah, this is it. Perfect. Perfect. It's F and invisible. Very negative. F and invisible. Thank you. All right. Perfect. We got I got my prices pulled up. I'm ready to sell y'all some records. I'm ready to sell y'all some records. And hopefully y'all are ready to buy them. Now, when I come back, I'll update everything, and we might even drop some hammers. The Michael Scott Funkos are back in, by the way. So what I'm going to do is leave the crate empty, and then I'm going to add to it so we can kind of show them one at a time. And, oh yeah. I'm pretty sure I priced these already for Ed, but I think the sheet got lost. All right, this is $174.99. I got a few box sets. $174.99. An amazing box set here. Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers live at the Fillmore. 58 songs on 6 LPs, over 4 hours of music. Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers live at the Fillmore. $174.99. That is available. $174.99. Tom Petty. Now, let's figure out where we's at on these auctions. I know Catherine had Leonard Skinner for $37. And I know we sold Jetstream of Stevie Ray Vaughan. And then I know Michael Wood bid $38 on Leonard Skinner. And I know the singles got a bid for $40. And I know David Bowie got a bid for $25. And the singles were still at $40. And then the next thing is, that's where we're at. So Catherine, you're out on Leonard Skinner. The last bid on Leonard Skinner was Michael Wood at $38. $38. The singles are at $40, all three of them. Shannon Price, and then David Bowie. David Bowie got an opening bid of $25 with Darren Johnson, and that's the only bid. And David Bowie is a OG 73 German press. Now Leonard Skinner's at $40. Tom Petty is $174.99. I wonder what Tanner did with the pricing gun. What did Tanner do with the pricing gun? If not, I don't really need it, but it would be helpful just in case. Because some of these I'm kind of calculating stuff over here, so I don't want to misprice it. But I know I won't forget that. $174. Then I have another box set, and I sold some of these recently, which is at an incredible price. And the price on this is $139.99. And that's for the Rush Permanent Waves. 40th Anniversary Super Deluxe. $139.99. $139.99. Rush Permanent Waves. $139.99. I may jot some of these down on a sticky note right quick. So $139. Rush Permanent Waves. And there for a while, we was on a streak of selling these, and I forgot to order more. Like, we kept selling. It was one of those deals like Smashing Pumpkins. I would sell them. I would reorder them. I would sell them, I would reorder them, and for some reason, I think I just didn't reorder them one time, and then I forgot they were still in stock at basically well below original MSRP. The singles didn't get another bid, right? So we can go ahead and sell these for $40 to Darren Johnson. No, was it Darren? Shannon Price. Shannon Price on $40. Darren Johnson surprisingly got the OG German David Bowie for just $25. Now we got some bidding going on Leonard Skinner. Now Michael Butler has it for $25, or excuse me, he has it for $45. Michael Wood, you're out. So it's between the Michaels there. So 2 box sets, Rush and Tom Petty. And then here is a really popular seller for us. And not only that, they're on colored vinyl. And that's $59.99 for Soundgarden. Yes, the Soundgarden, Chris Cornell, live at the Artist Inn, a 4 LP box on splatter vinyl, and these are $59.99. $59.99 for Chris Cornell I should say Soundgarden, live at the Artist Den. $59.99. If we sell out of anything in here, like we just sold the Rush, I can reorder these and have more. I'm probably going to reorder them anyway. MT Matt says he'll take one. That's sold to MT Matt. Now Skinner, it's a final call to Michael Butler. We still got auctions to put up. And the next auction I'm going to put up is Legend, the best of Bob Marley. A 1984 Portugal original. OG Portuguese press, EX edition, Bob Marley on the Island label, the best of Bob Marley, a $25 start. Fred Carnell gets a Soundgarden. Make sure these go in for $59.99, please. $59.99 on that. Let's go ahead and sell the last one to Oso Adventure. And now, if anybody wants on waiting list, let me know. Here's our next singles, From Ashes Rise. From Ashes Rise. And this next one is... looks like that same band, Effin' Invincible. That is going to go up for a $10 star. Oso gets the last Soundgarden. And now we have a Japanese request. One more great Japanese before I go to bed. Let me see what Japanese I have in here that I don't think David Johnson has ever seen before or possibly doesn't have in his collection. TLC? Wow, we have a TLC in here. That's unusual. That don't seem like David Johnson's cup of tea, but I've been surprised before. Man, there's a lot of good ones in here. I actually don't know if he has this one. This is one I don't think I've seen before. It's something I get quite often in U.S. pressings, but I don't know if I've had an England Dan and John Ford Coley, Nights of Forever. So this is Near Mint Minus and Pristine, England Dan and John Ford Coley with insert and insert. There's the jacket, beautiful vinyl, a little bit of damage down here to the obi. We'll put it up for a $25 start. $25 start. Next is the singles have bids for 10s and 10s. We're on F's and E's and that kind of part of the alphabet. Michael Butler, you get Leonard Skinner for $45. And I'm looking for the next record, but it's back here behind me unpriced. Now, I wonder if this was in my cart. I wonder if this is something Paul or Ed ordered. I need to text Paul because I gave Ed the login information for this website. But I'm going to go ahead and show them because I still can get them. These are only $24.99. I did not order this, though. Jim Sullivan, UFO. Jim Sullivan, UFO. It's some kind of rare folk album. Newly remastered, lacquer's cut by John Golden Master and plated at RTI. 16-page book. Jim Sullivan, UFO. I have no idea. $24.99. I've got two of them. So they're just $24.99. Also, I've got these, and these are $29.99. Marcus King Youngblood. And there was a waiting list for these. Marcus King at a great price of $29.99. Now let me pull up the waiting list for Marcus. Marcus King. I put an I in there accidentally. These are, the waiting list is Ben Digert. Thank you, Ben Digert. He's on a waiting list. And if anybody else wants one, let me know. $29.99. Marcus King. Yeah, I think it is. I think maybe him and Ed was looking at that the other day, or I don't know. I have no idea. And then the singles are at 11 with Robert Warner. Bob Marley's now at 30. So let me make sure I didn't miss anything. I'm kind of jumping around having to process stuff on the fly. Bob Marley, 25. The singles at 10. The singles at 10. Bob Marley, 30. The Soundgardens, Thursday. Oh, they will probably, man, this is a tough place. Thursday, Wednesday. They could be here on Friday. There's I would say 80% chance they would be here on Friday. So 80% they would be here on Friday. The singles 11. TLC, give me a second on that. And then Jim Sullivan for Tom Sullivan. Make sure that goes in for $24.99. Patrick Lear on a Marcus King for $29.99. And Bob Marley. And then England, Dan has a bid for $25. The singles are at 12. It is From Ashes Rise, From Ashes Rise, and Effin' Invincible. And then Bob Marley did get a new bid. Moses bid 30. Jason Fornerat, you're out. Shannon Lee says he wants on a waiting list for Soundgarden. Shannon, I will get those in where they will definitely get here in time for that. Now, here is a hopefully get in time. Not definitely, hopefully. Some of these I know how fast some of these companies ship, and I can guarantee it. These are just $34.99. The Rolling Stones LA Forum, a 3 LP and DVD, and I was selling the heck out of these, and I kind of forgot about them, so I brought them back. 1975 classic Rolling Stones era, newly mixed 3 LP and DVD, $34.99. I mean, look at the track listing. Incredible. That's a triple LP with the DVD. That's $34.99. Jetstream wants a Marcus King. That's sold to Jetstream, and that is $34.99. LA Forum. Great stuff there. And we actually have a waiting list for this. And this is also, these are just $29.99. And these have been very popular because they're at a great price. And when I started reading some of the track listing, everybody's like, I do need one of those. And the waiting list is Jamie McCord and Michael Fairchild. These are $29.99. Jamie McCord and Michael Fairchild. And this is Disney, The Ultimate Hits, Volumes 1 and 2. Green and blue vinyl. Like a Hakuna Matata. A what? A Hakuna Matata? A Hakuna Matata. The Bare Necessities. You got music from Pocahontas. You've Got a Friend in Me from Toy Story. The Aristocats. The Little Mermaid. The Circle of Life. Pinocchio. They're $29.99. It's on green and blue vinyl. And we had 2 people on a waiting list. Those are sold. Bob Marley's at $34. And Guy Shard says he'll take one of the Rolling Stones. Okay. Now, the last thing I had, and we sold a Jim Sullivan and a Marcus King. We sold a Soundgarden on a waiting list. Bob Marley, $34. We sold the last Marcus King. We sold Rolling Stones. And the Japanese is England Dan and John Ford Coley. England Dan and John Ford Coley, Nights Are Forever. I'd really love to see you tonight. I'd really love to see you tonight. The high bid on this is $25, and it's a final call. Bob Marley's still getting bids, and these singles, the last bid on these singles, Robert went out, and that's after Darren Johnson bid $12. Now, I don't know if I can put anything else in this crate. I'm going to try my best to. We just sold Romulus C on the Ultimate Disney. We got David V on the last Ultimate Disney, and we got Todd Saw on the Rolling Stones. Wow, we've almost sold everything in this crate. This is the distributor where I get stuff typically where I can sell it below MSRP. So that's why we that's the only thing left. Now let's get some waiting lists going. Let's get some waiting lists going. The first one would be for that Rolling Stones again. If anybody wants on a waiting list for LA Forum. It's a 3 LP, and I think these originally retailed somewhere between $60 and $70. That sounds about right, being that it's a triple LP with DVD, and it's the Rolling Stones. So I think they're pretty close to 50% off retail at $34.99. LA Forum. And then this looks like it's an overstock from Target. There's no telling how many Targets actually sold, but we can get them now, a 2 LP, green and blue vinyl. If anybody else wants one, that is like the best of Disney, all eras. $29.99. If you want one, they'll maybe be here by Friday. Marcus King is also an on-sale record, and I think these are pink vinyl. Pink vinyl, and those are $29.99. Young Blood, if anybody else wants one of those. And the other thing we sold out of was Soundgarden. Let me show you Soundgarden. These are on splatter vinyl. It's a 4 LP box set, $59.99. And then the other one was the Rush Super Deluxe. Rush Super Deluxe is just $139.99, which I think when this was out, it was originally a retail box, probably $180, maybe $200 plus. So you can pick that up now for $139.99. The Iron Maiden Maiden Voyage is also a waiting list. Alonzo, that's live in Nijmegen, Holland, 1981. It's on colored vinyl, and they are $38.99. Live in Holland, 1981. And I already have more of those back ordered or possibly on the way. Now, England Dan got a new bid for $26 and then $30. Bob Marley is an 84 OG Portugal pressing. An 84 OG Portugal pressing. Bob Marley and the Wailers, a legend. and it has a new high bid of 39 with Moses E. These 3 singles are sold for $12, and those 3 are sold for $12 to Darren Johnson. The only thing left is Jim Sullivan UFO, and that is $24.99. And then Tom Petty, Live at the Fillmore, a 58-song 6 LP box, $174.99. And that is all of the new sealed arrivals for tonight. I think I mentioned earlier how much I've ordered. I was trying to scramble to get all these invoices together for Tanner to price them because we have ordered so much. And there should be another huge delivery tomorrow. And I'm going to overnight some stuff, so it will be here for Thursday Metal Night. So the stuff I order tomorrow will be new stuff in anticipation for Thursday Metal Night. We got a Rolling Stones waiting list with Tim Vergari. Make sure he gets a forum. And then also Joe Delgado also on the waiting list. Bob Marley out and England Dan out. Moses is out as well. Bob Marley just got a bid for 40. Andrew Hawkins, you're out. England Dan's about to sell to Travis for 33. And now my crate over here is really full. But here's what we're going to do the rest of the night. I still got plenty of new arrivals to show you. Some I may go ahead and even take offers on to get some of them expedited sold, and just so we can say we've gone through them, because I have this huge backlog still of stuff John's priced and other Paul and Laura crates that only have been gone through once, and now it's going to be a waiting list. Or now it's going to be best offer, excuse me. And I definitely want to show you all the new vinyl that's already come in for tonight on that. So first thing we have, the next thing we have is this. And what? What do I have here? I have, yes, in anticipation for Thursday, I've already got the hot pictures available. Here's some of the stuff we'll be selling Thursday night. Deicide, Metallica, Marilyn Manson, Metallica, Stryper, Metallica, King Diamond, Kiss, Tesla, Testament, Voivod, Cinderella, Pestilence, Possessed, Savatage, Black Sabbath, Motley Crue, Les Rocket, Megadeth, Faster Pussycat, Wasp, LA Guns, Lita, Bullet Boys, Slayer, Dogs D. D'Amour, Dio, Whitesnake, Machine Head, Gojira, Whitesnake, Venom, Rat, Whitesnake, TNT, Winger, Wasp, Tigers of Pantane, Judas Priest, Guns N' Roses, The Sword, Amorphous, Motley Crue, and Crocus. And I've already got a lot of surprises, like cassettes that I've already teased, and some other stuff that I know I'm going to auction that I'm not going to post maybe until 30 minutes or an hour before the show starts. If anybody wants anything in there, just let me know. We will knock out a recap of the new vinyl here a little bit later, but let's go ahead and start selling some more vintage. And I'm going to go ahead and start a new empty crate. And that way we can get... Last night, it was pretty late, but we made a mad rush at the end. And we ended up selling 8 full crates again last night. And it looks like we can do that tonight. I need y'all's participation. I need y'all's participation in these Buy It Now Best Offer crates. We'll get a lot of pre-owned and vintage stuff sold off. And that's what I plan on doing. Okay? And yes, I mentioned a TLC. And let me see what's going on with that. And then, can you order more modern things, new artists and bands? Or ask Laura to order? Yes. I need a list. How about, let's see. Yeah, we need an updated group post where I can remind people that kind of stuff. All right, so Bob Marley is sold to Travis Woods for 40, and he also got England Dan for 33. Board's clear. We're ready for all new stuff, and I guess we're ready for our 10 o'clock transition into pre-owned discount bins. You never know which one I'm going to grab, either a Paul or Laura crate or John crate that's been gone through or maybe not gone through on that and that. And Angela Lewis is begging already for CDs. She is begging already for CDs. Let's go ahead and see what's going on over here. And we're going to go through a new arrivals crate that's never been shown before. And these are going to be new arrivals at sticker price that's never been shown before. Might be one of the last, quote, new arrivals bins we go through. But these have never been shown before. And let's go ahead and introduce all new auctions. And let's do that right now. And the first thing that I have is what? I mentioned something called TLC over here. I've never seen this before. TLC, Digging on You. Dig the latest from the best-selling album by a female group ever. The follow-up to their gigantic #1 hit Waterfalls from their mega large album Crazy Sexy Cool. This is TLC, Digging Up on You, a Japanese 12-inch single from Crazy Sexy Cool. And that's going to go up. Is this Japanese? It came from Japan, but I don't think it's Japanese. No, it looks like it's US. I guess it's US, but it came from Japan. We'll say a $10 start on TLC. $10 start on TLC. All right, and then the next auction over here is going to be the Beatles Anthology. And we only have 2 different volumes, so I'm going to, for once, separate them. I usually try to sell them as a set. But because these are, we just got Volume 1 and Volume 3, I'm going to sell Volume 1 first. If you don't have Beatles Anthology, this is an incredible listening experience. It details one of the greatest stories ever told, the history of the Beatles. It starts in chronological order. It starts in chronological order with some of their earliest stuff. And there's some narrations. It's just an amazing thing to listen to. This is a triple LP sealed. These are not in print, and they've never been reissued since, I think, the early 2000s. I wish they were in print. I was hoping, when I saw the Beatles mono box, I was like, dang it. That was great, but I was hoping they was going to do an anthology, an updated anthology box set. I hope that comes in the near future. But this is a sealed 95 US original. And I think that first single that they put out, y'all probably remember when they were putting out those singles, Free as a Bird. That came out December 12th, 1995. Either that one or Real Love. One of the two came out on my birthday. December 12th, 1995. They either put out Real Love or Free as a Bird on December 12th, 1995 when they were putting out singles to promote this. But this is a sealed 95 original triple LP, and that's going to go up for an $85 start. $85 start on the Beatles. TLC's at $25. These are new arrivals, and we have Rush, Exit Stage Left, which I was looking at a second ago. A beautiful copy. $49.99. A second ago, meaning 2 days ago when John priced them. $49.99 on Rush. Very, very nice. That is Exit Stage Left. Exit Stage Left. It was Real Love. Thank you. Yeah, that came out on my birthday. And then years later, I was indoctrinated as a Beatles fan, so maybe that meant something. That is an $85 start for the Beatles Anthology. Christmas on Anthology. That would be amazing. I'm hoping they'll do it like a huge box set, but I don't know, that'd probably be pricey. That would be very expensive. London Muddy Water Sessions, $34.99. I'm always lobbying for high quality stuff, but also at a price point where I think I can hopefully sell a bunch of them as a record dealer since it's my business. Muddy Waters is $34.99. We have Warrior Scandal featuring Patti Smythe. That is $24.99. Also, we have Emmylou Harris Luxury Liner. Emmylou Harris is $14.99. Willie Nelson and Roger Miller, Old Friends, $14.99. Fleetwood Mac Rumors is $34.99. This has the original inner sleeve with it. Nice first label. Hall & Oates H2O is $19.99. And the Radioactive Summer LP. This is a compilation for $16.99. And we have authentic Calliope music. I love Calliope music. That's $14.99. The next singles are going to go up right now, and those are the following. We have Betrayed. We have the Eclectics, And the next one I have over here is Flesh World. So Flesh World, the Eclectics, and Betrayed. Those 3 singles are going to go up for a $10 start. Here's the bidding since I've been done. We have TLC at 20, 10, 10, 21, 12, 25, 26, 30, 27, 28, 31, 35, 36, 37, and the Beatles is at 100. Next is Dolly Heartbreaker. Dolly Parton is $24.99. B.W. Stevenson, My Maria, that's $9.99. Also, Tanya Tucker's Greatest Hits, been selling a bunch of these because it has Delta Dawn on it, $14.99. Now the singles are at 10. And Van Morrison, Poetic, Champion Compose, $34.99. Our next Japanese pressing is Billy Joel, 52nd Street. One of the first records we sold tonight was a U.S. press. Here is 52nd Street. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Billy Joel has the original inner sleeve and insert, and there's the cover and Obi. $35 star. These are new arrival sticker price. Probably our last crate of sticker price stuff tonight. And then probably for the rest of the night, we're going to do discount bins, last crate. But these are technically new arrivals. They were priced a few days ago, but they've never been shown. Todd got Tanya Tucker. TLC is with Twunker Bell and Donna Turner. Y'all are told. Y'all are at $40. Donna has TLC at $40. Agent Provocateur by Foreigner, that is $19.99. Hall & Oates, Family Man and Man Eater, that is $12.99. And Sonny and Cher, All I Ever Need Is You. Sonny and Cher is $16.99. Debbie Winstead is with Dolly. Debbie Winstead is with Dolly. Dolly goes to Debbie. And 24 of Hank Williams' Greatest Hits, a 2 LP gatefold compilation, $29. And Frank Zappa, Orchestral Favorites, a beautiful copy, shrink wrapped, $39.99. Orchestral Favorites. TLC's now at $45. The TLC is a 12-inch single of Digging on You. The Beatles anthology now has 3 bidders. 100, 105, and now 110 with Michael Butler. 3 bids and 3 bidders. Billy Joel's a $35 start. We have Ian Dury, New Boots and Panties, Shrink It Hot. Ian Dury is $19.99. And Cosmos Factory, Creedence, Clearwater Revival. Cosmos Factory is OG with the original inner sleeve, $34.99. TLC 45, TLC 47. The Beatles is at 115. And then Lonnie said Hall for 12. If that's an offer, all these are sticker price right now. All these are new arrival sticker price if that's an offer for something over there. Okay, then next in the bin is Andrew Hawkins on Ian Dury and the Blockheads. Very nice records in here. Very nice records. When I took a peek at them, I was like, these are new arrivals and they're cleaned. John's went over them all. These are really nice copies. The band Rock of Ages is $44.99. Does have a little bit of a seam tear right there, but it's a very nice copy. $44.99 on that. And Denny McLean at the organ. Denny McLean is $19.99. So the Beatles is now at $125 with Todd Saw. Fred Cardinal, it's up to you. Todd has it at $125. Michael's out. And then Lonnie Jolly, if you do want Man-Eater, just say sold. That was for Hall & Oates H2O. Or was there? Oh, that was, maybe he was meaning 12, like for 12-inch single. I bet you meant, you were putting 12 for the 12-inch single. And plus, it was $12.99, so I got you. Thank you, Lonnie Jolly. That is Frank Zappa, Orchestral Favorites. Orchestral Favorites by Frank Zappa. These 3 singles only got 1 bid, and that was sold for $10 to Darren Johnson. And if anybody wants to go ahead and grab the Mr. Billy Joel for a $35 buy it now, he is available for $35, which is a $35 buy it now. Billy Joel, 52nd Street. $35 buy it now on that. Now the Beatles Anthology Volume 1's at $130. Twunker Bell's out on TLC. That's a final call to Donna for $47. Our next auction is going to be the good old Rolling Stones. Hey, Patty Whack, his dad's a Rolling Stone. I watched that Graham. What's that comedian's name? That's a funny joke. We have a 1978 USPRC Richmond original with the original inner sleeve, VG Plus. This is an OG Rolling Stone Some Girls, Beast of Burden. Beast of Burden, Imagination. So many great songs on here. Miss You, Shattered, When the Whip Comes Down. An OG, die-cut cover, unedited faces, $25 start. Bill Samus picks up the Billy Joel for $35. Now the Beatles is at $135. Todd, you're out. Fred, you're out. Chicago is $9.99. Chicago 18. Al Cooper. Al Cooper is $19.99. Al Cooper's on Verve Forecast. Also, Creedence Clearwater Gold. This is $34.99, an amazing compilation with a really cool die-cut cover there. Creedence is $34.99. Also, Todd Rundgren, A Wizard, A True Star, $19.99 for Todd Rundgren. Wet Willie, Left Coast Live. Wet Willie is $19.99. And Peter Frampton, I'm in you. Peter Frampton is $9.99. Also, Rare Earth, Band Together. Rare Earth is $19.99. And REO Speedwagon, A Decade of Rock and Roll, a 2LP, $34.99. Now, the Beatles is still at $135. I hadn't heard back from Fred. I hadn't heard back from Todd. TLC is officially sold to Donna for $47. Donna Turner, thank you. That's sold to you. Appreciate that. Putting that in a new sleeve for Donna. Now we have open slots for more singles and more everything. Now the Stones is at 25. Now the Beatles is at 140. Now the Stones is at 26. Now our next auction is going to be a copy of Led Zeppelin's Presence. Man, Achilles' Last Stand. Achilles' Last Stand. 1976 OG pressing, and it's nice. EX vinyl and a nice jacket. Achilles' Last Stand. For Your Life. Nobody's Fault But Mine. I love the packaging on this one. There's the obelisk, the object. There's Led Zeppelin. And they're in your life for a $35 starting bid. EX condition. Achilles' Last Stand. An epic song, one of Zeppelin's best. If you've never heard it, go check it out. It's a journey. Michael Butler on CCR. Great pickup there on the beautiful copy of Gold. That is sold to Michael Butler. Now the Beatles has jumped up to $150. We have Renaissance, Azir Dior. Renaissance is $9.99. Zeppelin's at $35. Toto Hydra. Toto, $19.99. Gary Myrick, Stand for Love. Gary Myrick, $14.99. Blood, Sweat, and Tears. This is $19.99. Blood, Sweat, and Tears. REO Speedwagon, $19.99. This time we mean it. And over here is the Platters in Still of the Night. The Platters is $9.99. Do you have any rap? That's a very common question. If you're looking for OG rap albums, you will not find them here very often. They will either be up for auction on very special occasions. You're talking about very rare and desirable stuff. They just won't be sitting in a bin. If we do get rap, it will be a 12-inch single, and those have been quite popular here lately as well. So I guess my best answer is yes, but no. Yes, but no is my best answer. Stones 33, Beatles 155, and then one more to the England Dan. I will try to slip in one more Japanese pressing that I don't think you have before you go to bed. Yes, I will try my absolute darndest. We got to wrap some of these up, but they are getting a lot of bids all of a sudden. We're still in new arrivals. This is our last bin of sticker price new arrivals tonight. I'm offering them in case you want to go ahead and grab them now. The next time you might not be watching. The next time they might be in a discount bin in the morning and you don't catch that video. They're sticker price right now if anybody wants them. Craig is ready for some more singles. That was next on my agenda. Let's pull three more here. We got Studies of Space and Sorrow. We got Bad Daddies. And we got Beck Gamma Ray. Beck Gamma Ray. I don't know if that's the Beck, but those are going to be a $10 start. And I can feel the 11 o'clock hour approaching because Chad needs something to drink and Chad needs a snack. Chad needs a snack. Do I have a bottle of water over here? I do. I'm going to drink some of this water. Ah, thank goodness. Now Craig's at 10 on the singles. Robert came in first. Now the Stones are at 40. Now Led Zeppelin's at 44. What about the Beatles anthology? It was between Fred Cardinale, Todd Saw and Corey Ross. Fred, 130. Corey, 135. Fred, 140. Todd, 150. Fred, 155. Fred has the Beatles Anthology Volume 1 for 155. I only advertised it as the greatest story ever told. The story of the Beatles. That's a lot of hype. The greatest story ever told. Focus, Dutch Masters. It looks like a Rembrandt painting. Selection of their finest recordings. 1999. That's actually pretty low quality for Rembrandt. Focus is 1999. We have Billy Preston. Everybody likes some kind of music. $9.99. I am fascinated by art. I really want to go to Washington, D.C. and look at some Rembrandt paintings. I've never been able to see one in person. And I don't know when I can get up there or when I'll ever have time, but I was looking at some of the closest museums that have Rembrandt's artwork where I could go look at it in person with my own eyes. And I think the closest is Washington, D.C. We have Pointer Sisters Breakout for $9.99. Willie and Leon, One for the Road. Willie and Leon is $24.99. And Nancy Sinatra, $34.99. And Prism Armageddon. Prism is $14.99. Armageddon. And Diodato Motion. Diodato is $19.99. Diodato Motion, I don't see that one too often. And Quiet Lies by Juice Newton, $9.99. Over here, we got the singles were at 10 and 10. Craig outbid Robert at 12. And then Brett outbid everybody at 20. And now Todd's out on the Beatles. And now the Rolling Stones are at 45. And now the Beatles at 160. So Todd's done. The Beatles is between Corey and Fred. Corey has it for 160. The singles are at 20 with Brett Thies. And now we got to update the Led Zeppelin. The Led Zeppelin is an OG 1976 specialty OG pressing. This is first press when this came out. Zeppelin albums immediately shipped platinum. Every Zeppelin album immediately shipped platinum. So they made a bunch of them in 1976. And MT Matt has this at $44. That's the high bid. $44. I know, I was looking at the DC, I guess, whichever museum, national, they got a lot of great stuff. I was like, wow. I'm fascinated by art for two reasons. One, I look at those paintings that Rembrandt done, and I'm like, how in the world did somebody do that? How in the world did somebody do that? And then as a collectibles and antiques dealer, I also look at it and I'm like, holy crap, that is probably worth, that object I'm standing in front of would probably sell at auction for like $100 million, something crazy. Rembrandts don't go up for sale. I mean, there's a few in private collections, but they bring obscene money, 50 million, 30 million, 80 million. So I'm amazed at just what it is. I look at those, I'm like, how did he do that? Or those Vermeers. I'm like, gosh, that's amazing. It's kind of the same experience when I'm listening to Led Zeppelin or the Beatles. I'm like, how did they do that? How did they come up with this? But also I'm amazed. I'm like, wow, I'm also standing in front of something that's some of the most valuable objects in the world. Flat and Scruggs. Flat and Scruggs, don't get above your raisin. $19.99. Flat and Scruggs. Billy Ocean, suddenly. Billy Ocean is $9.99. Caribbean Cream. And Prism. Prism. See You Forever Eyes. We have a $14.99. Prism. See Forever Eyes. Boz Scaggs Middleman. Boz is $19.99. And Linda Ronstadt, a retrospective. Linda Ronstadt's a 2LP, $24.99. So now Led Zeppelin's at 60. And now the last bid on the OG Stones was 45 of Corey Ross, and Kristen went out. So that's a final call. Now, no one has bid on these singles for $20. Nobody bid on these singles for $20. Or, excuse me, no one else has bid since Brett at $20. The other bidders went out, so those are sold for $20 to Brett Thies, okay? Over here is no Next is the Beatles. Now, Fred also went out, so it's a final call to Corey for 160. The next thing we have is Led Zeppelin at 67, and Billy Ocean with Caribbean Queen. That's so to Robin Glenn. And now Zeppelin's at 72, which is between El Terrible and Empty Mat. These are definitely about to sell. Chicago 3, Gatefold, 2 LP, no condition notes, $19.99. And we have the Platters. The Platters is $9.99. And Mother Goose is $14.99. Mother Goose, $14.99. And Bruce Springsteen, The Wild, the Innocent, East Street Shuffle, 19. I definitely went and seen the Declaration of Independence. I had to go do that. I almost took a special trip to D.C. about 6 years ago. I was like, I'm going to D.C. I'm going to walk in there, and I've got to see the Declaration of Independence. I've got to see this. But I ran out of time to go to other museums because I was like, I want to see some amazing art, but I just didn't have time. We have Steppenwolf, Rest in Peace, $19.99, and obviously Paris, the Louvre, that's on my bucket list. Willie Nelson, The Promised Land. Willie Nelson is $14.99, The Promised Land. And Willie Nelson, There'll Be No Teardrops Tonight. Wow, this crate is packed of just great titles in great condition. Queen, The Works, $49.99 for Queen, The Works. We got Creation. That's a bizarre one, $14.99. And The Doors, Alive She Cried, $34.99. And Reba McEntire Live, 1989 Columbia House, $34.99 on Reba. All right, time to sell these other auctions. The Rolling Stones, RS, the Rolling Stones. And this is sold to Corey Ross for $45. $45. And then the Beatles is sold for $160 to Corey Ross. He gets both. And now, since that one's sold, I don't have a volume 2, but we're going to jump over here and go ahead and put up for auction Anthology Volume 3. Now, a lot of people like this one because it's the later stuff. It has all the unreleased demos. If y'all don't know what Anthology is, so it's most of this is like stuff, it was unreleased tracks, outtakes and demos, and then a little bit of snippets of information. George Martin maybe talking or Paul McCartney talking. It's an amazing thing to listen to. Another triple LP, and this time sealed with hop sticker. And I'll go ahead and expedite this one based on what the last one sold for, $125 start. Another sealed copy, $125 start. Now Led Zeppelin, OG Press, $95. $95 on that. All right. That's an amazing crate. I'm ready to start doing some discount crates so we can get into selling hopefully a lot more records. Thanks for those that did purchase some stuff out of there. Let's go through the back half crate. If you need a price, let me know. Wet Willie, Todd Rundgren, Al Cooper, Chicago, Frank Zappa, Hall & Oates, Denny McLean, The Band, Hank Williams Sr., Sonny and Cher, Foreigner, and Josh Brown made an offer. Josh, these are all sticker price, but if you do want Foreigner, $19.99. We got Van Morrison, B.W. Stevenson, The Circus Music. This was a sampler, LP sampler, Radioactive. Fleetwood Mac, Roger Miller, Emmylou Harris, Scandal, Muddy Waters, and Rush. And now, let's go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing. As I promised, David Johnson. David, I'm trying to pull something I don't think maybe you have. I think maybe you bid on the last, did you bid on the last George Harrison? I'm not for sure. But I do have another George Harrison in here that is a beautiful studio album. So here is Living in the Material World. A Japanese pressing. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There's the insert. There's the book. There's the other Japanese insert. George Harrison, gatefold, $35 start. Beautiful copy. $35 on Harrison. Zeppelin is at 97. El Terrible, empty, mats out. And over here, the Beatles. Corey Ross, $125, going once, going twice. All right, let's change out some crates. Let's change out some crates. Let's do this. All righty. I had a really good art teacher in elementary, middle school, and in high school. And she watches my sales a lot. Are you watching B-Sides? Miss Jeannie, she's now Jeannie Pinnell, but Miss Jeannie Ford, that was like the highlight, I think, of everybody's day when Miss Jeannie came in the classroom. Her or her husband, Dave, is usually watching. She's probably very proud that I'm hyping up art right now. So you can thank her. It's always left an impression on me. All righty. Let's go over here and find a best offer crate. And I might go through another one that has not been gone through before. That will probably be really good. I don't know at this point with some of these. I have no idea. But here they are. And I'm going to go through these buy it now or best offer. Anthology has another new bid at $127. The next thing is Led Zeppelin. It's sold to El Terrible Torio for $97. I think I do have some other OG albums tucked away in here of Zeppelin. Anthology's at $127. And George Harrison is a $35 start. That's Living in the Material World. $35 start. Let's put up something else over here. I think of a lot of this music that we're selling right now. Who knows how it's going to be thought about in another 100 or 200 years. But I don't know. The way we talk about art now, you never know what they might be thinking about, the music of the Beatles. So, I've always thought about that. I mean, who knows? Another 100 years, what are they going to be saying about some of this music? They're going to be like, this is one of the greatest eras ever. There is a 50, 60-year stretch there, some of the greatest music ever conceived. Led Zeppelin, the song remains the same. 1976 USPRC of Richmond. Richmond OG Press of Led Zeppelin. EX edition, a $35 start. $35 start. This is Led Zeppelin, a 1976 OG, beautiful US press, especially for the jacket. It does have a little bit of ring wear. Actually, you know what? Now that I've looked at it, it looks like somebody's tried to touch it up. We bought a huge collection one time where somebody tried to touch up some of these jackets. And it looks like that's what's happened here. So they did a pretty good job. So some of the ring wear is actually camouflaged. But it does have the book that's attached in the gatefold. And that's going to go up for a $35 start. Led Zeppelin. Come to D.C., my single sister. I'm supposed to be your tour guide. Wow. Well, the last time I went with Seth, and it was a miserable experience because he's a miserable person. I'm just joking. Man, I've been wearing on Seth for a while. He's not even here to defend himself. Seth's not even here to take up for himself. He's probably changing a diaper. Okay, here's our next three singles. We got Blindsided. Wave of Regret. We got Blind Community. And we have Beast Milk. And those three singles are going to go up for a $10 start. This crate is pre-owned. Buy it now, best offer. Clay Moore wants the second platters in the last crate. Okay. Let me see if I can find that for you. Rush, Muddy Water, Scandal, Emmylou, Willie, Fleetwood, this. There's the first platters. There's the second platters. You got it. Sold to Clay Moore. All right. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. The best of Sam and Dave. Hold on. I'm coming. I'm a sold man. No condition notes, $29.99. $29.99. Also, we have Loretta Lynn. We've come a long way, baby. Loretta is $9.99. We have El Chicano. El Chicano is $29.99. El Chicano is $29.99. That is, everything in here is buy it now, best offer. No condition notes. Introducing Dean Jones. What a bizarre cover. I don't know much about Dean Jones. $19.99. Was he an actor? That I see him in this uniform. I'm not for sure. But $19.99 on Dean Jones and Linda Ronstadt. What's new? $9.99. All right, so back up at the top, we got 3 auctions. Now, Corey, you bid $125 on the Beatles anthology. Romelu bid $127. Romelu bid $127. Now the Beatles is at $130 with Fred Cardinale. And we have anthologies at $135. Then the singles got a bid for $10. And then we have, I could get Hank Williams. Could I get the Hank Williams for the last crate? You're talking about the 2 LP hits comp, right? This right here. This is sold to Samuel Kopech. And then we have Chris Knapp wants Creation. That was from the last bin. Creation was, wow, we're still selling stuff from the last bin. This is wild. Chris Knapp gets Creation. And here's what I'm going to do. Final call on the Beatles anthology. Romelu has it for $135. Fred Cardinale, you're out. Now Fred's at $140. I haven't heard back from Corey. George Harrison's a no bid. It's a $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now. George Harrison, $35 buy it now. A beautiful copy of Living in the Material World. That can be bought for $35 buy it now. Now, the Led Zeppelin is an OG copy, Todd saw. It's a 76 US PRC Richmond. First of all, let me tag this to Michael Butler for $35. Led Zeppelin, the cover has some ring wear and someone's took like a Sharpie and tried to touch it up. So because of that, we'll have to immediately call it a VG cover. Romelu's right back in on the anthology at $145, and these 3 singles are a $10 start. Now, the last thing was Soul Creation, Beatles 140, Beatles 145. Yeah, I thought so. This guy, he looked more familiar when I saw him in this military uniform. I don't know if that's from a movie, but all of a sudden he looked familiar. Next, these are all buy it now, best offer. Wow, Taj Mahal, The Natural Blues, spelled NACH''L. Taj Mahal's on the original Columbia 2i label. No condition notes, $29.99. Sam and Dave is still available. Sam and Dave is $29.99. The name of the Led Zeppelin album is The Song Remains the Same. It's a soundtrack to the film from 1976. The recordings are from 1973, Madison Square Garden, August. Next is the Beatles at $150, now $155. Waylon the Blues, Jimmy Reed. $19.99, Waylon the Blues, Jimmy Reed. Jeff Beck, Blow by Blow. Jeff Beck is $19.99, Blow by Blow. We have Dick Clark. This is probably a radio broadcast. It was broadcast February 5th, 1988. It's a Dick Clark original radio broadcast, Remembers Rock and Roll, which is a quadruple LP. Really cool. These are really cool to listen to. Next thing is Wes Bruce and Lang, Live and Kicking. That is $19.99. And the Leslie West Band. And, of course, Leslie West and Wes Bruce. Leslie West from Mountain, West from Mountain, Bruce from Cream. $19.99. Now, back here, we have the Beatles at $150, $155. And then Donna Taj Mahal, after you made an offer, Fred claimed it as sticker. So, Donna, if you want it for $29.99, it's yours. If not, it's sold to Fred Cardinale. And then Michael Nath on JR for $15. Jimmy Reed. Let me make sure there's no other claims. And there wasn't. That's sold to Michael Nath for $15. Todd, Led Zeppelin is technically still up for bid. Technically, it's still up for bid. So, final call to get a bid in. Just saying. It's up for auction. Darren Johnson, you get these 3 singles for $10. And now the Beatles anthology. This is sold to Romelu for $155. Fred, you do get the Taj Mahal for $29.99. And then over here is Led Zeppelin, which is a $35 start. The Queen Works is still available. Yes, it is. It's an 84 club copy. No condition notes. Radio Gaga. Original inner sleeve. Hammer to fall. And it is very nice. There's no bid on it right now. I'm looking for a $35 start. Michael Butler got Leslie West and Wes Bruce and Lang. He got both of those. And then the Dick Clark, Travis Woods, that is $29.99. A 4 LP radio broadcast. Cosmos Factory, Creedence Clearwater Revival. That is the first label. It's gold and blue. I can't confirm first, but man, what a beautiful copy. The cover has a light trace of ringware. So many great songs on here. Traveling Band, Looking at My Back Door, Run Through the Jungle, Up Around the Bend, Who'll Stop the Rain, Long as I Can See the Light. That is Queen, and that's So Did Gregory. Final Call on Led Zeppelin. Still got some great auctions over here to put up. The next one is MC5, back in the USA. And MC5 is a 1970 U.S. Presswell original. It's in VG condition. MC5. This is going to go up for a $25 star, and it is OG. It is OG. Travis said he'll take Dick Clark. We're in a crate of great new arrivals here. Buy it now, best offer. There's a new bid on Led Zeppelin for $36. New bid on Led Zeppelin for $36. And Queen, Gregory, that was already sold. Gregory just bought that for $50. Technically $49.99. Here's our next singles. Meet Me in the City, split 7-inch by Junior Kimbrough and the Black Keys, manufactured and distributed by Possum Records. I like that. They literally have the entire description of what this is on the cover. Black Paw and I Blast Off, Black Cat number 13. And whatever that is on deck. But those three singles right there are a $10 start. And now let's try to pull out maybe another Japanese pressing. But first, we're in the middle of a great buy now best offer. Mott the Hoople. Mott is $19.99. This is Mott the Hoople Mott. That's $19.99. And get ready, King Curtis. And it is a white label promo. Nice. A 1970 white label promo. King Curtis. $24.99. Very cool. Now the singles are 11. I'm looking for 25 to get MC5 going. Wow. David Bowie Live. A Gatefold 2 LP, black RCA label. That would be the second label. This was released at one point on orange, which would be the OG. $39.99 for that. And Ernest Tubbs Greatest Hits, $9.99 on that. These are all buy it now or best offer. Charlie Rich, Rolling with the Flow. Charlie is $9.99. And Tanya Tucker, Here's Some Lovin'. Tanya is $14.99. Craig is the only bidder right now on the singles for 11. Final call. Led Zeppelin 36, Led Zeppelin 40. Led Zeppelin 42, and then Michael Butler on MTH. Michael Butler on MTH, and that was for Mott the Hoople. Led Zeppelin at 50, Travis is out. And then Retro Class on King Curtis for 20. And that was Mark 24. Retro, it's yours. Thank you on that. Paper Tiger, Sue Thompson. That's $19.99. Paper Tiger. And Commit Thyself, The Music Asylum. A 1970, a prog album. $49.99 on that. And Leon Russell, Americana. Leon Russell, $19.99. And the Glenn Campbell album. Glenn Campbell is in shrink. $9.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now. We had one earlier. It actually, after it was a buy it now, 4 other people tried to buy one. So if you missed out earlier and you want to go ahead and try to snap up another one, or if you want to go ahead and bid right now, it's another near mint, minus, and pristine Japanese pressing of the Eagles' greatest hits. Take It Easy, Witchy Woman, Lion Eyes. It has the embossed cover, one of the greatest selling albums of all time. Susie on TT. And TT was Tanya Tucker. And now we have the singles at 12, and now 13, and now 15, and now MC5 can be bought for the minimum bid of $25. It's a no bid, and Led Zeppelin is sold to Todd Saw for $50. There is no telling how many times I have listened to this album. I mean, there's just no telling. I wouldn't even know where to begin. Thousands? It's just incredible stuff. And Amanda Darby on MC5 for $25. Of course, y'all know I am partial. I am very partial. Next thing is another Dick Clark broadcast. This one is from January 13th, 1989. There's another one for $29.99. And then Loretta Lynn, I Remember Patsy, $9.99. Did I get the last Eagles auction? Oh boy. Fred, I don't know. It was a buy it now. Somebody grabbed it for the buy it now price. I really don't remember. And I thought, don't make me shut down my brain right now. Hold on. I'm replaying everything that just happened in the last 5 hours. You know what? I think you maybe did. I'm pretty sure you did. No. I don't know. I don't know for sure. Jeff says he got it. Oh, there we go. Jeff says he got it. Darren won the last one. So now there's a lot. We're talking about the Eagles' greatest hits. I don't really remember. Whew. I just did like a crazy rewind in my head. Now my head's spinning. The singles are at 15. And then we have Dick Clark. This is sold to Travis. And yes, there's a David Bowie Live in here. David Bowie Live, a 2LP black RCA label, $39.99. And next is, you never announced it though. Somebody should have, I mean, I definitely said who got it because it's off the board. It's been created. I have no idea. Okay, moving on. Reba McEntire, I've got a good deal for you. I've got a deal for you. Shrink and Hop, $14.99 for Reba. Chad is the Glenn Campbell album. Chuck might have hit send too fast. And then Uncle Meat. Uncle Meat, this is Frank Zappa. It is $49.99. A Gatefold 2LP. Final call to get a bid on the Eagles. It has 0 bids for $35. Fred, it sounds like you need a bid immediately. Michael Reed gets these 3 singles for $15. Thank you, Michael Reed. The next 3 singles are going up right now. We have Blank 77, I Want to Be a Punk. Between a Rock and a Hard Place, #1. End of the Century Party, Roswell Cave-In. Reversal of a Man. Big Meat, Botulism. And wow, on deck next is Berlin. That looks nice. We'll do that one next. All right. The Velvet Underground already sold, and it just got a minimum bid, and I was very disappointed. And now the Eagles have bids for 35, and now the Eagles has bid for 35. Now, Fred, you're out. And we have Kenny Rogers for $19.99. We also have Frank Sinatra, Try a Little Tenderness. Frank Sinatra is $14.99. And C.W. McCall, Wolf Creek Pass. C.W. McCall is $14.99. And Thompson Twins, Here's the Future Days. Thompson Twins is $19.99. And Hank Williams Jr., Greatest Hits, $24.99. Those 3 singles are a $10 start. No, the Glenn Campbell is actually on Pickwick. So Pickwick is like an off-budget label from Capitol. RCA, I guess they worked with everybody, but they basically pressed budget records. And this is just called the Glenn Campbell album. And typically they're not real studio albums. They're just usually compilations or sometimes cheap budget reissues. That's when if I ever say it's on Pickwick, I usually say that in a derogatory way. It's on Pickwick. They were also known for not the best vinyl quality. Jeremy Dalton, you get Hank Williams Jr. for $20. And now I do have other auctions to put up, like the Electric Flag. This looks interesting to me. This has sold on Discogs as much as $120. It's a rare mono edition promo. The Electric Flag, a long time coming. It's got a really cool gigantic promo sticker. It's got special mono radio station copy. The Electric Flag is in mono, and it's a white label promo. And this album in near mint has sold for as much as $120. This is a VG copy, and we're going to put it up for a $35 start. Electric Flag. The Eagles have 3 $35 bids. Michael Herrera, Retro Class Entertainment, and Fred Cardinal in that order. So Fred and Retro, you are out. We got Steve Miller Band, Abracadabra. Steve Miller Band is in shrink wrap, $19.99. It has the original on her sleeve, Abracadabra, Steve Miller Band. Also, Bob Welch, 3 Hearts in shrink with hot, Precious Love. That is $14.99. Gordon Lightfoot, Endless Wire, $14.99. Gordon Lightfoot, Endless Wire. Poco Legacy, which is a compilation. That's really cool. $19.89. Poco is $19.99. Also, we have Donna Summer, The Wanderer. Donna Summer is $9.99. And Proof of Utah. Happy to be here. Proof of Utah, $14.99. Let me see if there's a crate right around this corner here. I might bring back something tonight called... Sorry, Paul wasn't here today or tomorrow, so the reason we didn't have any Laura crates, she's trying to stay ahead of the game with auctions. She'll be pricing stuff tomorrow, but I know where a bunch of really good stuff is, and since it was kind of late, I was going to try to do, y'all remember when I was pricing a lot of stuff on the fly that night, I was calling it Chad's Magical Mystery Crates. I was trying to bring back some of that stuff tonight. I think I know where a tub is of like a lot of modern type pressings that maybe we can bring over. I don't even have to really look up. I just know how much they are, and we can go ahead and price. Kind of a lot of the stuff that Laura puts out, like modern reissues that John don't usually deal with, just Paul or Laura or myself. I know where a tub is with a lot of that stuff, and I think y'all would buy a ton of it if I brought it right over here. So I'm thinking about doing that pretty soon. If y'all are interested, I can do that. Now, the Eagles has a new bid for 40, so Michael Herrera, you're out. And now Loretta remembers Patsy for 7. Let me find that record in here. This is a buy it now best offer, Ben. Does anybody oppose to such a thing? This is sold to Alonzo for $7. Cheryl, let's see what I had over here on the Gordon Lightfoot. And the Gordon Lightfoot over here was Cheryl, was 14. Cheryl, I'm going to sell that to you for 10. These singles did not get a bid for 10. One of the first lots of the night. That's a $10 buy now. And the Electric Flag, a white label promo, special mono copy, radio station advance, is a buy now for $35. It is in VG. That's a really cool label, a white label Columbia 2i. $35 buy now on that. Michael's backing on the Eagles at 41. Retro, you bet outbid. And now we have DS for 7. That's sold to Jackie for $7. We got Shock Radio Hell, featuring the Smash Dance Smash She's from Hell. 1988 House Sealed. I was like, I thought he wrote seafood. I was like, what is house seafood? That's like crab legs and, you know, shrimp. This is sealed, and that's $19.99. Aaron Below said he'll take the Electric Flag for $35. Michael second, and now the singles are sold to William Dragovich for $10. Now the Eagles is at $45. And now our next auction is Led Zeppelin 3. And Led Zeppelin 3 is a 1970 OG Phillips. And it says with hop sticker that's not attached to jacket. So here's the hop sticker that was out on the outside of the shrink wrap. It's right here. So somebody cut out the shrink wrap and kept it. Thank you. Now a cool piece here years later. And this is OG. It is in VG condition. Led Zeppelin. First track is Emmerich Song. That is in VG, and that's a $35 start. The next singles are going to go up right now, including Berlin. I've got Berlin, the Metro. I got Broken Prayer, and I got Black Lips. And those three are going to go up for a $10 start. Those are going to go up for a $10 start. Led Zeppelin's a $35 start. Ernest Tubb, this is The Legend and the Legacy, $19.99. Carly Simon, Anticipation. Carly Simon's $9.99. The Plimsolls is $24.99. Bob Seger, 9 Tonight. Bob Seger's $24.99. Hustle Bus Stop. Nonstop disco music at its best. Hustle Bus Stop. There we go. The Line Dances, $12.99. Quincy Jones, I heard that. Quincy Jones is $24.99. Wow, a MoFi randomly in here. Jackson Brown MoFi, The Pretender. $99.99, a 1982 press. Jackson Brown, The Pretender. It's beautiful, too. That's wild. The last bid on the Eagles was 45 and then 46. So, Rydell, you're out. Led Zeppelin's a VG OG, $35 start. Friends, Celebration Day, Out on the Tiles. Walk. That's a great deep cut, Out on the Tiles. Don't forget about Gallows Pole, Tangerine. That's the way. Wow, that's a good one. That's the way. That is good. All right, then we have the singles at 15, 11, 10, 18. Aaron Below on Plum, and that was for the Plimsolls. That sold to Aaron Below. Chris Knapp, it's already sold. Thomas Clark already sold. Zeppelin's at 35. And then Retro on HB for Hustle Bus Stop. Sell that to him for 12. He's backing on the Eagles at 48. And now these singles, the high bid is Scott Fellows at $18. There's Quincy Jones again. What's next? Wow, the best of Sade, a 2016 press, $34.99. $34.99, the best of Sade. Also, we have Hall & Oates, Bigger Than Most of Us. Hall & Oates is $19.99. And the Dick Clark National Survey, another Dick Clark, August 13th, 1982, this time as a box set with the cue sheet. And that is going to go up for $39.99. Now the singles are at $20. Did I pull that other Dick Clark for... I did pull that other one for him, didn't I? I did. We got George Harrison, $24.99. Foreigner, Double Vision in shrink wrap, $19.99. I've never seen this Glenn Campbell before. Glenn Campbell Highwayman, $9. This is an actual studio album. Glenn Campbell, $9.99. What year is this from? It's got to be late 80s. Wow, 79. I've never seen that. I was off. Glenn Campbell Highwayman, $9.99. Got a silhouette of like a guy riding a horse with a cape. Doesn't look like a country album, does it? We have Reba McEntire's Greatest Hits for $14.99. We have Loretta and Conway for $9.99. And Queen is a 1976 pressing, $39.99. Queen, 1976, $39.99. So quick update. The Eagles were at 48. Michael's out, so Rydell has that for 48. The singles got a bid for 20. They were at 18, and so now they're at 20. Zeppelin did get a bid for 35, and then Zeppelin got a bid for 37. And then we have Retro Class Entertainment put S for 30, and that was for Sade. No other claims, right? There was no other claims, but there was no other offers. That was higher, so that's sold to Rydell for 30. Travis Woods got Dick Clark. Shannon Lee, I'm going to go ahead and sell you Foreigner for 15. Susie next on Sade, and then Michael, Glenn Campbell's yours if you want it for sticker. If not, Michael, if you want Glenn Campbell for sticker. If not, Chuck. Jeremy next on Foreigner, and then Amanda Darby on RM for Reba McEntire. So these three singles are still at 20 with Fred Cardinale. And I got to make sure Scott Fellows is done. And then Led Zeppelin. Led Zeppelin is at 40 with Todd Saw. And that's a new bid. Now it's at 44. Now the singles are at 21. And then Jackson Brown is an OG MoFi, 1982. Near mint minus, $99.99. Jackson Brown, the Pretender. Beautiful vinyl, $99.99. On that. And now the singles are at 21 and 21. And Michael said he will take the Glenn Campbell as sticker. Queen is another great one in here. This is a 76 pressing. This album originally came out in 73. This is a 76 pressing. Very nice, though, $39.99. Travis, what I'll do, I usually don't go back after we call them sold, but I know you're relatively new, so I probably have maybe never told you that. But what I'll do is always make sure if you want to slip in an offer, do it then, because I don't like pulling something back out. But you did buy them all, so what I'll do, I'll make this one the same price as the other two. I'll do this one for $29, the same price as the other two. That'll get you a $10 discount for buying all three. But just in the future, make sure you slip in your offer first, and then we'll go ahead and work from there. That way we don't have to go back and change something later, especially for those keying in stuff. It's more so for them, so they don't have to go back and correct something later. But let's make sure he gets that last box set for $29.99. All right, thank you for that. And now Led Zeppelin's at 54. Jeremy Dalton, I'm going to sell you Queen for 35. And let's go ahead and sell this Eagles. I'm kind of excited about maybe bringing over some tubs, and maybe for this last hour before we get into CDs. I think y'all want to stay up for me pricing some of this stuff on the fly. Because it's kind of going to be like probably what's reminiscent of maybe a lower crate. I'll try my best with some of these like modern type pressings, especially if I can find a bunch of stuff that's sealed, because a lot of it I know what it retails for, and where we've bought it in a collection, I might can do a little bit better on it, and we usually sell the heck out of that kind of stuff because it's like on sale new vinyl. And this is sold to Retro Class Entertainment, and in the meantime, this is sold to him for $48. We still got several advertised auctions that hadn't been put up yet. I got an unlimited amount of Japanese for tonight. And I even have a laser disc for Michael Rudolph that I'm going to put up right now. Is this what I think it is? Hold on a second. Yeah, here we go. So I got 2 bizarre laser discs here for you. Okay? Now, Michael, this is going to be right up your alley. I got Chevrolet Breakthrough 1982, Caprice Classic, Impala, Malibu, Chevette, Engine Story. This is like a training record for Chevrolet dealerships. It's a laser disc. It's a Chevrolet dealership laser disc from 1982. And then I have, whoa, for adults only, The Touch of Love Massage. And this right here, you don't want to know, okay? You don't want to know. You can use your imagination. I'd be careful watching this or playing this. I don't know what's going on. It's going to teach you how to massage somebody for adults only. Just be careful. Just be careful, okay? Those 2 laser discs, a $10 start. Led Zeppelin's at $67. These 3 singles, with William Drugovich being out, Fred has those for $22 final call. Now, here's what's left in this crate. We got Jackson Brown, Loretta and Conway, George Harrison, Hall & Oates. These are all best offer. Quincy Jones, Bob Seger, Carly Simon, Ernest Tubb. I think the band is Shock Radio, isn't it? Yeah, Shock Radio. And then Proof of Utah, Poco Legacy, Bob Welch, Steve Miller Band, Glenn Campbell, Thompson Twins, C.W. McCall, Frank Sinatra, Kenny Rogers, Frank Zappa, Reba McEntire, David Bowie, Leon Russell, Commit Thyself, The Music Asylum, Sue Thomas, Charlie Rich, Ernest Tubb, CCR, Jeff Beck, Sam and Dave, Dean Jones, Linda Ronstadt, El Chicano, and Loretta Lynn. So you buy that laser disc and you're like, hey, babe, I took a crash course on how to massage you. And hopefully you're saying that to your wife. If not, you could be going to jail. Led Zeppelin is sold to El Territorio for $67. And we have these 3 singles, and these are sold to Fred Cardinale, and Fred gets these for $22. Bowie is $39.99. It's live at the Tower, Philadelphia. We're ready for another auction, and that is the legendary outlaw, the man himself, the legend, John Prine, Sweet Revenge. John Prine is a 75 U.S. Presswell reissue. It does have the original Atlantic Company inner sleeve and the lyric insert. And Mr. John Prine is going to be just a $20 start. Scott said he had those 3 singles at $23. Fred, your bid was out of order. Scott already had these at $23. Scott, I was already in at $23. Fred, you're back out. Next thing is, Fred, you're out on those. What is the Leon and Charlie Rich? That was right here. That was Leon Russell, Americana, $19.99. And the Charlie Rich was called Rollin' with the Flow, and that's $9.99. Fred, I got bad news. You have been outbid on those singles. Okay? And Michael, these without a doubt are sold to you for $10. Thank you, Michael. And I got some other stuff here for you. You ready, Michael? Are you ready, Michael? These are pretty cool. These are pretty cool. I have these. We have something to play them on. I have something to play these on. I think John got it working. I'll have to try to dig it back out. But I have like all the James Bond movies. I like just displaying them because look how cool this one is. Do y'all remember Select Divisions? And this is actually like vinyl in here. It's a weird material. If you've ever seen the inside of one of these, it's really weird. But look how cool they are. They're like little mini display items for me. But I've got all the Bond movies. They're really cool. There's Clash of the Titans. Here is a stereo video disc. This one has like, well, it is what it says it is, a stereo video disc. It's also a promo with music and movies on here. There's all kinds of different selections. Cheech and Chong, Up in Smoke, Select Divisions, and John Wayne's El Dorado. So I've got some Select Divisions here. There's probably the two better ones. Now, the Clash of Titans don't have the deal in it. So it's really just a shell. I don't know if I left it in the machine, but have y'all ever looked at one of these? It's like almost like a vinyl type deal. It's really weird how they made these. I don't know if I can pull one out to show you, but it almost looks like, or it takes a needle to play them. It's really weird. Like it has like a stylus to play these. But all three of these for a $20 start. All three of them, we're going to sell these together for a $20 start. Mostly because it's going to cost a little extra to ship them. We're going to have to put them in an oversized box. So all three of those for a $20 start. Now, the last thing was Fred came back in on the singles at 24. And how much is George Harrison? George Harrison in here was, I think, $24.99. The singles are at $25. Fred, you're back out. And what are the singles? Berlin, the Metro, Broken Prayer, and Black Lips. Now, Scott Fellows, you've been outbid. Fred, Fred, you've been back outbid again. Now they're at 25. Michael Rudolph is in on the Select Divisions at 20. Those are at 20 of Michael Rudolph. And John Prine does not have a bid. Yeah, I have like I said, the Bond movies, and I got a couple of like classics, like I think I have Halloween, I think I have Halloween. No, maybe 3. I got one of them, which I probably should sell because that's not something I collect. But the Bond movies are really cool, of course. It's kind of like when I buy the Laserdisc because they're just, you know, I'm not going to probably pop in a James Bond Laserdisc too often, but it's just something else to collect. Very cool, nostalgic piece. All right, let me walk around here and see what I can come up with. Yeah, I'm just going to give y'all a sample so we can probably, I'm going to need a price gun. And, yeah, let me do this because I just grabbed some stuff. And I think when y'all see like a sample, you might be like, this probably might be worth sticking around for. But I might need some sleeves and a price gun to do this. I might have to load up on some supplies. Michael has the Selective Visions for 20. I'm about to sell them to him. Thank you, Michael. You're about to get those. I think you're the only bidder as of the moment. I lost Fred Cardinale. So, Scott, these are sold to you for $25. John Prine is a $20 buy it now. John Prine's a $20 buy it now. And let's go ahead and add something else. I still got the $15 start stuff that Laura tagged, including the best of John Coltrane, his greatest years. And the best of John Coltrane is a 72 U.S. Terre Haute repress. There's a small chunk missing from the edge of disc 2, but it isn't in the actual grooves, does not affect play. So because of that, I was supposed to put this up earlier tonight for a warm-up auction. So how about we do it for an ending auction? And John Coltrane is just a $5 start. $5 start on John Coltrane. What I'm going to go ahead and do is lay down the next 3 singles. We're going to try to finish this crate tonight if we can, even if I have to do a huge bundle at the end. We got Bird Flush, Carnage on the Fields of Rice. We got Forced Expression. And this next one is Flesh World. And those 3 are going to go up for a $10 start. So we're going to try to finish this basket tonight. Like I said, even if we have to do a huge bundle at the end. So, Michael, I'm going to go ahead and sell these to you for $20. So, thank you, Michael. Got those 4 for $20. And I'm going to go ahead and take the sold single so far over here. Let me kind of transition into a part 2 tonight. Transitioning into a part 2 tonight. John Coltrane's at 5, those 3 singles 10. So I'm going to need my phone. And if not, I'll use Discogs. All right. Let me run up front too and get a V8 since we're at this point of the show. And let me also ask everybody where they're watching from in the meantime. I'm going to go ahead and show you the first record, which is sealed for $24.99, and that's Queen Jazz. Queen is sealed. It's a half-speed master. Looks like somebody just pulled off the price tag, which tore the shrink. But it is a new half-speed master for $24.99. Queen Jazz. New and sealed, $24.99. And I have tubs and tubs of sealed modern pressings and sealed reissues and open near mint copies like that we can sell a bunch of. These 3 singles, we have the Bird Flush, we got Forced Expression, and we got Flesh World. And those 3 singles are at $10. No bid. And Coltrane has bids for 5 and 5. And then John Dodd put WV. And WV John Dodd was for something. Oh, that's for locations. Yeah, y'all let me know where you're watching from. I'm going to step up front right quick and grab a V8 to kind of recharge since we're probably going to be doing a lot of really cool stuff here for the last part. And maybe what don't sell here, I'll put in the flip video in the morning. So $24.99 on Queen Jazz. I'll be right back. Okay. Sorry, I'm back. I feel a lot better. Okay. So when I left, I put down a VG minus John Coltrane that has a condition problem. So y'all understand, the vinyl is, I don't think, all that bad. But Laura made a note that the edge of disc 2 has a chip. I've got the hiccups now. I shouldn't have drunk a Diet Coke. John Dodd 5, Useless Eaters 5. And then we had viewers in West Virginia, Wisconsin, Florida, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Michael, I will look into our work and select division for sure for you. Florida, Missouri, North Carolina, Maryland, California, Nebraska, and Illinois, Alabama, New Hampshire, Tennessee, Louisiana, California. The singles got a bid for 10. Oklahoma, Tennessee. Josh, the Chevelle album is $33.99. Texas, New Jersey, Texas. John Coltrane 6. John Coltrane 7 and John Coltrane 6. All right. Excuse me. I just had some peanut butter and bread and a Diet Coke. I feel a lot better. I'm ready to sell y'all some records. The John Coltrane is a 72 U.S. Terre Haute second repress. It does have a chip. There's a small chunk missing from the edge of disc 2. So on the edge, there has a little bit of a chip. So we've had it graded VG minus, and now it's at $7. These 3 singles, which is Bird Flush, Forced Expression, and Flesh World, those 3 singles have one bid for $10, and that $10 price tag was with Darren Johnson. Now, there's one other thing I'm going to do, and that's I'm going to steal one of their pricing guns back here. I just hope I have enough. I hope I have enough stickers to put on some of these. And then right here behind me, I have Queen Jazz that I priced. It's sealed, and I've priced it for $24.99. $24.99 on Queen Jazz. What Chevelle? That is a new album that comes out in about a month. That's what we're speaking of. It's a new album from Chevelle, and it's up for pre-order in our private group, Whole Lot of Records. John Coltrane is now at $8. John Dodd, you're out. These singles are sold for $10, and that's sold to Darren Johnson for $10. Thank you, Darren. And now we got 2 hours left in the stream. We're going to be selling a lot of stuff. Seductive Tough Savage. They are Fisher, and You Can't Hurt Me, Out in Front, No Exit, JCR FY675, First Time. Those 3 singles for a $10 start. Now Coltrane's at 10. The next record I have here behind me it looks like it may have been open, but we don't know. And this is Warrant's Dog Eat Dog, and I'll put this out for $29.99. Warrant Dog Eat Dog is a limited edition blue and red marble vinyl. And they're numbered, and this is number 1365, and Warrant is $29.99. Dog Eat Dog, $29.99 for Warrant. $29.99 for Warrant's Dog Eat Dog. And it's in a resealable bag for music on vinyl. So some of these we typically just say presumed sealed or presumed mint because it's sealed. It is numbered. Somebody was asking me the other day, could I get reissues of Black Sabbath's Paranoid that's not the Rhino, High Fidelity? And right here's that version. Black Sabbath Paranoid is new and sealed, 180 gram, the 2012 Iron Man, War Pegs, The Fairies Wear Boots. You gotta believe me. It is $29.99. Black Sabbath, $29.99. $29.99 for Black Sabbath. That is now up for bid, or now that's up for grabs. I'm basically pricing new arrivals here. And we've got these in stock new. And they were from Friday. No, this is the Friday music pressing. Okay. I might need to check on this. There is a new print in version of this. Let me check on the Friday music. And I'm checking some of these live over here on Discogs. So, I mean, they're going to be priced right on the button. I'm doing it right now. I'm scanning some of them. Some of them I already know. And yeah, this needs to be, that's exactly what I was going after there. These were new $40 back in October of 2023. It's green vinyl from Friday Music, Winger. And this is going to be $34.99. So Winger is $34.99. Green vinyl, Friday Music Press. And those are $34.99. MT Mac got Black Sabbath. Coltrane's at $11. Coltrane's at $11 with the useless cedars. John Dodd, you're out. Let me know if you want back in. Nobody bid on these singles. They're a $10 buy now. Let's go ahead and grab 3 more singles. And the next singles are Submachine, Shooting Blanks. We have the Blackout Terror, and this is Black Monuments. And those 3 singles are going to go up for a $10 start. Shakedown grabbed those 3 singles for $10. Thank you, Shakedown. Our next auction over here, we still got some other stuff that was tagged actually for tonight. Reba McEntire, a 1986 album that I don't see as often. It is her self-titled, and it's a promo. It is actually marked promotion copy, not for sale, and it's a gold stamp promo, $10 on those. Now, Chris, I don't know if you're bidding on this singles or the last singles. Let me know specifically. All right, let's see what else we have here. Where's my phone at? And so Winger's still available. Green vinyl, 30. That's the Friday music pressing. There is another pressing that is like still in print, but that is the Friday music pressing. Man, these are not too cheap, new and sealed. All right, so this is Smashing Pumpkins Adore, $29.99. New and sealed. It's never been opened. Smashing Pumpkins Adore, $29.99. I want to think these are closer to like $39 new MSRP, but here it is, Smashing Pumpkins Adore, and this is that like very nice packaging, the thick gatefold jacket, foil cover. Smashing Pumpkins Adore, $29.99. Jeremy, it was a $15 start on Reba. $15 start on Reba. Let me get Smashing Pumpkins in a new sleeve, and we'll go ahead and sticker that, $29.99. These are obviously sticker price. I'm pricing them right now for the first time. There's that. These singles are a final call. Let's go ahead and sell that Coltrane then for $11 to Useless Cedars. And then I had another auction over here. And that next auction was Blue Cheer. And Blue Cheer was a 1970 US OG. And this one is called number 5. Yeah, number 5, the original human being. $15 start. Reba, it's called Reba McEntire. It's self-titled. It's called Reba McEntire. It is self-titled. All right, let's see what this is here. Never seen this before. This is $14.99. It is St. Vincent, the Nowhere Inn. It is sealed for $14.99. St. Vincent, sealed record store day, $14.99. The Nowhere Inn. Sealed for $14.99. Final call on Reba for $15. And Blue Cheer's a $15 start. We're going to mark this sealed for just $14.99. St. Vincent. Fred Carnell on Winger for $34.99. That is so to Fred Carnell. Thank you, Fred, on that. And then let me see if this is music on vinyl. Which version is this? We sell the absolute fire out of this record, so I'm very familiar with it. It is on black vinyl. I've never seen a colored vinyl. Let me make sure it's not the OG. It could be the OG. That would be quite amazing. Notes. Let's see. IDs. 7458. Oh, not this one. And then let's see if it's this one here. I bet it's this. I bet it's this one that they got from us. I think some of the stuff here, catalog, and then matrix 72. Yeah. All right, so this new, wow, last sold for 42. That was VG Plus too. Yeah, so this needs to be $34.99. And this is, because these are 44, yeah, $34.99. This is a perfect circle 13 step. No, these are being priced right now. These are, I am literally checking these live right now for recent sales comps. So these are sticker price. Perfect circle 13 step is $34.99. So based on what I'm seeing and what I know they cost new, I'm basically pricing these on the button for really recent comps. And a perfect circle is $34.99. That's a 2 LP. That's a perfect circle 13 step. These three singles, Chris Bryant has them for 10. Those are sold to Chris Bryant. Reba McEntire is sold for 15 to Jeremy Dalton. And Blue Cheer is a $15 buy it now if anybody wants that. Blue Cheer is a buy it now for $15 if anybody wants that. Let's see what else we have here for St. Vincent. This is this one. And St. Vincent is Marry Me, and it's $24.99. St. Vincent Marry Me, and that's $24.99. All right, so that's available if anybody wants that. St. Vincent Marry Me, that one is open, very clean, $24.99. St. Vincent Marry Me. Fred Cardinal says he'll take perfect circle, and that's sold to Fred Cardinal. And now Blue Cheer is sold to Eustace Cedars, and that's sold to Eustace Cedars for $15. And now Amanda wants Smashing Pumpkins, and that's sold to Amanda Darby. And now I have 3 more singles to put up for auction. And those 3 singles are going up right now. And this is Dr. Ringding, Christmas Again, and Vile Bunte Pachin. And this looks like it's on green vinyl. And then we got Dry Rot. And then we got Dugout, No Back Up, Dugout. Those 3 singles are going to go up for a $10 start. Let's see what else I have here. Here is, oh, this is probably going to be very similar to the other one I just priced by them, because they're about the same price MSRP. And I bet it's this version here. And yes, this is $34.99. This is Smashing Pumpkins, or excuse me, A Perfect Circle, Eat the Elephant. I got something wrong, but that's $34.99 as well. Perfect Circle, Eat the Elephant, which I sell new for $44 and $46, I guess, depending on where I get them from. But that is $34.99. Those 3 singles are a $10 start. This is $34.99 if anybody wants this. I have a feeling Fred Cardinal's going to. I just need Fred Cardinal to say, done, sold, I'll take it. I've already lost my pricing gun. Here it is, $34.99 on Perfect Circle, Eat the Elephant. Boom. Put them in brand new sleeves. Everything's really nice and clean. And this next record is sealed. Let me scan it, see what comes up. It's from Wax Love. And this is sealed for $19.99. Lead Belly, King of the 12-string guitar. Lead Belly is sealed, $19.99. King of the 12-string guitar, Mr. Lead Belly. Nobody on those 3 singles there. Final call for $10. Everybody still awake and out there with me? What would be the next most favorite thing y'all could see tonight? What was something I could bring over and y'all would be like, yes, Chad, you've made me so happy for showing this and putting these up for sale. There's Lead Belly for $19.99. That is sealed. Now, I'm going to step, while y'all are thinking about that, I'm going to step around the corner and pull more stuff from this crate. So let me go do that right now. All right, about time for a vintage half-off crate. These three singles are a buy it now. These three singles are a buy it now for $10. So I walked away and I said, what do y'all want to see? What would make you happy? And here were the comments. 3 dots, 5 dots, some original Crass, and NOLA 45s. That was the only feedback I got. Sounds like I need to end the show early tonight and get caught up on some sleep. This sounds like a great night to end the show early and get caught up on some sleep. Let me scan this record here. We've been selling a lot of these from this artist. Let me figure out what exactly one we have here. Limited edition. It's not lavender. Is it orange? Pearl? No. Which one is this one? Gold. That's gold. And then which one is this one? Black. So this is 2018 gold. And it needs to be $29.99. And this is Slow Thrust, which is indie rock, grunge, alternate rock, slow thrust, the pack. And this is gold vinyl, $29.99. Slow thrust, the pack. That's on gold vinyl, $29.99. Let's see. Okay, so let's see. NOLA, Rush 2112, Misfits Earth Day, Van Halen 1. Half off Laura CDs, half off. Cars Vinyl RL. Little Debbie Jazz Vocal Cassettes. Crazy half off. Always looking for the Cars. All right. Y'all give me some ideas at least. All right, this is a 2020. This is Alice Cooper's Killer, which is a cut from the original analog master tape. That is $29.99. That's Alice Cooper Killer, 180 gram, cut from the original analog master tape, Rhino in shrink, $29.99. And I know how much this is. This new is, well, we sell them for $34, $36. This is a new sealed Metallica Black Album remaster, which is also $29.99. Holier Than Thou, Enter Sandman, Nothing Else Matters, Sad But True, $29.99 on Metallica, the Black Album. I need to put up some more singles. Nobody bought the last bin. Fred Carnell takes Alice Cooper. That's sold to Fred for $29. Here's the next three singles. The next three singles are Ian Deary, the Pub Ska EP. We have Aborted Teen Generation by whoever that is. Earth Girls, Wrong Side of History EP. Those three singles for a $10 start. Jeremy Dalton wants Metallica, the Black Album for $29.99. That's sold to Jeremy Dalton. And here is, I'm not for sure which version this is. It's sealed. $29.99. Nevermind the Bollocks. Here's the Sex Pistols. $29.99. The Morrissey record had an edge warp, so they're trying to repair it. We have a de-warper machine in the back, and they are trying their best to de-warp that. Sex Pistols is sealed, $29.99. Laura commented on the hot post on Facebook. You may have not seen it, but she said, sorry, I photographed the Morrissey before I realized it was a edge warped. All right. Fred has those for $10 final call. I know. I'm in a I've had an allergy kick in for about the last half hour too. Fred has those for 10 final call. So it sounds like here's what I need to do. It sounds like I need to blow my nose. It sounds like I need to find a great half off crate. We're going to go through a half off crate and then we're going to do CDs and miscellaneous. We got 2 hours left before I'm willing to call it quits. Maybe sooner. I don't know. But we're at least going to try one more half off crate and try to fill up our next full crate over here. And if anybody else wants anything in here, I could keep pricing stuff like this for hours. But you see, this is a prime example for Laura to produce like 4 crates, how long it would take to price stuff. And I'm not even doing stuff that takes research. I'm doing stuff that I already know the prices of pretty much. So I was just going to give you all samples, some stuff that's like laying around in the back that we have tubs, like great modern reissues. So Queen is sealed, Jazz $24.99, Warrant Dog Eat Dog, sealed music on vinyl, limited numbered colored, $29.99. St. Vincent, The Nowhere Inn, $14.99 sealed. St. Vincent Mary Me, $24.99. A Perfect Circle, Eat the Elephant, $34.99. Lead Belly sealed, $19.99. Slow Thrust, The Pact, gold vinyl, $29.99. And Sex Pistols is $29.99 sealed. Never mind the Bullocks. Fred Carnell gets these 3 singles for $10. Let's do a half off, Ben. And did you say a Josh Stone? No, I think that's coming in tomorrow. I was reading off titles of stuff I was pricing. And that's stuff that's going to be coming in this week, probably tomorrow. Bib Pop, Black Panties, and Bleach Everything. And those 3 singles for a $10 start. So let me go pick out the best half-off crate I can find. I'm going to move this stuff over here I priced. I'm going to put these in like the new arrival stuff tonight with the video tomorrow. Tons of great new vinyl tonight as well. I don't know if that's what y'all want to see right now or not. It doesn't sound like it. Sounds like y'all ready for discounts and miscellaneous. I think the vinyl crew's like, oh, it's 11 o'clock. He's done with vinyl. He's probably only showing CDs and cassettes right now. I'm not going to tune into Colectco at the moment. And then here we are selling off all this amazing vinyl, and everybody's snoozing with crumbs all over their shirt where they fell asleep watching me eating potato chips. And if I blow the air horn randomly right now, it's going to wake them up. They're going to fall off their couch. They're going to go, good God, what was that? And then they're going to realize they're still watching me live and they missed out on all this great vinyl. Wow. So don't be that person. Do not fall asleep with potato chips all over your lap, all over your shirt, chocolate sauce running down your chin. You're like, oh my gosh, what just happened? What did I miss? Chad blew the air horn. I'm here asleep. Dogs barking, wanting to go out. I don't even know who I am anymore. I don't know what kind of animal I've become. What is wrong with me? Why aren't I buying more records? I should be on here buying records from Chad, and instead I'm asleep. What am I doing? Why am I like this? I feel like last week you mentioned a Velvet crate. I do have that somewhere around here. Hey Chad, Friday Music Aqua vinyl. I think that's already come out. I don't order a lot of Friday music because I think it's too expensive. And sometimes they reissue it later. These are sold to Craig for $10. Thank you, Craig. We just got a couple more handfuls, and I'm going to bundle maybe several more than a few, but we're going to bundle the rest of them. Wow, look at that. Chemical People. Chemical People, they're dressed up like Kiss. Eagles of Death Metal, I know them. So Chemical People, Eagles of Death Metal, and Uncertainty, Bastard, Hiroshima, Government Noise. Sounds like a lot of anti-government war stuff there. $10 start on those 3 singles. All right, let's do a vintage half-off crate. The only unsold auctions tonight are John Prine for 20 and these 3 singles for 10. That's the only unsold auctions tonight. Let's go ahead and knock out a vintage half-off crate. Hopefully you're not one of those people that's snoring right now and you're ready to lock in and buy some deals. We have about filled up our 6th crate, right? Yeah, so we need to fill up 7, and we might can get to 8 tonight if we can do back-to-back really good crates of new or half off. Dean Friedman, no condition notes, $5, promo sticker. Bobby Goldsboro, it's too late. Mr. Bobby is $5. The Bellamy Brothers, you can get crazy. The Bellamy Brothers is $5. Also, Faith Band. Faith Band is $7.50. Frank Tovey, Snakes and Ladders. That's in shrink with hype for $5. And Farron Testimony, that is $7.50. Also, this is a 1988 German alternate rock album under the name What? It is Ferryboat Bill, Liquors and Telescopes. That is $6.50. We have Fields of Fire, MISC, M-I-I-S-C. MISC is electronic album from 2002, $7.50. Elton John's Blue Moves. Elton is $12.50. And we have Tom Jones live in Las Vegas. $5 on Tom Jones live in Las Vegas. And 20 golden pieces of Dizzy Gillespie. Dizzy is $7.50 for Dizzy Gillespie. Dizzy Gillespie. I think my allergies have stopped. I'm going to pop a couple peels. I'm going to pop a couple peels off camera. Let me get these back in here. You can't do this live on camera. It's illegal. I'm going to do this and then knock out a few of these Claritins. Let me chop up some of this Tylenol. Okay, good to go. First thing is the singles are at 16. I'm back. Sorry, my mic died. Okay, so I went up to the top. Craig Thomas had these for $18. Let me call out who got those records, so in case my mic wasn't on. MISC is sold. MISC here is sold to Adam Bernardi. Fred Cardinal was second. Jeremy Dalton got the Bellamy Brothers. These 3 singles were at $18 with Craig Thomas. Fred Cardinal, this is the Counting Crows Butter Miracle. I was saying, Craig, you need this. I mean, Fred, you need this. Butter Miracle, Blue Marble Vinyl, $34.99 for Counting Crows. Next was my mic died. Thanks, everybody. And then we are good to go. And then we have Hugo Winter Walter, Goes Gypsy. That is $5. And the year of Farron was 1980. Year of Farron was 1980. Judy Garland is $5. Judy Garland. And we have Leslie Gore, My Town, My Guy, Me. Leslie Gore is $7.50. $7.50 with Leslie Gore. The Counting Crows is, of course, sticker price. That's so to Fred Cardinal. Thank you, Fred. That's so to you. Adam Bernardi on the stand gets. We're going through a pre-owned vintage bin at half off. That is $10. And William, you just missed out on the stand gets. Now these singles are at $21. Art Garfunkel Breakaway. That is $5. And we have What Am I Bid? That's a soundtrack. Music by Leroy Van Dyke, Tex Ritter. That is now $10. And we have Gallery, Fritch and Jim Gold. Gallery is $7.50. Colonel Bogey. Colonel Bogey is $7.50. And Favorite American Marches. That is now $5. Adam, what was the condition? No condition notes on that record you just got. The singles are at 21 of Adam Bernardi. I think that means Chris is out and maybe Craig as well. Let's go ahead and do what next? Let's go ahead and say I have gone up for bid. We'll just keep going through this crate. What year is the gallery? The gallery is 1972. 1972. Also, we got Walking Wounded. That is now $5. Walking Wounded. Grand Funk, All the Girls in the World Beware. Grand Funk is at $10, and it has the original inner sleeve, and it has the insert. Sometimes it has photos with it. No, that's a different release, maybe. But it does have this. Grand Funk is 10. I was using this mic. At the beginning of the show, and we might be in bad shape, folks, and I'll tell you why. This one was supposed to be charging, and just so y'all know, it's red, and it was supposed to be charging, and it cut out earlier tonight, and I swapped them out, and if this cuts out again, Well, I'm hoping these things chain. I'm hoping these things charge quick, because the one that's been charging. The ones that's been charging, can y'all, oh, wait a minute, I'm going to make sure y'all can hear me first before I say all this. The one that's been charging, I don't know how long it's going to be. I mean, it's only been there for what, 5 minutes? So, I don't know how long this is going to last. I don't know how long it's going to last because it just literally came off the charger. So it could die at any second. Let me make sure this other one's charging too. It may be like a constant back and forth until they get a good overnight. It's showing a green indicator. So, I mean, usually they go red before they die. All right. Sorry about over there. I don't think, usually I have a backup, but I'm afraid the backup wasn't charging. So the backup wasn't charging, and I hope it is now. It's blinking. So hopefully it can charge while this one lasts a little bit longer. Now, trying to figure out where I was at, it's going to be a problem. These last singles... Chris had them for 23. I haven't heard back from Edwin. Of course, the show basically quit. So Chris had those 3 singles for $23, and that was a final call. And we were right in the middle of a half-off crate. And so let me go back. Let me just keep going. All right, so these were half off, no more, no less, including the Osmonds Live. The Osmonds is a 2 LP. That is $10. A rock and roll alternative Atlanta Rhythm section. I'm So Into You. That is $5. 1976. Polydor, no condition notes. Rick Wakeman, Journey to the Center of the Earth. Rick Wakeman is $7.50. Jim Stafford is $5. Jim Stafford is $5. And the Beach Boys, 15 big ones. No condition notes on the Beach Boys. $15, or excuse me, $10. It was $19.99. So these are half off, no more, no less. Also over here we have Roadie. This is a sampler from that soundtrack and movie. $10 on that. Lost You on Tom Jones. So the Tom Jones Live was $5. And then Orleans is $5. And then Manaheim Steamroller Fresh Air 4 was $7.50. And then that's right there's the Osmond. So we're good to go. Johnny Cash Original Gold Hits Volume 2. Johnny Cash is $5. Johnny Cash is $5. And The Babies, and that was $10. Twunker Bell Wants to Grand Funk. That is sold to Twunker Bell. Thank you, and that was sold to you for $10. And now Chris, those 3 singles are sold to you. Chris Riddings. These 3 singles are sold to you, Chris Riddings. Way up here, $23. Chris, those are sold to you for $23. Okay, thank you. And then Rod Bryan on Johnny Cash and Jackie Wilson on The Babies. And now with that, my crate has filled up. So I'm going to swap out some crates right quick and take care of that. All righty. Wow, so we have filled up another one. That's number 7 for tonight. 6, I think. Yeah. All righty. Sorry about the technical difficulties. This is a live event. At least y'all know I'm live, and this isn't a... At least y'all know this is live, and it's not a pre-recorded track. You know, I'm up here performing live. Whew. Sorry, I'm doing a good stretch. Yeah, I guess my mic died right in the middle of me holding this up to the camera like that. I was like, look at this. How could you not buy this? And that's probably when my mic died. All right, we got Supertramp, Famous Last Words, a little bit of writing right here on the cover, but Supertramp is $10. Also, Reflections by the Platters. That is an earlier one on Mercury for $5. And Jimmy Buffett, Coconut Telegraph. Jimmy Buffett is $10, and Jackson Brown's Hold Out. Jackson Brown, $7.50. In shrink wrap, let's go ahead and put up some more singles. These 3 singles are going to go up right now. We have E. coli, and E. coli. They got some pretty wild covers. $10 start on that. Ozark Mountain Daredevils, $10 if you want to get to heaven. It's their self-titled album. BTO is $7.50, the best of Bachman Turner Overdrive. And Cat Stevens, Buddha and the Chocolate Box. Cat Stevens is $7.50. And Al Stewart, The Year of the Cat. Al Stewart is $8.50. And Rod Stewart, Never a Dull Moment. Rod Stewart is $12.50 on that. Ed Hickey on BTO, thank you on that, the best of. David Smith has those 3 singles at $10, going once, going twice. Johnny Rivers, Outside Out. Johnny Rivers is $5. Cat Stevens is sold to Aaron Below. Thank you, Aaron. And then Chris Christopherson, Jesus Was a Capricorn. This was $7.50. Chris Christopherson, $7.50 on that. Figures on a Beach. Figures on a Beach is $7.50. And Jim Stafford, no, just another pretty foot. Jim Stafford is $5. Farron, Shadows on a Dime. Farron is $7.50. And Grand Funk Phoenix. Grand Funk is $10. Also, the Tom Jones Fever Zone. That was $5 on Mr. Tom. We have Manaheim Steamroller Saving the Wildlife. That was $7.50. And Chicago Hot Streets. Chicago is $5. Wild Wild Winter soundtrack. That is Jay and the Americans, the Beau Brummels, the Astronauts, Dick and Dale, and Jackie and Gail. That is now $10. The Wild Wild Winter. And then Sample, The Magic of Motown. And that is $7.50. That's a Motown promo sampler. And Mick Jones. Mick Jones is $10. Atlantic Records, 1989. All right, these 3 singles are sold to David Smith for $10. Rod Stewart details. Rod Stewart was right here. That's Never a Dull Moment. It is usually a top loader. There is a little bit of writing on the cover, and then someone marked it out. Should be on a red Mercury label. And it is pretty clean. No condition notes. It's got the original kind of gimmick cover, as they call it. It's kind of got like a centerfold with a flap, couple flaps. And the price on that is $12.50. Rod Stewart, Never a Dull Moment. Never a Dull Moment. Chuck Haley on the Wild Wild Winter. All right, and whoop, wrong record. That is sold to Chuck Haley for $10. Now, I think due to the technical difficulties I had, that crate is maybe worthy of another quick, perhaps, read-through very quickly. 1 second, please. Kenneth Russell on the Motown Sampler. Thank you. All right, next singles are going to go up right now. I was checking on my battery over here, make sure it's good. It's got a green indicator, so we should be okay. But if it randomly cuts out, that's probably what's happened. Here is our next singles. Easter Kids. Salvation Before Changing Names. Easter Kids. Misanthropist. Eddy Current, Suppression Ring. Those 3 for a $10 start. And probably the next lot, I'm going to go ahead and do the rest of the crate. Maybe one more. I might flip through them and see, make sure I didn't overlook something crazy, because I really hadn't looked through these, as y'all know. And then let's do those for $10, and I'm probably going to sell the rest of this basket. Ozark has, If You Want to Get to Heaven. not Jackie Blue. It has if you want to get to heaven. So very quick read through one more time on these. Dean Friedman, $5. Bobby Girlsborough, It's Too Late, $5. Faith Band was $7.50. Frank Tovey, Snakes and Ladders was $5. We have this, which was $6.50. I'm trying to remember the title of this one again. Ferryboat Bills, Liquors and Telescopes. Elton John Blue Moose is $12.50. Tom Jones is $5. Dizzy Gillespie was $7.50. Hugo Winterhalter Goes Gypsy, that was $5. Fair and Testimony, $7.50. Judy Garland, $5. Leslie Gore was $7.50. Art Garfunkel still available for $5. What Am I Bid? That was $10. Colonel Bogey, he was $7.50. Favorite American Marches, $5 on that. Gallery featuring Jim Gold, that was $7.50. Walking Wounded was $5. Tom Jones Live was $5. Manaheim Steamroller was $7.50. The Osmonds Live was $10. Atlanta Rhythm Section was $5. And Rick Wakeman Journey to the Center of the Earth, that was $7.50. Also Jim Stafford, $5. Beach Boys was $10. The Roadie Comp from the soundtrack was $10. Orleans was $5. Supertramp was $10. The Platters was $5. Jimmy Buffett surprisingly still available. Coconut Telegraph for $10. And Jackson Brown was $7.50. These three singles are a buy now for $10. Michael, you had great timing because those are sold to you for $10. Now here's everything that's left in this basket. And I'm going to read them and count them, or try to. We got Betrayed, 1. And if I don't know, I'll say I don't know, 2. This is number 3. Bleach Everything, number 4. Bleach Everything, number 5. This is I Don't Know, number 6. This is Eddy Current, number 7. Easter Kids, number 8. Deliver, number 9. Demon 13, number 10. Demon 13, number 11. That, pretty scary looking, number 14. Gas Chamber, number 15. FXP, number 16. Or FYP, number 17. FYP, number 18. That's a FlexiDisc Gas Mask, number 19. I may lose count at some point. FYP, number 20. Fumes, number 21. FRKSE, 22. The Freeze, number 23. The Freeze, number 24. That's number 25. Formaldehyde Junkies is number 26. Force Expression, 27. That's number 28. And then here's the 3 from the last one, which puts them around 31. Give or take 31. So the rest of those singles are going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start on those. Plus the only 3 no bid. And this here. Coma and Decompose. Little mini one there. Ozark Mountain Daredevils was $10. Jackie Blue. Al Stewart Year of the Cat, $8.50. Johnny Rivers is $5. Outside Help. Chris Christopherson is $7.50. Figures on a Beach was $7.50. Jim Stafford was $5. Farron was $7.50. Grand Funk was $10. The Tom Jones Fever Zone was $5. Manaheim Steamroller was $7.50. Chicago was $5. Mick Jones, $10. And then Rod Stewart was $12.50. All right. And now the last basket that I'm aware of the hardcore singles. That's it right there. And unless they've shifted more around, I'm not aware of. Okay. Adam Bernardi got Rod Stewart. I don't think your yes ever came in. Oh, you put Rod Stewart again. That means you were claiming it. Okay. And then the singles are at 35, 35, 36, 35, 37, 40, 41, 45. Awesome. All right. And the only unsold auction tonight is John Prine. And that's John Prine, Sweet Revenge, a 1975 U.S. Presswell reissue with company inner sleeve. That's EX, a $20 buy now from Mr. John Prine. The Chris Christopherson was Jesus Was a Capricorn, which is a gatefold jacket, an original on Monument, $7.50. Okay. Let's take a poll for CDs or cassettes. Let's take a poll for CDs or cassettes. Anybody interested in a bundle deal on everything in that crate? It would be a great price. I have a feeling there might be somebody interested. If so, let me know and I'll count them. Chuck got Chris Christopherson for $7.50. We're going to take a poll on what to do for maybe the next 42 minutes. Whew. I could use some sleep. Oh, wow. I know when my body gets achy, it's like, oh. When you get achy, it's like, oh, man. Yeah, it's time. All right. You'll see some cassettes definitely auctioned Thursday night. That's going to be pretty wild. We got some great ones. All right, let me track down some stuff. So I'll let y'all give me a second. Let me track some stuff down. I got this tub I'm working out of, but we're going to run out before the end of the night. So so who had the high bid on these? Darren Johnson had the high bid on these singles for $50. Then Michael Ruttman, you bid $50. Okay, so Darren, you bid $50. Michael, you bid $50. So the high bid's still $50. And then Mix Amy wants the Atlanta Rhythm section. So Into You. And that is $5. And then let me count these and try to make a bundle deal just so I can say I've tried. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, and tag Farron to Adam Bernardi, $7.50. 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. There was no Jazz in here. No Jazz. The closest thing was Dizzy Gillespie for $7.50. How many did I just say? How many did I just say in there? 40 or 30? Did I say 30? 40. I think I said 40. I did say 40. Yes. All right, I found a pretty good basket of CDs just digging around for 1 second. We're about to go through those. I'm going to sell everything in here. I said 40. Okay, so 40. There's 40 LPs in here, plus the John Prine that didn't sell at auction for $155. 40 LPs, $155. $155. And I'm going to throw in the John Prine that was a no-bid auction. Chris, you've been outbid on the singles. Darren, whoever had the high bid, Michael bid $51. So Michael Ruttman has the singles at $51. $51. Bundle deal on those for $155. Who's going to step up to the plate? Who's also done bidding or still wanting to bid on those singles before we say that's it? Chris is out. Final call. Michael Ruttman. If not, I'm going to bring over a crate to flip over. That way we can go ahead and start showing this first basket of CDs. And Michael Ruttman, you get these for $51. And that was everything from Betrayed to the small one on top. Now I can put these around the corner. I'm waiting for someone to say, I'll take the bundle, Chad. Chad, pre-order, get some of that, please. Okay. I'll check on that. White line, I'll check on that. I've done everything I can. I've tried, folks. Let me get the camera. It's getting a little wobbly on me. A lot of the same artist in here, for sure. A lot of the same artist. Okay, we got Larry Carlton, Renegade Gentleman. These are all $6.99. Chicago XXX, Chicago 30. We have the best of Eric Carmen. These are all $6.99. Eric Carmen, the Definite Collection. Mary Chapin Carpenter. We have Mary Chapin Carpenter. Carpenter's Close to You. Carpenter's The Singles Collection. And Mark Cohn, The Rainy Season. And Mark Cohn, Self-Titled. These are all $6.99. $6.99. An introduction to Rosemary Clooney, Tenderly. Rosemary Clooney, $6.99. Ray Charles, Genius Loves Company. Ray Charles, Modern Sounds. Craig Chiquico, 1,000 Pictures. Chris Caffrey, Music Man. Craig Chalquico, Chicago, Born for This Moment. Chicken Foot, that's a good one. And Larry Carlton, Firewire. These are all $6.99. Now, Melanie, your dibs on the Carpenters. Let me know if that was for the singles collection or close to you. Okay? All CDs here are $6.99. Next is Chris Reddings on Caffrey. That was right here. As soon as I sneeze. First one on the stack will be Chris Caffrey to Chris Reddings. And then we got Mike Ospaw on Chicken Foot. That's sort of Mike Ospaw. Aaron Below on Ray Charles, Modern Sounds. Michael Peveler next on Chicken Foot. Melanie wants both Carpenter CDs. And we have El Terrible Torrio on Eric Carmen. So El Terrible, let me know if you want the best of or the definite collection. We still got a lot of 45s to sell, yes. We still got a whole lot of 45s to sell. A whole lot of records. Okay, and here's our next singles, which are going to go up right now, or our next CDs. We got Chicago, which is Chicago 8. We got Chicago 9, Greatest Hits. I got more Carpenters. This is Carpenters Horizon. I got more Carpenters, Love Lines. Nice. The Carpenters Christmas album. That's nice. We have Sign of Life, Stephen Curtis Chapman. Stephen Curtis Chapman. Stephen Curtis Chapman Ultimate Collection. And David Bowie, Fame and Fashion. Wow, that's pretty cool. $6.99 on Bowie. He wants the best of Eric Carmen right here. That's El Terrible Torrio. Thank you on that. All these CDs are $6.99. What genres? At this point, it gets mixed, but most of that back there will be top 40 pop and rock hits. If we find other hardcore metal or punk CDs, it would be sparingly distributed throughout who knows where. Peter Cincotti, The Chieftains, Down the Old Plank Road, Chicago 2, Live on Soundstage, Larry Carlton, Kid Gloves, Larry Carlton on Solid Ground, and Lloyd Cole, Love Story. So moving back over here, Vicki Allison first on the David Bowie, Greg Layton was second, Leslie Holt first on the Carpenters Christmas, Useless Eaters next on Bowie. And I'm going to move these right over here. There's that stack I just showed. Chicago Hot Streets. Chicago's Greatest Hits Volume 2. Chicago 11. Chicago 10. Chicago 19. Chicago 13. Chicago 36. And Clannad Cirrus. Gosh, that's a lot of Chicago. Jeff Coffey. The Heart of Chicago Volume 2. The Heart of Chicago Volume 1. Chicago 21. Chicago Greatest Hits. Chicago at Symphony Hall. Chicago Love Songs. Take Me Back to Chicago. Mason Prophet, Come and Gone. The Best of Kansas. Kansas Drastic Measures. Kansas Vinyl Confessions. Kansas Audio Visions. Kansas Monolith. Kansas, 2 for the shows. This is Japanese. Linaja, Redwood, and Lulu, Independence. Adam Bernardi wants Chicago 2 and the last 2 comps. Okay? You want the Heart of Chicago, the different volumes. And then the Chicago 2 was actually a Chicago 2 live on soundstage, this one. So that is sold to Adam Bernardi. He got those 2 and those 2. And now we've hit the Kansas stash. They've got a pretty big discography, too, but not like Chicago. Not like Chicago. All right, let me go ahead and move some of these to the back. First one on top here is Steve Lukather. I will do a Chicago bundle with somebody, but keep in mind there's a bunch of them. Steve Lukather, Transition. Nick Lowe, Party of One. Love War, Soak Your Brain. Lyle Lovett, My Baby Don't Tolerate. Marshall Tucker Band, Southern Spirit. Never seen that before. 1990. Marshall Tucker Band, Southern Spirit. Cello Sonatas, Emmanuel and Yo-Yo Ma, as featured in Seinfeld. And the very best of Vera Lynn. Roger Waters wrote a song about her, didn't he? Isn't that song on the wall, Vera Lynn? All right. Alison Krauss, Lonely Runs Both Ways. Alison Krauss, 100 Miles or More, a collection. Lenny by Lenny Kravitz. Lenny Kravitz, It's Time for a Love Revolution. Lady Antebellum, Need You Now. James Labrie, Elements of Persuasion. Speaking of Chicago, In My Head, Robert Lamb. And Robert Lamb, Skinny Boy. These are all $6.99. Next is Chris Riddings on Steve Lukather. Mike Oppenshaw on Nick Lowe. Michael Peevler on Marshall Tucker Band. Greg Layton said correct. Correct. That was on Vera Lynn, yeah. And then Alison Krauss. Leslie, I'm assuming you'll want both, but if not, let me know. And Leslie on Lenny Kravitz, I'm assuming you'll want both, but if not, let me know. And that stack left Love War, Lyle Lovett, Sonatas for Cello, Yo-Yo Ma, Vera Lynn, Lady Antebellum, James Labrie, Robert Lamb, and Robert Lamb. Next handful. These are all going to be $6.99. Alison Krauss, Forget About It. Forget About It. Alison Krauss, So Long, So Wrong. Alison Krauss, Now That I Found You, a collection. Alison Krauss and the Cox Family, I Know Who Holds Tomorrow. Diana Krall, Wallflower. Diana Krall, Glad Rag Doll. Diana Krall, Quiet Nights. This is Japanese, Robert Lamb. And this is Japanese, The Heart of Chicago, Volume 2, a Japanese. This has my name written on it. What is this? Oh, that's where I bought coins. Here's where I ordered from a mint distributor about $9,000 in coins. All that's sold. Next thing we have is Tracy Songer on Alison Krauss. Now, Tracy, you're in a good position because there's 4 Alison Krauss here. Your pick, or you can have all 4. Leslie was next, and Chris Riddings wants the Chicago Japanese for $6.99. Moving right along. Somebody's going to get some Alison Krausses. The plural of that is Alison Crowi. Not Krausses, Crowi. Fungi. We got Peter Mayer, Million Year Mind. Next is Dvorak, piano solos, more classical. Jumpstart in Jazz, 2 ballets by Wynton Marsalis. The Magic Hour of Wynton Marsalis. Lincoln Center Jazz Orchestra with Wynton Marsalis. Wynton Marsalis Septet, Blue Interlude. Leonard Skinner, Vicious Cycle. Wynton Marsalis, The London Concert. Kansas' self-titled debut. We got Tracy Wants Forget About It. So that means Leslie Holt. There's 3 other Alison Krauss. Your pick, or you can have all 3. I don't see those as often. $6.99 each on those. The Diana Krall titles, sure thing for William APM. That's Diana Krall Quiet Nights, and Diana Krall Glad Ragdoll, and Diana Krall Wallflower. Those are all still available. So are all of those. And now here's our next handful. The next handful is Leonard Skinner 20. Never seen that one before. Lost Lonely Boys, Sacred. Lost Lonely Boys. Lost Lobos, Good More Aslan. Good Morning Aslan, I think. Narada, Oscar Lopez. John Mayall and Friends. And Percy Mayfield, The Legends of Specialty Series. Percy Mayfield compilation. All right, so the next comment is William APN wants all 3 Diana Kralls. Those 3 are sold to William APM at $6.99 each. Greg Layton is going to try out the Wynton Marsalis Blue Interlude. You got it. That's sold to you. Susie on Leonard Skinner. And Leslie wanted the other 3 Alison Krauss. Nice. Moving right along. Next. The Judds. Self-titled. Winona, Her Story, Scenes from a Lifetime. Winona, New Day Dawning. The Essential, Judas Priest. That came out of nowhere. Facing Future, Israel Kamakawi Ole. Glenn Kaiser, You Made the Difference in Me. KC, as in KC and the Sunshine Band, KC 10. Kenny Loggins, Outside from the Redwoods. And Laura Love, Octoroon. Laura Love. Next. Richard Marx, Stories to Tell. Johnny Mathis, In the Still of the Night. Mason and Finn, Profiles. That's Nick Mason of Pink Floyd. Harvey Mason, Funk in a Mason Jar. Joy Electric, Dwarf Mountain Alphabet. Joy Electric, Favorites at Play. Joy Electric, Robot Rock. The Judds, River of Tide. Next is Chris Riddling's on Judas Priest, The Essential. So did Chris Riddings. Mike Oppenshaw was second. I'll take whatever Lost Lonely Boys has Haven on it. Neither one of these CDs have the song Haven on it. El Terrible wants KC. Leslie wanted LL for Laura Love. Susie wanted KL for Kenny Loggins. And Leslie wants Judds for Judds. Now, I'm assuming you wanted that last one shown and not the first one. But if you do want both, let me know. I'm going to give you River of Time. Next thing I have for you is I'm stretching my leg. That's the next thing I have for you. Ow. All right. Here we go. She wants both Judds. You got it. Judds is sold to Leslie. And then Angela Lewis on RM for Richard Marks. Okay. My Steedy stack is getting wobbly, but not wobbly enough to go put it in the back yet. Maybe after this handful. Abraham Laborel, Dear Friends. Allison Krauss in Union Station, new favorite. The Very Best of Diana Krall Deluxe Edition. Diana Krall, From This Moment On. Diana Krall, Live in Paris. The Best of John Kay and Sparrow, Tighten Up Your Wing. Kansas, Somewhere to Elsewhere. Kansas, Freaks of Nature. Steve Lukather, Luke. Steve Lukather. Steve Lukather and Friends, Santa Mental. Steve Lukather, Ever Changing Times. Most of these aren't available on vinyl. Lyle Lovett, Joshua Judges Ruth. And Lyle Lovett, I Love Everybody. Nice. First is Leslie Holt on Allison Krauss. There was only one. William, this time Donna beat you to Diana Krall, and she also wants all of them. So all three of those are sold. And now we got Steve Lukather, Ever Changing. So this one here is sold to Chris Riddings. Now, Mike Oppenshaw, you're next. That leaves Luke and Sentimental if you want either two of those. And I'm going to go ahead and take my first major stack of sold CDs right around the corner here before we have a disaster. We do not want a disaster. Okay, we'll say those are pending to Mike. And let me go ahead and put these back here. Pretty good little crate I found here. So these two Steve Lukathers are still available since he's passing. I'm going to put them right there. Okay, next handful. We got Lyle Lovett, live in Texas. Lyle Lovett, The Roads to Incinda. Lost Dogs, Little Red Riding Hood, Lost Dogs. Dave Matthews Band, Stand Up. I've never seen that one. Maxwell, Embrera. Maxwell, MTV Unplugged. Maxwell's Urban Hang Suite. Kathy Mattea, Cole. Christian McBride, Getting It On Verve. Maxwell, Black Summer's Night. Richard Marx, Repeat Offender. Richard Marx, Self-Titled. And Richard Marx, Beautiful Goodbye. These are all $6.99. First is Greg Layton on Incinda. Lyle Lovett. And also Live in Texas. Those are both sold to Greg. And then we got Donna on Maxwell, which was these three. She wants all of them. Leslie on Dave Matthews Band. And Ada Bernardi on Kathy Mattea. And that leaves three Richard Marx, another Maxwell. Let me go ahead and put that with Donna's other ones. That's 4 Maxwells. And there's those. Okay. What's next? We're about to find out. That looks like a Kansas album. The Point of No Return, Kansas. Kansas Power. Kansas in the Spirit of Things. Peter Cetera, One More Story. Speaking of Chicago, Peter Cetera, You're the Inspiration. Peter Cetera, One Clear Voice. Peter Cetera, World Falling Down. Eva Cassidy, Imagine. Eva Cassidy, Songbird. Richard Marx, Rush Street. Richard Marx, Paid Vacation. Richard Marx, The Way She Loves Me. Karnataka, Secrets of Angels. Richard Marx, My Own Best Enemy. Richard Marx, Days in Avalon. Richard Marx, Flesh and Bone. Peter Cetera, You Just Gotta Love Christmas. Peter Cetera, Another Perfect World. Peter Cetera, You're the Inspiration Remix. La Boucher, Sweet Dreams. Angela wants Richard Marx, Repeat Offender. That was right over here. That's so too. Angela Lewis, and then Adam Bernardi on both Eva Cassidy's. And Peter Cetera, You're the Inspiration. You're the inspiration of my life. You're my sun dun dun dun. Ra-da-dum. Ra-da-dum. Ra-da-dun-dun-dun-dun. That's a Chicago song. El Terrible on La Boucher. And then, I hope I'm said that right. And then Donna was next, and then Leslie Holt. You're the inspiration. If you leave me now, you take away the biggest part of me. Woohoo! Okay, I'll stop. That was my best Chicago impression. Kansas. Kansas is so to Michael Peveler. It's the point of no return. And Angela Lewis does get Peter Cetera. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Dun 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 da da da. Dun 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 da da da. That's also Chicago. Down da da down. Down down. Down da 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 da. Waiting for the break of day. Dun da 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 da. Searching for some. The Rippertons, Moonlighting. Queen, The Works. Jim Petterick's Life Force. Mr. Welcome to the Real World. Take These Broken Wings. David Holiday, Rockin' Heart. Checkmate, Joe Poss and Jimmy Rolls. Mortal, Fathom. John McLaughlin Trio, live at the Royal Festival Hall. Mortal, Steve Morse Band, Stress Fest. And Mortal, Lucis. Donna Turner on the Rippertons. Susie on Mr. Michael Peveler. All we hear is Radio Gaga. That is so to Michael Peveler. And Adam Bernardi on JM for John McLaughlin Trio. So that stack left Jim Petternick, Jim Holiday. One of these are Japanese. Joe Poss is a Japanese press. And then Mortal, Steve Morse, and Mortal. And Jacques Jacques Lesseur, play Bach, original 5 albums, 5 disc. Kenny Kravitz, Lenny Kravitz, Roseanne Cash, Black Cadillac, Victor Krauss, and Cash, Selections from Unearth. Greg says I said pass. Pass on. I didn't tag you for anything, did I? Greg says pass. I don't think I tagged you for anything. Michael Peveler got Kansas. Donna got the Rippingtons. Susie got Mr. Mister. Michael Peveler got Queen. Oh! Joe pass. I thought you were passing on something. Wow, that's a bad word to type out. That went over my head, Grog. I was like, what are you passing on? You want the Joe Pass CD. That's what he wanted. I was like, what are you passing on? Thank you. I told y'all I'm low brain power tonight. I slept for about a solid 3 hours. So now I've got to go back and figure out where I was. Adam Minardi on JM. Have I already tagged that for Adam? Yeah, that was John McLaughlin. Leslie on Bach. Leslie Holt on Bach. Leslie on Roseanne Cash. And I got it figured out now. Sorry. Whew. That's my fault. I was like, what's he passing on? All right. I'm into that tub we were working on last night now. I knocked out that little crate. Now I'm working on, oh, speaking of comms, yeah. My indicator is showing red. So if my battery dies, maybe the other mic is charging. So the Lenny Kravitz is still left. Is this one right here. Sitting on top of the world, let love rule, freedom train, my precious love. I'll build this garden for us, fear. Does anybody out there even care? Mr. Cab Driver, Rosemary B, Blue Sister for Someone, Empty Hands, and Flower Child. Leslie, I was waiting for you to claim that. Rock America, Smash Hits Live. The Princess Bride soundtrack, Mark Knopfler. The Very Best of Chris Christopherson. And this is Mortal Wake, Mortal Engine, Fabulous Real Talk, Earl Clue, and Southern Fried. And the first thing I have is Lenny Kravitz is sold to Leslie. This stack here, Donna on Fabulous, which was sealed, by the way. Melanie Jennings on KL. And that was for KK, for Chris Christopherson. And then Donna on Earl Clue, both. All right, let's go get some more. Working on this tub over here. Let's see. Let's grab all these right here. Sometimes I try to grab what's looking like the best stack, and my logic is, well, I've got to go through them all eventually. Mike on SF, and that's for SF was for Southern Fried. Thank you. Mekons, New York. Miles Davis, Bop, but there's no artwork. Carly Simon, Moonlight Serenade. Radney Foster, Labor of Love. Antones, Bringing You in the Best in Blues. Robin Ford, Supernatural. Ray Troll and the Ratfish Wranglers. Kurt Vile, smoke ring for my halo. Robert Downey Jr., the futurist. Robert Downey Jr. Pat Metheny Group, Still Life Talking. Pat Metheny Group, Letter from Home. Leona Naes, or Naes, and the Mekon's Honky Tonkin'. The leftover stuff is about to be put in flip videos. It's about to be put in flip videos and post in the group, so I can try to sell them again one more place, which we still have never really posted any of this stuff. What did that say? Okay, never mind. Sorry. Okay. First is Donna on Miles Davis. Donna's on a hot streak. She gets Miles Davis. She also gets Antones. And then Useless Eaters on KV. And KV was for Kurt Vile. Then Susie Breedlove. Then Donna on both Pat Metheny's. And Donna's on a hot streak. Donna is flying with some claims. You better watch out. You better not cry. I'll tell you why. Donna Turner is claiming CDs tonight. Oasis. Be Here Now, Oasis. U2, The Best Of, 1990 to 2000. Linoleum. Descent. Linoleum. The Fat Lady Sings, Twist. The Mekons, The Quality of Mercy is Not Stirring. Mekons, Retreat from Memphis. The Fatima Mansions, Bertie's Brochures. Sex and Violins, The Best of My Life Story. Los Lobos, By the Light of the Moon. Underground Lovers, Leaves Me Blind. Underground Lovers, Dream It Down. JT and the Clouds, Caledonia. Useless Eaters commented the letter D. And then we have Melanie on Oasis. And we got U2, so does Susie Breedlove. Those are sold and sold. That stack left the following. Linoleum, Fat Lady Sings. The Mekons, The Fatima Mansions. Sex and Violins, Los Lobos, Underground Lovers, and JT. Jim B wants Mekons Q, Quality of Mercy. This is sold to Jim B. Usa says no D. You got it. I'm going to put all these right over here. Let's keep going. I'd like to welcome everybody to CollectCo. If you're just hopping on, you're probably like, what have I found? You have found CollectCo. You can probably see how everything works. Beth Orton, The Other Side of Daybreak. Carl Perkins, Go Cat Go. And there's his blue suede shoes. Carl Perkins. John Haidt, Overcoats. Joe Nichols, Revelation. Slim Chance, The Gamblers. Gary P. Nunn, Something for the Trail. T-Bone Walker, The Hustle is On. Sean Mullins, Ninth Ward Pickin' Parlor. Backdoor Slam, Roll Away. Alana Miles, Rockin' Horse. Kenny Rogers, Eyes That See in the Dark. Defunct, In America. Little River Band, Get Lucky. Johnny Lang, Turn Around. Kid Johnny Lang and the Big Bang. David Hoy wants Best of My Life Story from the last stack. So to David Hoy. David, it's yours. Adam Minardi on BO. Beth Orton. We already pulled David's. And then Mike Oswald wants KJL. KJL was for Kid Johnny Lang. Right here on top. Thank you on that. Adam, I got you down for Beth. Thank you for clarifying. Fistful of Mercy. Bob Schneider, Lovely Creatures. The Freewheelers, Waiting for George. America, Human Nature. It's the Blues Man, Eddie Bluesman Kirkland. King's X, Tapehead. King's X, Ogre Tones. Ad, Art of the State, or AD. The Cowslingers, Cowslinger Deluxe. Jerry Douglas, Look Out for Hope. Manhattan Transfers, Do Wop Wop. Mahavishnu Orchestra, and David Land's Sacred Road. I got a notice that the first one was removed because it didn't meet social standards. Anyone know what that happened? Are you talking about your BO comment? Maybe they think you're telling somebody they have bad body odor. I don't know. But I saw it come through. We didn't block it on Restream. Leslie first on Bob for Bob Schneider. And then we got King's X with Chris Ridlings. That was for Ogre. Greg Layton on Cal. Or excuse me, that's Greg Herman on Cal. And then we got Greg Layton on Kirkland. Remember when Jerry's car got BO in it and he couldn't get it out? And now we have quite the stack of CDs. I don't know if I can even put that one on top. I can't. All right, that's going to start a new stack there. Let me move these over. Holy moly. Wow, what a stack of CDs. All right, so Greg, your Eddie Kirkland's going to be the one on the bottom of a new stack. I'm going to take these in here. Goodness gracious. So next one here is Greg Layton on Eddie Kirkland for a new stack. And Eustace Cedars wants MV, Mahavishnu, Birds of Fire. Nice. All right, new stack coming at you. Robert Cray, Take Your Shoes Off. Heartbreak Hill by Albert Lee. Mahavishnu, Visions of Emerald Beyond. Ramsey Lewis, Sun Goddess. Cortana, This Embrace. Kataro, Oasis. The name of the band is Kataro, by the way. The Bottle Rockets. John Haidt, Mystic Pinball. Master of Disaster, John Haidt. Dave Van Ronk, Humming to Myself. Phil Keaggy and Sunday's Child. Celine Dion, Unison, no artwork. Nice. Les McCann Anthology. Nice Rhino textured cover box set with book. Les McCann. First is George Jones on Crazy. I think you meant Cray. Did you mean Cray? George. Donna on Ramsey Lewis. Useless Eaters on Mahavishnu. George Jones on RR. He might have been trying to get Robert Cray still. Donna on LM. LM was for Les McCann, then Chris Riddings, then William APM. George did want the Robert Cray. So that stack left Albert Lee, Cortana, Kataro, the Bottle Rockets, Hot, Dave Van Rock, Phil Keaggy, and Celine Dion. Going to 2 a.m. I'm going to go... What time is it? We're going to go for about another 20... There's 35 minutes left on the feed. I think I'm going to take it to 1:30. At least till 1:30. And I think I can finish up with a certain amount over here that will wrap up this tub or get me to the bottom layer. But yeah, I did start. The shows every night, just so you know, they're supposed to start at 5. So be prepared. But I usually post if I'm going to start at 5:30 in the hot picture. So I post, and I usually tell everybody I start between 5 and 5:30. Today was really bad. I didn't start till like 5:40. So it tells me I've got 34 minutes left. So yeah, I didn't start the stream till like 1:40 something today. Black Crowes Amorica. Black Crowes Amorica. There's still a King's X CD left. That's surprising to me. King's X Tapehead. That's really surprising to me. Black Crowes Amorica. Cool and the Gang. Cool for the Holidays. Cool and the Gang Forever. Cool and the Gang Still Cool. Phil Keaggy, Wes King, and Scott Dente. Invention. Phil Keaggy, Lights of Madrid. Keb Mo, Just Like You. Keb Mo, Keep It Simple. Shaka Khan, CK. Mancini's Greatest Hits, like the Pink Panther. Dun, ra-dun, ra-dun, dun, 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 dun. American Music Club, Mercury. All right, so Mike Oppenshaw got the Black Crowes. Next was Michael Peevler. Donna, there are 3 Cool in the Gangs. Your pick. You can have all 3. I'm hoping you do. Donna on 1 Shaka Khan. Adam Minardi on Keb Mo. Adam, there's 2 Keb Mo's, Just Like You and Keep It Simple. Your pick. Nicholas Hostler on the American Music Club. And Melanie Jennings on Mancini's Greatest Hits. Also, Breakfast at Tiffany's, Hatari, The Great Waldo Pepper, Peter Gunn. The theme from Peter Gunn, I like that one too. All Keaggy. So, there's actually 2 Keaggys here. I'm assuming you want both. Adam also gets both Keb Mo's. And I'm going to give Donna the 3 Cool in the Gangs. All right. Whoa. Come back here. All right, so he wants these 2 Phil Keaggys. Let's bring back the Cool in the Gangs. And then the Phil Keaggy from the last pile. Right here. So that one as well. Donna, the Kool and the Gangs are still cool. Kool and the Gang forever, and cool for the holidays. Marie Miller, Steve Miller, Fly Like an Eagle, Scott Blackwell, In the Beginning, Susan Ashton, A Distant Call, Scott Blackwell, Walk on the Wild Side, My Exed Christmas, Scott Blackwell Presents Once Upon a Time, Scott Blackwell, The Real Thing, David Benoit, Shadows, David Benoit, Urban Daydreams, Asia, Silent Nation. I don't remember that one. Asia, Silent Nation. She wants both Kools except for the Kool for the holidays. No Kool and the Gang holiday music? Joy to the World and Little Drummer Boy, Pa-rum-pa-pom-pom. Whoa. Next is El Terrible on Steve Miller Band. I Want to Fly Like an Eagle. Donna Turner on both David Benoit's. Chris Riddings on Asia. Okay. Fury Lewis, Shake 'em On Down. Shake 'em On Down. Fresh Air 3, Manaheim Steamroller. Albert Lee, Speechless. Albert Lee, Speechless. Manfred Mann's Earth Band, Chance. Johnny Lang, Long Time Coming. Johnny Lang and the Big Band, Smokin'. Kenny Loggins, Leap of Faith. Mogadalon, End of the Age. Magdalene, The Dirt. Barry Manilow, Paradise Cafe. Magdalene, Revolution Mine. Magdalene, Big Bang. And Blinded by the Light, the very best of Manfred Mann's Earth Band. Blinded by the Light. Revved Up. Kool and the Gang is sold to Paul Brothers. Thank you, Paul. And then El Terrible on Man. M-A-N-N. M-A-N-N was Manfred Mann. Earth Band. Let me know if you want that one or you want that one. And then Chris, you got a lot of Mandolin. No, there's two different bands here. There's a Magadalin. An M-A-G-A, wow, hold on a second. There's an M-A-G-D-A-L-L-A-N, Magdalene, and then there's a Magdalene. And then there's another Magadalene. Wow, this is complicated. I got to see these myself up close. Hold on a second. There's two different bands here, and they sound like they're the same way. Here's one band, Magdalene, and then here's another band, Magdalene. And I don't know either one. So Chris, he put the A-L-A in, so he'll let me know which one he wants for sure. The first one. Oh boy, I hope I got them out of order. You'll have to let me know. End of the Age or Big Bang? End of the Age or Big Bang? End of the Age is the one on the right. Uh-oh. We might have to do this by album name. Revolution Mind, The Dirt, End of the Age, and Big Bang. Here's the next stack. The Only One, Special View. The Frank and Walters. The Living End, Roll On. Patty Page, 16 Most Requested Songs. Apple Pie, Nice. The Frank and Walters. John Cougar, American Fool. And John Mellencamp, Human Wheels. So Chris says he wants End of Age and Dirt. So you wanted two from two different bands. Okay. So you wanted End of Age and Dirt. You got them. Let me move some of these off the table now. All this music and everyone to produce and so much I've never heard of. I know it. I'm the same way. It's like, golly, I mean, we go through albums every night, especially when Laura and Paul's marking records. I'm like, man, all this music, somebody wrote all this, recorded it, produced artwork, licensed it, etc., etc., etc. All this night after night. I'm going through hundreds and hundreds of hours of music, and I have never, some of this stuff, it's like brand new to me. Mike Oppenshaw wants OOs, The Only Ones. That's so to Mike Oppenshaw. It would take you a lifetime. I need a big CD carousel. I used to have a CD carousel that would hold like 100 discs. I need that and just like load a bunch of this stuff up and hit play. Like load up 100 random CDs and just hit play on shuffle. Have y'all ever seen, y'all remember those old carousels where you could play like 100 discs? I used to have some of those. They would rotate. We had one that would hold like 100 CDs. It was a big carousel. All right. Ben Harper with Charlie Musselwhite, Get Up. Phil Keaggy, Insparable. Phil Keaggy, 2020. Phil Keaggy, The Master and Musician. KC and JoJo. Mary Margaret O'Hara. The Curse of Mekons. The Mekons. Triton, Celestial Messenger. Chuck Prophet, No Other Love. The Little Willies. Ryan Adams, self-titled. Righteous Brothers Reunion. Bobby Hatfield and Bill Medley. And Kenny Rogers, The Heart of the Matter. A lifetime is not enough music. That's true. That is very true. Sorry, amigo, restock fee. Found those two as well. Have all four of those. Same band, changed name. Wow. Okay, so no Magadalon and no Magadalon. Those are going back in the stack. Chris says he's already got them. Donna wants KC Joe. That's right here. So did Donna Turner. Adam Bernardi wants all Phil Keaggy's. There's at least 3 for Adam. Okay, got all those. Casey and JoJo was first MP3 ever downloaded. Dang, that would be a good question. What was the first MP3 you ever downloaded or paid for? That's going to be my next Sunday discussion question on Collectco. I try to make a post on Sundays, like an interactive post. Man, what was mine? I remember, I think mine was Green Day, American Idiot. I think so. I think that's the first download I ever paid for. I got an Apple card with my first iPod. That was the first thing I remember paying for. I think it was Green Day, American Idiot. Betty Lavette, Betty LaVette, The Scene of the Crime. Epic soundtrack, Sleeping Star. Roy McLeod, Angry Love. The Men They Couldn't Hang, Night of 1,000 Candles. Giant Sand, Center of the Universe. Giant Sand, Chore of Enchantment. And Ugly Beauty, The Sweetness. KC JoJo tune. Wow. I'm not familiar with KC JoJo. That's pretty interesting. Both William and Greg Layton. All My Life. KC and JoJo. I'm not familiar. I'll have to check that out. Beth Orton Trailer Park is right here on top. Beth Orton Trailer Park. That's going to be the first one. Beth Orton Trailer Park. Bernie Leadon, Mirror. Bernie Leadon from the Eagles. Smoke and Joe Kubik Band featuring Benoit King. Advanced copy. In Defense of Animals Benefit compilation. Michael Stipe, Pearl Jam, Concrete Blonde, Skinny Puppy. Kenny Rogers, They Don't Make Them Like They Used to. Neil Morse, Testimony. Mostly Autumn, Passengers. Queen Latifah. Spirits Colliding. The Only Ones, The Immortal Story. Waiting for Bonaparte, The Men They Couldn't Hang. The Best of Fela Kuti. Nothing Painted Blue, Placeholders. Alex Murdoch, Towards the Sun. The Very Best of Mungo Jerry, In the Summertime. Susie Bogus, Sweet Danger. And Susie Bogus, Greatest Hits. Adam Bernardi on Beth Orton. Mike Oppenshaw on Bernie Leadon. Watch LaVette. LaVette? Was that in the last stack, Adam? Jim B on NM. Neil Morse. That is sold to Jim B. Donna on Queen Latifah. Leslie wants the Animal Benefit comp. Useless Eaters on DK and FK. I have a feeling he got auto-corrected and he just wanted FK for Fela Kuti. Okay, so that left Susie Bokus, Mungo Jerry, Alex Murdoch, Placeholders, Men They Couldn't Hang, Only Ones, Spirits Colliding, Mostly Autumn, Kenny, and Joe Kubik. Betty LaVette, that must have been in the last stack. Betty LaVette, The Scene of the Crime. Scene of the Crime. All right, moving right along, folks. Oblivions. Played 9 songs with Mr. Quentin. Betty LaVette is sold to Adam Bernardi. Thank you. Mojave 3. The Fobbs. The Men They Couldn't Hang. The Men They Couldn't Hang. Mysteries of Life, Distant Relative. Mekon's Journey to the End of the Night. Ethel Meat Plow, Happy Day Sweetheart. And Beth Orton, Passing Time. Beth Orton, Passing Time. I think we'll be able to finish this tub, which will be an amazing feat. What's in here? I'm gonna grab a random stack from a completely different batch. Beth Orton sold to Adam Bernardi. I'm grabbing a random stack from a completely different batch. Blues and Rhythm Series Classics, the chronological Roy Brown. The chronological Roy Brown. This one's 50 to 51. This one's 47 to 49. Big Bone, So Low. Chris James and Patrick Wynn. Candy Cane. David LaGrande. John Lee Hooker, Blues with a Vengeance. Braithwaite and Whitley, Nightbird Blues. The Hound Kings, Unleashed. Stevie Wonder, Hotter Than July. Big Papa and the TCB, Dance with the Devil. And Carrie Moore and Sing It Louder. Jim B wants Alex Murdoch, Towards the Sun. That was in this last stack. This is sold to Jim B. Next is Donna on John Lee Hooker. And then next was Adam Bernardi on Stevie Wonder. All right. Now, we probably can go ahead and finish this tub. How much time do we got? We got 14 minutes. Yeah, I'm probably going to go ahead and finish this tub. That way I have a good stocking point. So I'm going to go a few more handfuls. I'm going to take this stack in here. And let's keep it rolling. Let's keep it rolling. On top there is the best of the Manhattans. So we got Kiss and Say Goodbye, the best of the Manhattans. Steve Morse Band, Southern... Dang. All right, so I went out on Steve Morse. Okay. So first, Giant Sand Titles. Oh boy, what did I do with that one? Giant Sand. I've already put that. When was that? I feel like that was a long time ago. Here it is. Center of the Universe. Center of the Universe on Giant Sand. Donna got Manhattan Transfer. Mix Amy was second. Then my mic went out. We went out on Steve Morse. So y'all didn't hear that whole stack. Y'all didn't hear that whole stack. But some people bought some stuff blindly. Donna got Taj Mahal and Mike Openshaw on the Palladians. All right. The Man They Couldn't Hang, Majestic. The Men They Couldn't Hang Silvertown, The Little Willies, The Kentucky Headhunters, Beth Orton Sugar in Season. There's some damage to the jacket. Palace Songs, KT Turnstile, Magadadalan, another Magajalalan, Siltskin, The Mind's Eye, Sting, Bring on the Night, James J.T. Taylor, Master of the Game, Michael MacDonald, Blink of an Eye, David Land's Christopher Reeve's Dream, and Steve Morse Band, Southern Steel. And Adam does want Beth Orton. There was 2 Giant Sands. Chore of Enchantment was the other one. Chore of Enchantment and Center of the Universe. Yeah, we'll be able to finish this tub in less than 10 minutes, so. And don't worry, there's only 100,000 more CDs to go through, so. The one on top there is Kool and the Gang as one. On top is Kool and the Gang as one. Underneath that was Mark Knopfler and Emmylou Harris, All the Road Running. Earl Klugh, Sudden Burst of Energy. Shovel and Rope, Swimming Time. Dave Alvin, Public Domain. Hayes Carl, K-Mag Yo-Yo. The Steelwoods, Straw in the Wind. Oxford, Americana. Spooky Tooth. What a weird deal this is. Is this like a bootleg or something? Looks like a bootleg or a homemade deal. Red Navarro. Pat Metheny Group. The Road to You. Wynton Marsalis, Thick in the South. Wynton Marsalis, Levy Low Moan. Music from the motion picture Pret a Porter. Barry and the Remains. Status Quo, the Frantic Four's Final Fling. Live at the Dublin O2 Arena. And Maria Muldaur, Louisiana Love Call. So first, Donna's in on Kool and the Gang. Donna in on Earl Klugh. Mike Ospaw on SW. And Mike SW was for which one? And then Donna Turner on Pat. And then Donna Turner on both Wynton Marsalis. It's Knopfler Harris CD DVD. Mark Knopfler is just a CD. And Mike, what was your SW? The only thing close in there was Spooky Tooth, but I'm not for sure if that's what that was for or not. Folks, we're down to 2 handfuls. We're down to 2 handfuls. Oh, Steelwoods. Sure thing. Steelwoods. No problem at all. So to Mike Ospaw. Steelwoods. Okay. Susie Bogus Greatest Hits. Fresh Air 5, Manaheim Steamroller. London Symphony. 2 Foot Flame. Peter Parrott, Woke Up Sticky. Neil Morse 1, Special Edition. Loggins and Messina Motherlode. Billy Boy Arnold, More Blues on the South Side. XYZ Moose. Moose XYZ. The Palace Brothers. There Is No One Will Take Care of You. Palace Brothers, Days in the Wake. The Essex Green. The Only Ones, Darkness and Light, the complete BBC recordings. Moose, Honeybee, and Palace Music, Viva Last Blues. Giant Chore still available. Or Giant Sand Chore of Enchantment. Available. Sold to Useless Eaters. Greg Layton on Arnold. Arnold was Billy Boy Arnold. So did Greg Layton. Mike Oppenshaw on Only Ones. Sold to Mike Oppenshaw. I think I get everything in one handful here. This is it. This is the final batch of the night. What a great turnout it's been. Beyond the Missouri Sky, Charlie Hayden and Pat Metheny. Pat Metheny Trio, 99 to 2000 with Larry Grenader and Bill Stewart. John Cougar Mellencamp, Big Daddy. Kay McCarthy, Dead Dog's Eyeball. Marissa Nadler, The Path of the Clouds. The Only Ones, Even Serpents Shine. Howard Melvin and the Blue Notes. Rhythm and Soul. Frente, Labor of Love. Mekons, Edge of the World. Jeffrey or Mia, Night to Night. Shooter Jennings. And Insane Clown Posse, Bang Pow Boom. The most hated band in the world. Chris Riddlings wants Neil Morris from The Last Stack. Donna Turner on Pat Metheny. Do you want both? Angela on XYZ. Moose. Greg Layton on Melvin. Howard Melvin. Useless Eaters on Insane Clown Posse. No. Well, he might have got auto-corrected there. I think is SYIC for Insane Clown Posse. I used to have a bunch of those. Do y'all remember? I used to have a big stack of that Insane Clown Posse thing, like a stack of them. I may can find more. And then Donna got both Pat Metheny's. And then John Cougar Mellencamp is sold to Paul Brothers. All right. That's it. That's the end of the show. We started about 8 hours ago, and we have concluded. I have quite the mess behind me. It's going to take me an hour just to get everything cleaned up to where I can film the flip video for the morning. It's going to take me another hour to condense all the vintage and pick out the records for the next flip video. So even though I'm saying good night for now, the show goes on after hours here at Collectco. The last 3 nights before I've left, somebody has come in, the morning crew, either Tanner or Steve. The last 3 times I've been here. So pretty much this place has been going. Somebody's been here working or operating for a week straight almost. I don't think there's been a time where the door has been locked and nobody's been in here working. So this has turned into, it has been for a while, a 24/7 operation. Can you hold up the Howard Melvin CD for me? Want to see the title before buying it? You sure can. That was best. No, it's, if you don't know me by now, the best of Howard Melvin and the Blue Notes featuring Teddy Pendergrass, Legacy Rhythm and Soul. What was the Japanese sealed CD from earlier? I don't think there was a sealed Japanese CD from earlier. Good night. Nighty nighty. Thanks all. Thanks again, Morton. Chad, the XYZ, did you say the title was Moose? It's either Moose, XYZ, or I think it's Angela. If you're looking for the hair metal band XYZ, that is not the same thing. This is not the band XYZ. Charge those mics, yes. And Ed needs to update my. Ed was not even here today. Howard Melvin's going back. No problem. We had 2 putbacks at the end. That's bad luck. Maybe somebody will buy something right quick. Now, Ed wasn't even here today. Tanner, I think, worked on some things, but we didn't want to get too crazy until Ed's back here again tomorrow. I think Tanner did fix and work on a lot of people's invoices, but Ed was off today. It was unusual. But the reason he's doing that is because he's working here Saturday for the $1 sale and Friday. Jim B says he'll take Moose XYZ. It looks like it's a pretty good CD. That's so to Angela. Angela's on the hunt for those men with the long hair and leather pants. That's what Angela wants. Angela wants all those men wearing those tight leather pants and that poofed up hair. That long blonde hair that's all poofed up with those tight leather pants, not wearing any shirts, bare-chested. That's what Angela's looking for. She's looking for that hair metal. She's looking for that poison. She's looking for that rat. She's looking for that XYZ. She wants those ballads. She wants those loud, distorted guitars. She wants that hair metal, folks. That's all she wants. She wakes up, she comes to Coletco, and she says, Chad, I want some of those men wearing leather pants. I want the hair metal. Jim B gets Moose XYZ. That's my look. I know Angela might not even know it right now. Angela, I might be wearing leather pants and got my shirt off right now. You never know. Y'all can't see me. I might be wearing leather pants and got my shirt off with long blonde hair all teased up. It was the one before the Chicago Seal Japanese. Chris, if you could see how I have these CDs stacked right now, but I will try my best to track that down for you. I have so many CDs stacked over here awkwardly because I was trying to go fast, but I will try to track that down. It may be even be in a stack back here. Angela didn't even get to hear what I said, did she? Facebook ended. She didn't even get to hear what I said about the leather pants and the... I forgot we were getting close to 8. And Chris ended on 2, yeah. I'll have to send him a picture later. I think I can find it. I'll send him a picture later. All right, with that, I'm wrapping up. I've got a lot to clean up. Holy moly. Holy moly, folks. Yeah, and make sure XYZ. There's a hair metal band called XYZ, and I'm sure when Angela heard that, she fell out of her recliner. She probably said, oh my God, XYZ? Let me show y'all what that looks like. This is a record. Man, if we get this band right here, it's up there. Remember, I went on the rant about Bullet Boys and Junkyard and some of those bands. Right here is what she's looking for. Look, there they are. That's XYZ, folks. Angela almost fell out of her recliner. That's them, XYZ. See all versions. Format. Vinyl. 1989 US. There's only ever been one pressing. They start at I was going to say it's about $100 record. If you want to get one right now in the United States, boy, this guy's running slow. You can get a VG Plus. So how much is a nice one? Near mint. It's going to set you back about $160. That's them right there, XYZ. See their poofed up hair and their leather pants? That's what Angela wants, folks. Top copy and shrink wrap. Original owner. If I had that for auction for Thursday night, there would be people willing to fight. I could say, hey, we've got an XYZ album, and they would be willing to show up here with boxing gloves and fight for it. Is that their only album? They don't have a big discography. We had a 12-inch single one night that was a promo that sold for over $100. I mean, they bid on it forever. It was wild. How do you get to a band's discography? They have, oh yeah, this album here. Oh my gosh. I've had this one time, this album here by XYZ. It's only been pressed, let's see. Why is it not on vinyl? There we go. So yeah, it was pressed in South Korea and Europe. There it is. That one there, I've had that before. That's XYZ. That one will set you back how much? This is another crazy one. There's none for sale in the United States. So if you want to get a nice copy from Spain, it's going to cost you over $500. A nice copy from Germany, about $300. It's been 6 months since one sold in the United States, and it was $175. And that seems like a great deal. That's XYZ. Do they have anything else? That's about it as far as albums, I think. I think that's the single I had right there, Inside Out. Yeah, I had that one night. All Out War. All right, thanks everybody. That's so to Jim B, don't forget. Thanks everybody, good night. The feed is over, appreciate it. Be back tomorrow at 5. Wednesday night's always fun. Everybody's always excited about Thursday night metal night. Seems like everybody's in good spirits. We're done for here. I got to clean up. I still got to go eat a bunch of peanut butter. Thank y'all. Good night. See y'all tomorrow.